Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of July 19th, 2022. Tonight, we're very fortunate. We have the national anthem that is being played by Mariachi Juvenil Arencia Michoacana. And so when they're done playing the national anthem, remain standing, and we're going to all say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Please stand.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave.
Okay, now the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. One more time for Mariachi Juvenil Arencia Michoacana. Thank you very much. Now it's time for our moment of solemn expression, led by Pastor Christine Wallington from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Pastor Wallington.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. As we come together in this moment of solemnity, but understanding our need as a community, Lord, we come before you as a people who seek refuge for our families, for ourselves, but also for our fellow brothers and sisters. And Lord, as we continue to celebrate the expansion and upkeep of our parks, as we celebrate the monies that are given to continue to support that need for housing in our community, I pray that our conversations today, especially as they relate to creating spaces for our young leaders coming into our Costa Mesa city, those who are seeking housing, those who are looking for housing, Lord, we pray for them and their journeys, that as these young professionals continue to take on this community and as we make spaces for them and housing available for them, that you are the one guiding and protecting us. Lord, I pray for our leaders, especially those who are finding themselves at that edge and those moments of high stress and those moments of anger, that they might be able to lead with that calm reservation that can only come from you. And that those moments, Lord, glorify your name as our city has been placed at a time such as this, to have conversations about housing that's been more available, having conversations about what it means to have our city and our people work together to support our futures. But Lord, I pray that you be with our police, you be with our leaders, that you be with those in our community who are seeing a future, a better future, not only for our land, but for our students and for our communities of faith who still hold on to that hope that there is more, that there is guidance by you. Please be with this meeting. Help it to be fruitful, help it to be healthy, and help it to continue to grow us as a city that is seeking to know that there is a future in the midst of all the chaos. We love you, Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Wallington. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Harlan.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Gameros.
Here.
Councilmember Harper.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Mayor Stevens.
Here. Okay, Ms. Barlow, our city attorney, do you have a closed session report? Anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. We did receive direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we get into our presentations, just in case, if you're here on public hearing item number 2, we're going to pull that. We're not going to do that. That's the item about the citations. And so if any of you are here on that, we're not going to do that tonight. We're going to have that done at another meeting. Okay, so tonight, I would like to invite.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, just.
Sorry.
Because it is a public hearing item, if it would be appropriate for a motion to continue it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Let's do that motion then. I move to continue the public hearing number 2 to a later meeting.
We need a date certain.
August 2nd. Second, so motion by Mayor Stevens, second by Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Let me do the roll call vote, please, because I don't have that in the system.
No problem.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds. Yes. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Yes. Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, City Attorney, for that. Appreciate it. Okay, now we'd like to invite up Rick Howard of the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District Manager to the podium. You're going to do it. Would you be comfortable, Mr. Howard, at the podium? You're good there? Okay, excellent. I'm going to turn on your mic. And I just want to say, before you get started, thank you for being here very much. And also thank you for your patience and your indulgence in accommodating some delays to this presentation. And I want you to know that because of your accommodations, a couple weeks ago we had this place filled with athletes, young athletes that got a chance to be recognized. So I appreciate it. There was a reason for it, and I appreciate your understanding.
Not a problem whatsoever.
Now you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public here in the audience and at home, as well as staff. My name is Rick Howard. I'm the District Manager of the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District. I know you guys have a busy agenda tonight, so I'm going to try and wrap this up pretty quickly for you. This district was established in 1947, originally as the Orange County Mosquito Abatement District. We're an independent special district, meaning we don't have any other districts above us. We're completely independent. We represent all 34 cities in the county as well as the county. We have a board of 35 board members, and Bill Turpett is your representative for the city of Costa Mesa, and Bill's over here in the audience this evening. We represent all 700 square miles or so of Orange County and 3.2 million residents, and we have an operating budget for the 22-23 year about $17 million. What's a vector? Vector is an organism, typically biting insect or tick, that transmits a disease or parasite from one animal to another. Essentially, it's going to be a rodent disease. It's going to be a tick disease. We focus primarily on mosquito disease. And so, why are mosquitoes dangerous? You probably know the answer to this question. They can transmit diseases to people and pets. They can certainly impact the quality of our life, and they're doing so here in Costa Mesa. And they can lead to secondary infections due to itching, especially the new mosquitoes. I'm going to talk about the Aedes aegypti. The Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District, like most districts in the state of California and throughout the nation, work on what's known as an integrated vector management program. Cities and school districts use those as well. It's a plan that directs what we can and can't do. The primary function of our district is really education and outreach. We spend a lot of our time doing events just like this. We do mosquito surveillance. We set traps up in every single city in the county on a weekly basis, and we do those. We trap those mosquitoes and we test them for disease, and we do source reduction as well as control of mosquitoes, which is a pesticide use, whether it's either a larvicide, which is killing the mosquitoes before they grow up and become adults, or an adulticide when they are flying around. So there's 27 types of mosquitoes in Orange County. There's 3 on the chart here, but the 2 that I'm going to focus on most is the southern house mosquito, the Culex, as well as the yellow fever mosquito, the Aedes aegypti. The Culex mosquito has been in this county forever. It's been here a long time. It's been here before we were here. And in fact, one of the reasons our district was established back in 1947 had to do with the fact that a lot of the coastal wetlands were uninhabitable because of the fact that these mosquitoes were so aggressive, biting mosquitoes. And so we also have the types of mosquitoes that can transmit malaria. We had a lot of service members coming back from World War II that were fighting in the South Pacific. And so we wanted to make sure that we did not have the ability to transmit malaria here in Orange County. They do transmit West Nile virus. It's our #1 endemic disease here in Orange County from mosquitoes at this point in time. The yellow fever mosquito, the Aedes aegypti, that's the new one that entered our county back in 2016. It has worked its way to all 34 cities and all parts of the county, and it is famous for transmitting Zika, dengue, chikungunya, dog heartworm. Make sure you get your dog heartworm vaccines for your dogs, because we do have positive cases of dog heartworm here in Orange County, as well as yellow fever. And the mosquito on the right has very similar characteristics. The diseases that they carry are not localized here in Orange County. What ends up happening is a resident will travel, they will come home with dengue, let's say, or Zika, and if mosquito bites the person that's infected, that mosquito can then bite you. These are mammal biting mosquitoes, and they're very aggressive, and they'll bite you. As a city clerk was telling us before the meeting, they will bite you over and over and over again, and they are commonly referred to as ankle biters. So the breeding habits of these 2 different mosquitoes, the Culex mosquitoes, they breed in large sources. They're going to be in ponds, and they're going to be in bad backyard swimming pools and fountains that are not well maintained. But the Aedes mosquitoes, they breed in backyard sources, and that's what makes them very difficult. And that's why we really have a big outreach program to try and get the residents to participate in our outreach activities. Those little circles there, you can see those little black dots, those are mosquito eggs. These Aedes mosquitoes lay their eggs on containers where water used to be. They don't necessarily need water in order to lay their eggs, but they do need, through evolution and genetic, through just the time, they have identified that where water was, and most likely water will be. Perfect example would be a saucer underneath the plant. They will lay their eggs, like you can see in the saucer, on the side of the saucer, the plant, you will water that plant. Water will then enter into the saucer, and within a couple of days, you have mosquitoes breeding, and they would love to live their entire life cycle in your home, as well as in your yards. And when you have them, you know you've got them. So back in 2016, I'm not sure what happened to this slide here. Okay, this is a PDF, right? Not a PowerPoint. Okay, sorry. So you can see back in 2016, it took over 3,500 acres. 2021, we're at 75,000 acres. And you can see the impact that these mosquitoes have had over the years. If we were able to see the progression on it, you can see just the rapid expansion from year over year. And we're bookended. You can see them down in San Clemente, up in the northern part of the county. And it's just going to be a matter of time before all the livable spaces in Orange County are inundated with these mosquitoes. And you can see these cryptic sources that we have here, a lot of toys, buckets, yard drains, cover those yard drains, put screens over them or foam inserts, clean them out, drain them. We have a very difficult time treating for these because we can't find them. We don't know where they are until you call us. So real quickly, one of the things we're working on, we're doing a joint project with the Greater Los Angeles County Mosquito and Vector Control District, a pilot project for sterilized insect technique mosquitoes. There's 3 different types of these mosquitoes. One is Wolbachia. Wolbachia is just a bacteria that's injected into male eggs, and GMOs. But we're going to talk today about irradiation. We are going to be doing an irradiation program. It's X-ray, just like going through the X-ray at the airport. And what ends up happening is we irradiate the male mosquitoes, and then they cannot produce viable offspring. And that leads to a control effort in a region. Skip that one. So for 2023, we are actually looking to have a test area. We're looking at the northern part of the county. If you go back to that transmission map, you can see the areas that are most heavily inundated. It's a pretty exciting project. There's only 2 other agencies in the entire country that are working on an irradiation program. The other 2 are in Florida, as well as the greater LA district and ours here in Orange County. We use drones for hard to reach and environmentally sensitive areas. We have a few drones. We have 3 FAA certified pilots. They can get in and do an acre of land, treat an acre in about 2 minutes, where it might take an inspector about an hour to go in with a machete and clear a path into a sensitive area. So we really like the use of drones. This technology was approved by the state just a couple of years ago for use in mosquito control, and we've jumped on that pretty much right away. In Costa Mesa, these are the areas that we treat. We have 127 routine areas. We have our parks, our schools, a lot of our commercial areas, the country club, the golf course, the fairgrounds across the street, the Fairview Developmental Center down the street, the Estancia High School, Orange Coast College, as well as Canyon Park. And we also know about the Fairview wetlands, the Fairview Park as well. For our service data in Costa Mesa over the last couple of years, you can see in 2020 that number of 361, that represents the time when these Aedes mosquitoes entered into Costa Mesa and have changed your way of life. And what we're starting to see in 2022 is an acceptance. We're not getting as many calls. People are dealing with it. They're contacting their service providers. You can call us, you can reach out to us by email, by phone. Our services are free to the public. We can come out and do an inspection in your yard. We can pretty much be out within a day or 2 and do a full-blown inspection of your yard. We don't go in your house, but we give you a lot of great information. Our website also has a really great DIY page for both inside your home, outside your home, and what you can do to protect yourself as well. This is kind of interesting. This is our Fairview trap data. This is just this year. The last bar on the right shows that our trap data through last week. And you can see our numbers over our 4-year average. They're very high. We're having a very difficult time controlling mosquito population in Fairview Park. We do have a meeting tomorrow with your staff and our staff, and so we'll hope to get a handle on that and get those numbers down here pretty soon, and especially for those folks out on Swan Drive. And you can see here that we typically, or we have these 2 areas, I believe there's ponds D and E that we spend a lot of time on. Our staff is out there regularly, 2-3 times a week working out there. And you can see that in 2020, we inspected 21 times. And did 8 treatments in 2021, inspected 22 times and 12 treatments. I don't know what the numbers are this year, but I know they've been out there a lot more. I was out there yesterday and we were doing some work out there, so it was pretty interesting to see what the growth is taking place out there just from the last couple of years. Working together, you are a partner of ours in our outreach campaigns, Tip, Toss, Take Action. We really appreciate that. Sharing our messages on social media, that's really big. And when we get a message we like to send out, please share it, because only that way will we end up getting the public and the residents here in Costa Mesa participating in doing their part, because mosquito control is a shared responsibility. And I am through for you tonight, unless you have any questions.
Mayor, I have a couple questions.
Yes, of course. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I had two questions, one mosquito-related and one rat-related, which I think was on your list. So on the mosquitoes, I'm curious how far they travel. So if you're having mosquito issues at your home, is the source most likely in your home, or could it be, how far could it be from?
Excellent question. So the Culex mosquitoes, the ones that have been here forever, they've got a more broad range, a couple miles or so. The saltwater marsh mosquitoes, the ones that they breed in saltwater, they have a range of about 25 miles, and they're extremely aggressive, and we spend a lot of time in the saltwater marshes controlling them, especially when we have king tides. But the Aedes mosquitoes, which is the ones you're referring to, I think, those have a very short flight range, couple hundred, 300-400 feet. Like I said, they're very happy living in your home. If you have them in your yard or in your home, you are either breeding them or your immediate next door neighbor or their next door neighbor is, and they're infiltrating into your property area, and they are then finding breeding sources on their own. Traps, P-traps in back bathrooms, Keurig just overflows, any type of storage place for waters, refrigerator drain pans are a big common source. So if you have them in your home, you're probably breeding them. If they're outside and you don't have any breeding sources whatsoever, they're coming from your neighbors.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then on the rats front, this is something I've been thinking about as we implement SB 1383, where many more residences and then multifamily facilities are going to have outdoor composts. I've been concerned about what that means for the potential for rat colonies. Is that something that you're working with anyone on?
Well,
and if not,
we about 4 or 5 years ago, we eliminated our rat trapping program because it proved that it just wasn't working. The rats were continuing to produce. They were continuing to cause the same problems in the same locations over and over again. It had to do more with harborage. It had to do with the food source that was provided. It was fruits, it was vegetables, it was food waste.
Right.
And we've been discussing this with the new law that's been going in. We haven't had any concerns or any calls on it yet because it's so new. Right. But I'm sure that we're hoping that these compost containers are covered and that they are routinely closed. But we know that's not always going to be the case, especially with outside and urban wildlife, that sort of thing. Yeah. But you can always call us and we can come out and do an inspection.
Okay. Yeah, I just that's a problem we definitely want to be proactive on and not have to deal with if it arises. So Raj is nodding his head, so I think we are engaging on that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Harper?
Just real quick, I might have missed it, but what was the reason for the 17,000 to 85,000 increase? I saw on one of the slides.
17,000.
2016, and then, maybe I misread it.
Here?
Yeah.
So if this were a PDF, you would have seen that in 2016, we had, when they first came into the county, they were down in South County, down in Mission Viejo area, and down by the high school down there, and it was about 3,500 acre infestation. And then in 2017, it went to 17,000, just expanded and expanded. And you can see it's pretty much been doubling every year for the first few years. And we're at 117 square miles, projected at the end of this year to be about 140 square miles. And that red blob is just going to continue to get bigger and bigger. It's not the number of mosquitoes, it's just the number of acres where they're at.
Oh, so just expanding in
Just
new areas?
it's an expansion.
And why had they not done that before?
They are new to our community. They were introduced in 2016. They came in, we believe, from a shipping container. They came in from Asia that had lucky bamboo in it. And the lucky bamboo, when the shipping container opened, Port of Long Beach, they emerged and they started making their way throughout Southern California. Just a small change in the climate has made them adaptable to our environment here, where they were not previously adaptable.
And what eats them? What's their predator? I'm just curious, sorry. I apologize.
People dumping out water and scrubbing their pots.
No, but what eats them? What eats the mosquitoes?
Mosquito fish, but these types of mosquitoes are not going to be in water sources for long. They're in very small water sources. So for the Culex mosquitoes, we can put mosquito fish like in bad backyard swimming pools that are no longer maintained or found, that sort of thing. What eats these? There's a number of predators out there, but they're not very many. You know, bats, they've been kicked around that bats eat them. But if a bat can eat a moth or a mosquito, they're going to go for the moth because the moth is the filet mignon for the mosquito for the bat, right? The food of last choice is going to be a mosquito for a lot of them. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I have one question, but before I ask the question, I'd just like to thank and recognize Bill Turpett for being our representative to Vector. He does a really great job, and he's got a lot of personal experience with mosquitoes. He's got the bites to prove it, but he's really taken this on. So thank you, Bill.
I can honestly tell you that I can tell you that Bill has been one of our more engaged trustees,
Yeah.
and it's a pleasure having him on our board.
Yes, it's a pleasure.
He's a value add.
Yeah, we feel the same way in Costa Mesa.
Outstanding. Thank you for your time.
Wait. I got one question for you.
Sure.
So what's your working theory for why there was a spike in the count at Fairview Park
Well,
recently?
we were part of the problem. We had an employee of ours, his father unfortunately passed away, and he treats, his name is John Savage. Some of your staff may know John. His dad passed away, and there was a vacuum, and it didn't get backfilled. So that was early on. That was a month or so ago. He's been back, and the counts continue to go up. So we've got a number of theories, if you will. We believe.
So that rules out the John Savage theory.
John's such a great guy. He takes it so personally. I've been out there a bunch of times with him, and he was devastated when he saw those numbers, and he felt so bad. He was gone.
Right.
But I mean, you have to give him a break.
Of course.
So yeah, our team will be meeting with your staff tomorrow. We have some conversations on it.
Okay, good. Yeah, maybe we'll get an update. Council get an update.
And we'd be more than happy to come back when things settle down later in the fall or in the winter, have a study session, kind of go over, some of those areas and areas of concern that you might have.
All right, let's give it up for
Thank you.
Mr. Howard. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Howard. So now we have a proclamation for Parks Make Life Better. And it's good to see everybody out there, all of our park advocates, and this is going to be a lot of fun. So July is Parks Make Life Better Month. Parks Make Life Better Month is a campaign to raise awareness for the benefits of parks and recreation throughout our city and state. The key message of Parks Make Life Better is to recognize the importance of having access to local parks, trails, open spaces, and facilities for the health, wellness, and safety of all Costa Mesa residents. And there's no better way to celebrate our parks and community service than highlighting the people who faithfully serve our community. So, let me give you some pretty remarkable statistics here about our efforts relating to parks. Over the last year, the Parks and Community Services Department has processed 7,300 enrollments for more than 600 different classes and programs, processed more than 3,000 animal licenses, provided lap swimming to almost 3,000 swimmers, served 1,090 participants at day camps, hosted nearly 400 children to the free youth sports program, distributed 630 gift cards to families and seniors in need, distributed 4,000 shelf-stable meals to families and seniors in need, packed and distributed 75,376 senior meals in partnership with Meals on Wheels, packed and distributed 3,115 grocery boxes for seniors in partnership with Second Harvest Food Bank, provided 3,541 rides for Costa Mesa seniors to go shopping and for medical appointments, provided 13,727 wellness calls to lonely and isolated seniors in Costa Mesa. So, who's in charge of this whole effort? Our great director, Jason Minter. I want to invite you to the podium, Director Minter, for a few remarks, and I think you've got a video presentation, right?
We do, thank you.
Okay, Director Minter, let's hear it for Director Minter. Director Minter, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We're really very grateful for the proclamation that you are reading tonight and for your continued support of parks and recreation programs and facilities, here in Costa Mesa. I'd like to thank our Parks and Community Services Commission. We have a couple of commissioners here in attendance for their support as well of all that we do. As you mentioned, there's a short video, so I will turn it over to Tony to show it. Now it starts quick, so 3, 2, 1. So I would like to thank our own recreation manager, Monique Villasenor, for putting that together. On behalf of our Parks and Community Services Department and staff in the Public Works Department, because they're responsible for the maintenance of our parks and facilities, we are very grateful that you are recognizing the value of the services that we provide to the community. The impact parks and recreation programs have on our community is evident in the list of services and numbers that you read tonight. I know that was an excerpt of everything we gave you, but the one number that's harder to quantify is the number of smiles that you see on the faces of all of the users of our parks on a daily basis. Thank you again for recognizing the importance and value of our programs. I think we can all agree that parks do make life better. You were all given shirts, your Parks Make Life Better shirts. I hope that you wear them proudly out and about, especially if you're at any of our parks. I do want to note, Concert in the Park is going on right now. I know we can't all rush over there, but there is one more after tonight. It's next Tuesday with the famous Tijuana Dogs are playing 6 o'clock. So we do have staff from our Parks and Recreation programs that are here tonight, and you can see them in the audience wearing their shirts along with a couple of our commissioners. So I would hope that you would invite them down for a photo when we got to that part. And that concludes my speak.
Yeah, no, I accept that. I was going to do that too. We're into the big photos. So, yeah, but let me read from the proclamation, because we've got a proclamation that we're going to, so right after this, then we'll take a picture with the council. Everybody has a shirt on. Anybody who wants to come up that believes in our parks, we'll all get in this very powerful photo, and then we'll, distribute that through our social media. So this is an excerpt of the proclamation. Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. Parks and Recreation supports and creates memorable experiences through youth sports and enrichment activities, teen centers and programs, senior center activities, adult fitness and enrichment programs, free community events, and more. Parks and Recreation sustains and stewards our natural resources by protecting habitats and open spaces, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecology and function of parkland. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of July as Parks Make Life Better Month, and encourage Costa Mesa residents to recognize the benefits derived from parks and community services. So thank you very much. I just want to say it's a big part of all of our lives, parks, and a lot of job opportunities. Many people don't know this, but our Parks and Community Services Department employs more employees than any other department. It's a very important part of our community, very important part of our city, and we're very lucky to have you as the director mentor. Okay, now let's take photos.
And if I can do a shameless plug, we do need part-time employees. So if anyone out there watching is looking for a part-time job, let us know.
I'm going to stand next to Mark.
Shake hands. Okay. All right. So the next part of our meeting is the public comment section. In this part, we invite the public to come up and speak about items that are not on the agenda. If there's something that's on the agenda you wish to speak to, you have to wait till that item is called. So these are comments that do not pertain to any of the agenda items. The limit is 3 minutes. Once you get to 2 minutes, you'll hear a ding. At that point, you'll have 1 minute to wrap up. If you don't wrap up, your mic will go, you'll get cut off. Literally, you can't talk. You could talk, but we can't hear you. We go for people in the chambers first, so line up for either podium. And the other thing too is we go in the chambers, then we go to Zoom, yeah. And so if you're on Zoom and you wish to speak, raise your hand or press *9. And then when you're called upon, then unmute yourself or do *6, and then we'll be able to hear you. So let's start to the left. Ma'am, you have my left. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Arlene Parrish, and my family has owned and operated the building and business located at 518 West 19th Street since 1968. COVID shut us down in 2020, and we were never able to reopen the business my dad started 60 years ago. I'm here tonight because we had a retail cannabis applicant submit a pre-application for review on September 13th, 2021. And in over 10 months, we have had no determination and no response to my various requests for how much longer we will have to wait. The city's website indicates pre-applications will be reviewed in 30 days from submittal, excuse me, and we are far beyond that time frame. I've worked in the city government myself for over 30 years, so I understand delays occur, but this seems excessive. I've sent multiple emails to staff members and officials asking how much longer we need to wait, and I've gotten no definitive answer and sometimes no answer at all. So I hope that by being here today, there will be someone who can get us an update. I'm disappointed, a little frustrated with the unreasonable delay and the lack of response. We're doing our best to maintain the vacant building. We need an official determination of our pre-application so that we can move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And somebody, Mr. Drabb, can you get the contact information and follow up, please? Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
So I'm here again about Gym the 12 at 140 17th Street at Newport and 17th. Is going to be the gym right by the fish market. It's literally right across the road from our trailer park, and you guys are, got to help the homeless. Well, I'm right above homeless, and they wake me up every morning at 5 a.m. Every morning except for Sunday, okay? So I don't know if you've ever heard of a slumlord, but they're like gym slumlords, okay? So they also have a place over in Irvine, and if you look at the pictures online, they haven't even completed the ceiling, okay? So on July 8th, they came out with a new base, so instead of the boom, 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 it's like a wave, like zoom, so literally just vibrate your brain as it goes. So they did that on July 8th. And then on July 11th, at between 6:30 and 6:35 at night, they created so much base that it literally felt like you could reach out and touch the wall of base. Okay, and then on July 11th at 4 a.m., they created a high-pitched dong to wake the whole neighborhood up. I mean, people walk from blocks away to come see what is happening at 5 a.m. at 140. Okay, at 140 Cabrillo. Okay, so this is like a gym that had to apply to get their stuff, because everybody knows that this gym has got grandfather coded in, and I do not understand why this gym is so important and why they don't have to file the proper paperwork. The cops can't do anything. I feel bad about calling the cops because they can't do anything. Code enforcement can't do anything. There's no limit on how many people they can have inside this gym. Who is paying attention to the circulation inside this gym? They have nothing holding them back because they're grandfathered in. This is 2022, and every building in this city should have regulations for that building. And I sure should not hear it at 5 a.m. And then we hear it all day long, and it says in your codes that they're not allowed to dominate our noise, and they completely dominate our noise anytime they want to, and nobody can do anything about it, and it needs to stop, please. Okay? And then I'm sure I have some more stuff. So this is saying that if they break codes, they should get fined $1,000. So I'm wondering why they're not getting fined $1,000 for waking me up at 5 a.m. Okay? If you don't do that, I need you to declare them a nuisance, because they are a nuisance. Okay? All the people that live around me have been dealing it with for almost a decade. Okay, and they just refuse to come. They're just, I give up, I'm done with it. They filed a petition that you guys should have on record where they were supposed to fix the sound. No, they open the door like 30 seconds before it's over, so we get to hear the whole 3, 2, 1, everything. We hear everything, and I'm done. I'm really done, and you guys please need to do something about it.
Did you say Cabrillo? Is it on?
I live at 140 Cabrillo, and they're at 140 17th Street. So I can, I've got pictures. I mean, they are literally right across the road.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, Mr. Turpett.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Bill Turpett, 42-year resident of Costa Mesa, first in the Lions Park neighborhood and more recently in the Fairview Park neighborhood. So yes, I love Costa Mesa parks. Like you, I was elated recently to read that Costa Mesa was awarded an $11.2 million grant by the state of California for park enhancements, thanks to our excellent representatives, Assembly Member Petrie Norris and State Senator Min. Both the Daily Pilot article and Tony Dodera's article, are actually press release, listed several specific enhancements for Fairview Park. There was no mention, however, of what I understood to be a city priority for Fairview Park. Specifically, the Fairview wetlands were accepted by the city without installation of the designed recirculation system. The absence of the recirculation system contributes to creation of the algae-covered swamp that lies near the foot of the bluff staircase and flows into Talbot Park. The missing system is partly responsible for a water flow rate that's too low to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes. Mosquito abundance there has recently gotten worse. Please don't take my word for it, however. In 2018, the city spent, as I recall, about $70,000 to commission the Dudek Report, a comprehensive operational evaluation of the Fairview Park wetlands. Released to the public in 2020 and starting on page 41, the report recommends measures, quote, to be implemented immediately to address conditions that are currently potentially hazardous to visitors, residents, and maintenance personnel, close quote. The Dudek report states it found conditions that affect public safety and are favorable to mosquito larvae. Again quoting, it is Dudek's recommendation that the city address the identified issues and improve the ponds, channels, and wetlands immediately to alleviate these potential risk factors. These recommended improvements do not meet the technical definition of emergency, but they should be implemented with urgency to resolve the issues in the overall system that could result in risks to public health. In conclusion, as your representative on the board of the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District, I see the looming increased risk to our community from mosquito-borne diseases. These increased risks can be controlled, but it requires the city to start today to develop a plan to control these risks. At the Fairview wetlands, I urge the council and staff to reread the Dudek report recommendations before making final decisions on the allocation of the state park funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turpett. You have the floor.
Hola, mi nombre es Miguel Colín Martínez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Miguel Colín Martínez.
Pienso que ya me conocen aquí ustedes, el City Hall, referente al Tony's Bar que han hecho ruido por 10 años.
I believe you already know me. I've been here in regards to the bar that has a problem that has been going on for 10 years.
Por 10 años he hablado con varias personas del Departamento de Policía y también aquí del City Hall.
So for 10 years, I've been speaking to the police department as well as here, the City Hall.
No es justo que a las 2 de la mañana enfrente del apartamento haga ruido un motociclista.
So it's not fair that at 2 a.m. in the morning, a motorcycle starts making noise in front of my apartment.
Estaba esperando la oportunidad para el día martes, que era, ustedes lo cancelaron, pero no pudo porque era holiday, nadie estaban off todos ustedes.
So I was waiting for Tuesday to come into City Hall and let you know, but it was closed because it was a holiday.
Aquí tengo el récord del video. No se hace justo que a las 2 de la mañana, aquí voy despacio, un momento.
So I have a record here on my phone that at 2 a.m., this is very disruptive. And excuse me, but I need to go slow.
Tengo 3 hijos en Costa Mesa High School.
I have 3 kids in Costa Mesa High School.
Ellos están en verano ahorita.
And they're in summer school, and they're in summer break right now.
Se levantan a las 5 de la mañana, lunes a viernes.
So they wake up at 5 in the morning from Monday through Friday.
A hacer su práctica porque ellos son atletas de Costa Mesa.
To practice because they're athletes in Costa Mesa.
Aquí le dije a mi hija que me acompañara, aquí está.
So my daughter is here keeping me company.
Ella tiene un buen, corre no sé qué tiempo, pero va bien en una milla, corre, no sé, pero va bien.
She is in track and field and she runs a mile, and I'm not exactly sure in how many minutes, but she's good.
He estado participando con mi esposa y mis hijos apenas el año pasado en track and field y cross country.
So she's been participating.
Yo mi esposa sí.
Myself and my wife have been participating in track and field el año pasado.
Sí, empezaron el año pasado.
And we started last year.
Creo que sí. Okay.
Yes.
Solo para asegurar.
I want to make sure.
No se me hace justo que yo he hablado con varias personas y no se ha hecho nada respecto a Tony's Bar que ha hecho ruido.
So it's not fair that I've been speaking to so many people about Tony's Bar and nobody has done anything about it.
Ahorita hice una medida y estamos exactamente, estoy a 50 pies donde se paró el motociclista.
So I measured it and it's exactly 50 feet from my position to where the motorcycle stopped.
Y ahorita medí del Tony's Bar donde están ellos son 50 pies del parking lot a mi propiedad donde yo vivo.
So from Tony's Bar parking lot to my property is 10 feet.
Ok, me quedan 10 segundos. ¿Tengo más tiempo o ya me voy?
I have 10 seconds, so do I have to leave?
Sir, you have another 2 minutes because,
No, minutos.
Oh, muchas gracias.
because of the translation aspect, so I should have said that before.
Oh, muchas gracias.
So you have 2 additional minutes. So hold on 1 second, we'll give you 2 more minutes. Oh, you could start when, could we do that, Madam Clerk? Can we add 2 minutes?
Entonces le van a dar 2 minutos más porque estamos haciendo la traducción.
Oh, yeah, so when you hear the ding, it'll be over, but you've got 2 more minutes if you wish to
No,
take.
minutos más.
Gracias. No, oh,
Thank you.
gracias. No, pienso que va a ser menos. Hasta, ya se me olvidó lo que iba a decir. Ok, estamos a 50 pies ahí y
So we are 50 feet away from it.
ahorita yo no tengo break. Yo trabajo todos los días, me levanto todos los días de lunes a sábado a las 5 de la mañana.
I never get a break. I work from Monday through Saturday, and I wake up at 5 in the morning.
El único día que tengo descanso a veces son sábados y no se me hace justo que a las 2 de la mañana, 3 de la mañana estén haciendo ruido en el Tony's Bar.
So the only time that I have a day off is on Saturday, and it's not fair that I get all this noise from Tony's Bar at 2 in the morning.
Yo he tratado, a mí sería un placer que yo quería hablar con el mero jefe del City Hall y el jefe de la policía para sentarme con él. Para mí es que me escuche personalmente lo que estoy peleando ahorita. ¿Qué es pelear? Sí, es correcto. Yeah, okay.
So it will be a pleasure to speak to the police chief as well as the chief of the council people and be able to talk to them and explain to them what is happening and how disturbing this is to me.
Agradezco mucho que me ha ayudado aquí afuera, pero realmente eso no me ha ayudado nada. Yo aquí voy a dejar mi número de teléfono por si tienen algún tiempo, me puedan llamar, hacer una cita. Yo estoy disponible el día que quieran.
So I'm going to leave my phone number. So if at any time, anybody here is willing and has the time to talk to me, I'll be more than willing to talk to them. And I know everybody has been very kind, very nice when I come in every time that I come, but I need resolutions.
Solo para finalizar, la última vez hablé fue con Roxy de aquí del Departamento de Policía.
The last time that I spoke to somebody, it was Roxy at the police department.
Hablé mucho tiempo con ella, muchas cosas de lo que ha pasado, de lo que he pasado muchas experiencias desde 1997. He tenido malas experiencias aquí en Costa Mesa.
So since 1997, I have had very bad experiences, and I talked to her about it. So I have told her in extensive conversations everything that has been happening to me.
Muchas gracias por el tiempo y que tengan buena tarde. Ahorita regreso con los que estamos allá afuera por la renta.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time, and we're going to come back with everybody else.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
All right, okay. So I believe that Costa Mesa is one of, if not the best city in Orange County to live in, right? And because of that belief, I think that more people should live here to be able to experience what a great city this is. Some people, they're gonna say, hold on a second, I would not like more people living there. There are a lot of issues that come with more people living here. And I just wanna address some of those issues. Some people may say, well, we don't have enough open space in Costa Mesa. 7.4% of our city is parkland, and that might not be enough. So I would also like to point out that 1.9% of our city is fairgrounds, and 6.9% of our city is golf courses. So if we want more parkland, then we have some options. For water usage, some people say that if we have more people, we're going to have a lot more water usage. Right? I would like to direct them to Southern Nevada, which over the last 20 years has increased in population by 750,000 people and decreased their total water usage by 26 billion gallons. So population can go up with water usage going down. We just need to take a few lessons from them. Some people may say, well, the traffic will go up because there's going to be more people here. And if we have a dense, walkable, mixed-use community, then we won't need cars to get around. We won't need to have more traffic. We just need to advocate to OCTA and get better, more frequent bus service. We need to advocate to you guys and say, hey, we need more sidewalks, a better and more robust cycling network in order to get around by a method that isn't a car. And we need to be able to get anywhere we need to go in 15 minutes. walking or biking. Some people are going to say, well, how are we going to pay for all of this? And car-centric development like we have right now is what's stopping us from paying for it. For example, the Home Depot on Harbor makes about $17,000 per acre in property taxes. A business on Harbor Boulevard in Fullerton, which is a very dense walkable neighborhood, makes about $300,000 per acre in property taxes. So we're missing out on a lot of money because of how we've developed our cities. And finally, there is the argument that we just simply don't have enough space for more people. And to them, I would say we have three dimensions. We can go up. We can build denser. As I've alluded to with all of my previous points, density will help us with all of our other issues. By building more densely, we can help our traffic problems, our water usage problems, our open space problems. So, Costa Mesa, let's let more people live here and experience what a great city we are by building more densely. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Hello, Mayor Stevens and City Council. My name is Jose Gomez. I'm 15 years old and I go to Estancia High School. I'm here to talk about Pomona Street and its speeding problem. And I just want to ask, what will it take for it to be addressed? Will it take a child from the neighborhood or from Pomona Elementary to be hit by a car? Or will it take a senior citizen, someone's grandma or grandpa? The street next door, Mayor, has precautions to prevent speeding, so why can't Pomona? Just last week I had to witness a kitten die in his crying owner's arms due to a speeding car. And I fear that next time it'll be a person. And while I may not live on Pomona, I care about it because my grandparents do. And every time I go see them, my abuelita tells me how she's afraid to cross the street because the cars are going by so fast, or how my abuelito tells me that he's woken up at 2 or 3 in the morning because of the cars just zooming by like they're racing or something. Sorry. We need to take the right steps to ensure the safety of the people inside the cars and the people on the streets before someone like my abuelita or sister get hurt. Speaking of my sister, my abuelita also takes care of my sister, my little sister. She's 5 years old, and she tells me how she's afraid of every time she plays outside because of all the cars going by so fast. I've talked to my grandparents and other people on Pomona Street, like their neighbors, and they all agree that we need things like speed bumps and stop signs or even raised crosswalks, just like on Mayor. There's no reason that that street should be the only one that gets those speeding precautions. I don't know what you can or do to address the speeding on Pomona, but I hope it is before something forces your hand to do it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you can use my public comment to address speeding on Pomona and other residential streets.
Thank you. Very good. Yes, Mr. Vucevic.
Good evening, Council. First and foremost, I just want to say that Jose is my new best friend. I love everything he just said. I actually want to use that to transition, and that this Thursday evening at 6 p.m. at Neat Coffee in Costa Mesa, which is on Pomona, there's going to be a Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets general meeting with actually a city staff member representing the city, but also us as citizens talking about what we can do about biking, walking, transit, and also making our streets safer for kids and for the elderly. And so I just want to shout that out, that if anyone wants to attend, it's for all people to attend. It's our local nonprofit here in Costa Mesa. Secondly, I do want to talk about, I want to talk about actually what Jose just mentioned, which is Meyer Place. I actually have a kind of a concern with the process and the process that we've been going through. And so what Meyer Place has went through this traffic calming treatment. And the city produced its own report that said it was effective. It reduced the speed of cars, right? But then it said because of neighborhood complaints that they're just going to put raised crosswalks in instead. I understand that there was neighborhood complaints, but I guess I'm just kind of confused at the process here. You do a quick build, right? To then test something out to see if it's effective, right? And then you find it's effective, right? And then you don't go with that plan. It's just like confusing to me, I think. And as a citizen, I would like to understand how we're using process and like study and effect, treatment effect to like get to the conclusions we're drawing. And so I want us to really consider that. Second of all, and I want to recognize that some of these things could have been an email, but when in Rome, you eat the pasta. When in City Council, you make public comment. Parking at Randolph. So Randolph Street now has a sign that says no parking from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Because I think there was an understanding that some cars weren't moving for many, many hours at a time. The problem is I work at a bar right across the street from Randolph at the lab, right? I have many people who are incredibly inebriated, not illegally served, but pretty inebriated and not willing to drive, shouldn't be driving, say to me at 1:45 in the morning, do you guys tow? We don't. We don't tow. We don't tow for that very reason, that we don't want people getting in their car at 2 a.m. to then drive their car home and die. When you have a no parking sign from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., it's a disservice for the people who work at those bars and nightclubs, or I guess there's no nightclubs there now, but bars in that area, like me. But it's really a disservice to the people that you're encouraging to drive. You need two signs there. You need a 2-hour parking sign from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and you have a no camping sign. Those are the two signs you need there. The last two things I'll say is that Jack Hammett, I drove by there the other day, and it was like getting watered in the middle of a 90-degree day, and I just hope we can just change our water use policy to water things at night when they need to be watered. And the last thing is there's a pedestrian crossing signal at Placentia, which is not working, and it made me crossing Placentia on a bicycle very scary and harrowing. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay. So is this going to be translated?
Yeah.
So then you'll have 5 minutes because it's translation, okay?
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos, a ustedes que están allá y a todo el público. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hello to everyone up there and everyone that is here in the audience.
Yo solamente venía a una cosa, pero los escucho a todos hablar y empecé a escribir.
I only came for one thing, but I kept hearing everybody, so I started writing.
Primero que nada, quiero pedirles de favor que la agenda la hagan tal vez unos 10 días de anticipación y que sea en español, que consideren ser en español y que esté en papel, porque muchos de nuestra comunidad no saben usar la internet.
So first of all, I would like to know if you can go ahead and do your agenda 10 days prior to the meeting. And do it in Spanish, because most of our community does not go into the internet, and we need it actually printed.
Además de eso, quisiera para las cosas que necesitamos en la comunidad, ahorita como la vivienda, no nos dejen hasta el último. Hoy nos tocó hasta las 10:45. Vamos a estar familias esperando hasta las 10:45 que nos toque el turno.
So also, if you don't leave our group for 10:45 in regards to housing, because right now our time to talk to you will be 10:45 tonight. So that's at the very end.
La segunda cosa es de Tony's Bar. Él es mi esposo.
So second thing, I'm talking about Tony's Bar.
Esto es lo que pasa todos los días. Enfrente de la casa, todos los días. Son clientes de ellos.
So this is what happens to us every day. This is what their clients do every single day in front of our house.
Entonces yo quisiera saber que alguien de aquí hable con el dueño para hacerle saber a sus trabajadores que no se enganchen con ellos a conversar y a reírse porque están haciendo eso y que usen la puerta delantera, no la trasera.
So I would like for them to talk to, or the city, to talk to the owners and let them know to their workers to stop talking and laughing and engaging with the clients because they create all this noise. And for them to use the back door to go talk instead of the front.
No, usar la de enfrente, no la trasera.
To use the front door rather than the back door.
Si no siguen ellos, entonces quiero saber cuántas firmas debo yo juntar para que ustedes consideren cerrar ese negocio, porque además está cerca de una escuela, está cerca de la escuela Montessori School, que está a 0.2 millas de distancia.
So, if that's not going to work, and then I would like to find out how many signatures do I need to have that bar closed, because it not only is it noisy to us, but it's 0.2 miles away from a school. It's a Montessori school.
Y ellos abren de 6 de la mañana a 2 de la mañana.
And ¿quiénes son ellos?
El bar.
And the bar is open from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Sunday.
Además, últimamente va a ser otra cosa.
So then going to another thing.
En la calle, creo que es Fullerton, si no mal recuerdo, y en la calle de la East Bay Street, en la primera intersección, me gustaría que pusieran bumps, o cómo se le llaman.
So I would like to know if on Fullerton and East Bay Street, you can place some bumps.
Últimamente han estado viniendo en la madrugada a hacer carreras de donas, a hacer donas ahí.
So lately, we have seen that there people come to do donuts in that area.
Y es en la madrugada.
And it's always in the dawn.
Y es todo lo que tengo que decir. Nos vemos a las 10:45. Muchas gracias.
That's all I have to say, and I'll see you at 10:45. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hopefully earlier than that. Ms. Guinness, it's good to see you. You have the floor.
5 minutes?
No, you get 3 minutes. You know what? If you
give me 5, I'll take them.
Sandy, if you could speak in Spanish, you can get 5 minutes. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, I have some questions about 1 Metro West. In accordance with Section 13-200.104 of our municipal code, which was enacted pursuant to Measure Y, which was approved by 70% of the Costa Mesa voters approximately, after a project is approved, it needs to go to the voters at either the next regular election or at a special election by mutual agreement of the city and the applicant. Now, the next regular election is coming up fast. And if it's going to be on this next regular election, it has to be decided and posted pretty quick. And so the question is, has it been decided to have a special election? Because doing nothing is not an option. Just shelving it or holding on to it for whatever reason is not an option under our existing codes today, which you are, as council members, supposed to be upholding. So the question I have then, if the city has chosen not to put it on the regular election, but to have a special election instead, who decided? And was there a public hearing? Was there a public meeting? Was there a notice for this public meeting that made this decision? Who made the decision? Was it done in a closed session? And if it was done in a closed session, per what exception to the Brown Act that would allow it to be done in a closed session? And when was the action reported out of the closed session? It's my understanding that a few weeks ago, Mr. Stevens indicated that it was not going to be on the ballot, in which case, apparently this decision was made. And so my question is, when was the decision made? How was the decision made? What chance did the public have to be apprised of the decision and participate in the decision and watch the decision being made? And finally, when will this special election occur? Because you are charged with upholding your existing codes. And until such time as those codes are changed, and unless those codes are changed, you must follow those codes. So I'm asking you to please implement your existing codes and please be transparent about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lees, you have the floor.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here tonight as a 50-year resident of this wonderful city and president of the Fairview Park Alliance. But I love the fact that this is the Parks Make Life Better, that declaration or resolution, because I work with at-risk young people, and one of the things that we need to do after COVID is we need to get out in the fresh air and walk our dogs and ride our bikes, and especially in our wonderful Fairview Park. Many of us work so hard to pass Measure AA. So when I read or heard about the $11.2 million that the city is going to have and designated for Fairview Park, then I wanted to come and just encourage you to, because I know money's fungible, that whatever you're going to put towards the grasslands or towards the bluff repair, that you would take that money and that you were going to use and use it, drum roll please, on other projects that have been in the CIP for many years. I went to work with some of my fellow board members, and I dug up some CIP going back to 2015-16, all the way fast forward. And if you go back there, there's an inconsistency. I don't know if, Ms. Green, did you put that up on my chart, my little charts? I made these charts, and I emailed them to you, that we have put projects on the list, but then they don't get funded.
Hold on one second. Why don't you take let's stop, can we stop our time? Let's stop our time and then we can locate the charts. It's okay.
Well, I sent it to you. It's not the end of the world. I'm fine with it.
Are you cool with going forward without the charts?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so the one project I want to talk to you that started, it could have even started before 15-16 CIP. It's called the CAORA 58 Fill, Removal, Cap, and Restore Native Habitat. Originally, way back in 15-16, it was 8 million, approximately 8 million. Well, then it just kind of fell off. I mean, what happened to it? So, and there's these other projects, the educational hubs and signage, and I put down the West Bluff restoration. So my point is that as a lover of Fairview Park, whatever you decide, however you're going to process where that other money's going to go from Senator Min, we want to be involved in looking at the projects that have been on the list for a long time. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, because there isn't really consistency. And you know what I had to do? I'm not going to brag, but I had to tape the 2 pages together and so that I could follow all the years and make these spreadsheets for myself with colors so that I could really so that I could pull up the right numbers. So I'm happy to do that because it tells a story. It tells that we've got projects on there that we thought would be funded, and they weren't. Or they're kind of on the wish list, and they're waiting to be funded. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Ms. Spadoni, it's good to see you again. You have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to request on the agendas, if we could have a few of each of the attachments, because reading it off your phone is really difficult. Everybody is here for an individual item, so maybe just a couple of each of the attachments so that we could have available, so we could make not have to read them off the phone or an iPad. The other thing I want to talk about is that on June 10th, I put in a public public information request on the ad hoc committee, asking if there were any available information on any dates, any agendas, any minutes, any data at all that had emanated from the ad hoc committee. And what I received was some various miscellaneous, really not appropriate things that pertain to my request. And also a note that according to Government Code 6254, that none of these items were disclosable, and that they were, even in a deliberative process, they were listed as privilege. And with that in mind, I'd like to say that this request came back June 30th. So from June 30th to now, I would say that we've had quite a quick movement in process and measures and whatnot. But I'm primarily concerned with the process. And the process that I'm concerned with is that there's a case in LA, and it's very similar to sort of what's going on in Costa Mesa now, which is basically that bias of the council people. So you have an ad hoc committee that writes it, supports it.
Ms. Spadoni,
this is about process. It's not about the details.
But is it pertaining to the ad hoc committee on the item that we're going to be hearing later?
You know what? It could be in general. It doesn't have to be on that specific thing. It could be in general. It's about a process.
Okay.
Because if I say it afterwards, it's going to be too late.
You got it.
Okay. So anyway, it's in regards to this NASHA versus LA County. And it's about a vote that came down, and that they had a council person that had made some bias and some predetermined comments on a particular case. And it swayed the other council people, and it was denied, and the individual appealed it and won because there were bias and, you know, they're supposed to be neutral in determining their issues. So my question with Costa Mesa is, you have a council person that put up a commentary in a public newspaper, not only read by the public, but by council members and other people that are going to be voting on these issues. You've got the three ad hoc people that are going to be voting and discussing their own measure. Have Mr. Chavez, who also made some comments regarding why in a negative capacity.
That's 3 minutes.
Well, you did take a couple of my minutes seconds
that's
discussing
3
it,
minutes.
but I'm going to let it slide this time.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go to Zoom now. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Just for people on Zoom, remember, if you're going to be talking about the item that's going to go on the agenda, I think it's new business item number 2, I'm going to be a little bit more of a stickler on that. Don't talk about that. That's on the agenda. Okay? So talk about things that are not on the agenda. Who's next?
Thank you. And also, if you would like to make a comment on the consent calendar, you may do that at this time also.
Yes, always a popular item for public comment.
Please raise your hand. Rob Dixon, please.
Rob Dixon, what do you have to say?
Sorry, I had to unmute it. Good evening. I've been really encouraged by all the people at the meeting and all the comments that have been received and about various important issues, and especially the park stuff. And I'd like to note that earlier I was at Fairview Park where it's Concerts in the Park. And we have an extraordinarily important item on the agenda tonight. And it's 1 week after a study session. I know that I'll talk about that later, but we have, I don't know, thousands of very active participating citizens at Fairview Park dancing away right now while this extraordinarily important item's on the agenda. I just think that pursuant to what some other folks have said tonight about being access and process, I think it's a really bad idea to hold 2 major city events on the same night, especially when something is so impactful and is, you know, allegedly in the name of the people. So those are my comments regarding the holding the meeting and agenda items tonight while Concerts at the Park is going on. Because I was there and there were tons and tons of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. I was finally able to get the most recent letter from the HCD off the city's website. Thank you for updating the link. I also looked at the revised housing element on the city's website. And I've been looking at a lot of these housing elements. Ours is very easy to navigate. So I really want to, give some kudos to staff there. But you need to correct a few errors in the document. You have incorrectly labeled Measure Y as, quote, an initiative to require voter approval on certain development projects. The actual name of the initiative that was filed with the city and the county and passed by the voters is an initiative to give the people of Costa Mesa control of their future. And then the numbering in the table of contents was off. There's been a lot of changes since the last draft. And it would help if the document is redlined. Other cities are doing that. And like I say, I've been looking at other housing elements from cities. And one thing that's very common is that they are abolishing parking minimums. Many of these cities have paid street parking. Costa Mesa needs to consider both of those alternatives. I note that the city has hired a consultant to work on an inclusionary housing ordinance. Yay! Obviously, there is a draft in the works because the framework is laid out in Chapter 4. I would like to know when you expect this will be brought to the City Council and what the specific projects the city thinks the IHO will be applied to and what they intend to omit. In other words, who's getting special treatment? Many times, City Council members and staff have indicated that Measure Y was identified by the state as a possible governmental constraint. That's not true. It was the city that identified to the state that it felt Measure Y was a constraint. Other cities aren't making that mistake. I suggest that you correctly refer to this as such. I've been researching how other cities are dealing with their housing elements responses to the fact they have growth control measures. Many, including Redondo Beach and Newport Beach, are going to put their updated general plans, including land use and housing elements, to a vote of the people. They aren't trying to sneak around to the back door and erase their citizen-backed initiatives because they aren't conflating the issues of the housing element with citizens' initiatives, which is what you've done. Maybe you don't think what's in the housing element is going to make the electorate happy, or maybe you don't trust us, but either way, it doesn't reflect well. It needs to go to a vote of the residents. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anybody else?
Thank you. Again, if you'd like to speak on a matter that's on the consent calendar, please raise your hand. I know an individual that wants to speak, and
Or things that are not on the agenda.
yeah, we're not on the agenda.
We've had a little smuggling on the today in the public comment.
Yes. So this person isn't raising their hand. All right.
Okay, close public comment. Thank you, everybody, for those comments. Council member committee reports and comments and suggestions. This is a time for council members to provide comments and reports and suggestions that they have. And so we're going to start off from District 4 with Council Member Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today. It's nice seeing some more familiar faces, and it's nice seeing everyone being back after a bit of break earlier this month. I'll move in rather quickly, just in the lieu of time. First of all, I do want to commend Mr. Jose for speaking up today about the speeding issue that's going on in Pomona Street. That is a really big street in my district. It's the street that goes through, it passes by a local school, Pomona Elementary School. It passes by the really important tower on 19th Street where all our seniors live. And it passes by the senior center as well. So I think he makes a really good point about when we do these calming measures, not just limit them to one street. And my goal always really was with Meyer Street, that we use that street as the example and hopefully emulate and incentivize other streets to have similar programs and effects. So I do appreciate his suggestions. The one I found most interesting was the raised sidewalks. I do feel like that'll be very useful to have on Pomona Avenue because there's a school nearby as well. Second, on terms of Spanish language accessibility, I do know that my planning commissioner, Jimmy Bavar, has mentioned this before in planning meetings, but we do need to do a better job of having more Spanish materials when we're targeting certain folks for noticing. He mentioned in his comments a mobile home park behind one of the cannabis applicants as an example where residents received the notice but couldn't really understand it because it wasn't a language they didn't understand. So maybe we can use census data, or maybe we can just go off districts roughly. But at least personally, if it's going to District 4, I would want to see some kind of Spanish noticing as well, just so more folks can be involved. And I do think it's really beautiful that we have more folks coming to City Council speaking in Spanish. And I think that demonstrates to us that we are reaching communities that have been hard to reach for a while, and we should be doing our best to ensure they feel more comfortable coming back. Thirdly, I want to thank the Newport Mesa School District for every recent vote they took. They voted to move the site location for the new theater at Estancia High School away from the senior lawn to the north side of the school. Effectively, what they did with this vote, a 4-3 vote, a very tight vote, was they ensured that the senior lawn, one of the few places that has trees on campus at Estancia, is saved. So I really want to commend the school board for doing that tough decision. I know the students will appreciate it because it was them who came to me asking for help and how to talk to their members on the school board to make those changes. So congrats to them and also the students that organized. Also want to thank our great Senator Dave Min and our great Senator William County Norris for giving us fundings for parks. Part of those funding allocations are going to 2 parks in District 4. Kitchen Level Park, which is a very important park for us in Costa Mesa, because it's named after 2 of our fallen officers. So it's always important for us to recognize that park and to expand it for our community. But also equally important, funding from that pot is going to Shalimar Park, which, as we know, is one of the areas that had the most need for investment in Costa Mesa. So I think it's beautiful that we have great people in the state of California who are bringing us back money to better serve our residents here in Costa Mesa. And finally, alongside that wonderful view, I want to end with mentioning Families Forward. So this last Thursday, I was joined by Mayor Stevens and by Supervisor Katrina Foley from the County of Orange at the, I want to call it the groundbreaking of a new beautiful site, the bungalows, located right in my district, right across the street from Pomona School. This site is going to be used to create housing for homeless risk families and give them a place to really get on their feet and launch out while giving them services and support. And one thing I want to know is Westside Costa Mesa is always going to be a place of love and hope. We were ecstatic to have the homeless shelter in our district until the permanent one was built. No one complained. We're happy to have these families in our district, and we won't complain. Because in Costa Mesa, we take care of our own. And if you're there, you're one of us. So guys, I can't wait to see that project come to fruition. I can't wait to see those parks come to fruition. I can't wait for folks to enjoy those trees we saved at Estancia High School. And more importantly, I can't wait to see us really investing in our safety on these safe streets. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Councilmember. Great job. Now from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of things. I am going to be brief because I know we have a lot of things we're trying to get done this evening. I do just want to comment briefly about the street improvements on Randolph. I know that we probably could make a couple of changes on there, and gentleman who spoke this evening, if you'd like to reach out to me, I would appreciate your reaching out, and maybe we can work together on what those changes could be in. Also, I want to speak just briefly. I know I spoke before on this about transparency. I want to let everybody here know, as a council person, I'm absolutely transparent, and I'm available at any time for any of the constituents in the city. If you want to reach out to me, staff has already been notified that they can easily, you can easily get a hold of me via my cell phone. So if anyone ever wants to speak with me about a concern they have in this community, I would be glad to take your call and speak with you. Mayor, that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From District 6, a smattering of applause, Councilmember. From District 6, Councilmember Jeffrey Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I expect no applause. I just have 2 items for staff tonight. And I think they're both from Ms. Lee. So the resident at 140 East Cabrillo who spoke about the gym, I'd appreciate if we could get some more information about that property on 17th Street and the enforcement history, land use approvals, just to get a better understanding of what is possible. And then secondly, our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. I've met with a few constituents who've had some concerns about how the ordinance has been applied to their property for applications. And I've heard from several others about some difficulties we've had. So I'd like to bring forward some modifications, some code amendments for council's consideration. I know ADUs are part of our housing element. We're looking at that as housing opportunities. So it would be great if we could actually get a process that would be easy for people to participate in, and also for the community to understand what's possible. That's all.
That's good. I was just going to wait for somebody to clap, but let's just move on to District 1. Councilmember Don Harper.
I too am transparent, and I want you to call Lauren Gamaros if you have an issue. No, anyway, I'm going to keep it short. It's a lot of people waiting, so that's all, Mr. Mayor Stevens. So
All right. Wonderful, thank you. From District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm trying to whittle some items down here so I can be quick as well. I really like the suggestion from Councilmember Harlan about ADU modifications. I think we've had quite a few projects built or in process and are probably learning a lot from them. So I would encourage us ahead of bringing forward specific modifications, maybe do some outreach to everyone who's built them, because I'm sure we'll learn a lot from that first round of projects. Of course, I want to touch on the comment related to speeding on streets. This continues to be the most common issue I hear from residents about, and the most common ask from residents is related to cars moving too fast through their neighborhood. I met with some residents this weekend about a number of different strategies we have, and we've got a process to assess speeds and assess different solutions. And I want to sort of reinforce my encouragement about becoming more sort of nimble with implementing proven traffic calming measures, because this really is a big issue, both with actual incidents that occur, but also, as we heard from the speaker, feelings of safety. We're losing a lot when people don't feel comfortable walking across the street or walking to the park or walking to school. So I think it's really important to continue to address that and find ways to move forward on traffic calming measures more quickly. The other thing I'll talk about is parks, and it's been a really exciting month for parks with the money that we're getting from the state budget, and lots of plans we've been working on coming into sort of on the horizon. Of course, it was very exciting to see Lions Park open up a few years ago. I had a really inspiring conversation with our consultant for the Open Space Master Plan, and we're starting to sort of pivot our thinking to how do we redefine parks or think about parks in a different way so we can get really creative and innovative in bringing parks closer to people. Space is a tough thing to come by in Costa Mesa because we are very built out, but I don't want us to be limited in our thinking in terms of who gets to live near parks because we have limited space. So I'm just encouraging staff and encouraging all of our residents to share ideas for how we get creative about bringing parks and park space and trees and green space closer to our residents, even when there's not a large area, whether it's greenways or small modular park equipment. I think that's sort of the new frontier for us in reaching our park access goals. And lastly, I'll just say, I do appreciated the comment about some printed agenda reports here. We definitely want the city agendas and our staff reports and information about the issues that we're dealing with to be accessible. So I think that was a good idea just to have a handful of printed staff reports. I think we spoke once about maybe having a printer there so people could do some on-demand printing. I think that would be a really good amenity to have. And in general, just want to thank residents who do reach out, whether it's through public comment, through phone calls and emails, or flagging me down on the street. Really appreciate all of the input. That's one of the best ways we learn about what's going on in your neighborhood. So keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you. From District 3, our Mayor Pro Tem, Andrea Marr.
I actually didn't have anything tonight until people commented, and then I just wanted to respond to some of the things that were brought up. So, Ms. Lisi, you were talking about Fairview and all of the various CIP projects. I agree. That's something I have a hard time doing, is trying to reconcile. This is my 4th year on council, right? So trying to reconcile, like, gosh, what did we approve 4 years ago and what's rolled forward and what's still out there? And I think, year one, I gave Raja a really hard time because I could not figure it out while I was up here on the dais. So that actually goes to this conversation about how we get the state money. So there's usually a presentation at the beginning of session where we talk to Assemblymember Cotty Petrie-Norris and State Senator Dave Min and say, here's all of our priorities, here's the goals and objectives for the city, and this is what we want to accomplish, and it'd be great if you supported us. And that's fine. Sometimes things come of that. And then there's also this mad scramble that happens right as the governor's budget is about to be approved, where it's like, oh my gosh, we think we might have some money. Is there something that on your CIP that we can throw in there real quick and get it approved? And so the $10 million kind of came about because staff was able to scramble, pull together various things that had been outstanding on the CIP, package them together into a thing that Senator Min got excited about, and then get it in the budget at the very last minute and get some of those excess budget dollars. And so I think we're in the very early stages of starting to plan. Some of those things have been kind of outlined in the CIP. Some of them we need some more meat on the bones, but I'm looking forward to that process moving forward because it is a lot of money and we smush it across lots of parks. There's things like the T-Winkle ponds that have been hanging out there for years and years at this point. If anybody was walking through there this weekend, there was the pump that failed, and so the top part of the ponds were really low and the bottom parts were really high, and it looked really funky in Tewinkle for like 48 hours. Parks and Mr. Seth Rahman's crew was able to get out there and get it fixed. But there's some stuff we got to fix at Tewinkle. Fairview is obviously a priority. So I appreciate everyone continuing to weigh in on that. It's by no means cooked. It'll still be a process to figure out how we're spending those funds and where they're getting allocated exactly. Okay. Yeah, the complaints about both the 12 and Tony's Bar, would appreciate if we got code enforcement to take a look and bring both of those should have CUPs. And so to the extent that we need to enforce that people got extra permission from the city, I'd like to go back and look at those with more detail. Agree on Randolph, 2-hour parking. Also wondering when we're going to get SC to turn on the traffic light. I've had a couple of people ask me about that recently. And then love the idea of getting the agendas printed in Spanish in advance, because that is a need. And then last but not least, I was hoping the city attorney might weigh in when we got to her on the ability of the ad hoc to publish an op-ed and the extent to which that does not in any way conflict with what we're voting on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So for my part, just a few things. We talked earlier a great deal about the Parks Department. I think I would definitely be remiss if I didn't thank not only the Parks Department for the great job that they did on the July 3rd event, which I thought was just an absolute home run, and City Manager's Department as well, everybody that worked so hard on that. And then, of course, our Firefighters Association, who gave out 1,000 hot dogs, which is pretty amazing. And then our police department, who kept us safe. And so it really it was a very kind of multi-departmental and working with the fair event. And we had 5,000 people there. I think people seemed to be having a really good time. I had a lot of good feedback. We had a nice fireworks show. As for fireworks, we're still in July, so the 4th of July occurred just a couple of weeks ago. And it was, typically rough on the 4th of July itself, as it is in most cities in Southern California, in terms of the illegal fireworks that are blown off. Thank you to the police department for the good work that they're doing, also the fire department on that. It seemed to me that it was a little bit more mellow leading up to the 4th of July, the days leading up to it. But we do, for the benefit of the public, we do what's called an after-action report. And the police department and the fire department puts this out every year. And they have the statistics, they have recommendations for the next year. It's a memo that they send to us, and it's a public document. So when we get it, we'll put it up on the website. People have a chance to look at what the police department and the fire department have statistics for, as opposed to just, I might say it was a little lighter, somebody else might say it was worse, depending on what neighborhood that they're in. So we have the Chargers are starting on the 27th. That's at Jack Hammett. They're getting ready now. One thing that a resident mentioned is they've got beeping trucks over there. And, it's like the folks in Mesa Del Mar, they're really chill. They put up with a lot of stuff. But maybe the beeping trucks all day is their limit, So maybe we can talk to the Chargers about scaling that down. And then, so that goes from July 27th through August 11th. Then the fair is going on, of course, now. Started on Friday, and it goes through August 14th. So be prepared for that. It's just like Christmas at South Coast Plaza. You need to avoid the area and figure out another route around this area from Wednesday through Sunday during the fair. So we're lucky to have the fair here, but there comes some downside to that. Regarding the park money, I think it would be the coolest and most well-attended study session in the history of Costa Mesa if we had a study session about ideas for how we can spend, it's really $10 million on our park. The $1.2 million is allocated to Ketchum-Leibold Park, but $10 million, there were some really good comments by former Councilmember Lease about going back and looking historically about what we have prioritized in the past. I thought that was a good perceptive comment. But, not that we should be, we're not beholden to that, but it's a good historical document to look at when determining what to do with the money. Randolph Street. So for the benefit of the people, Randolph Street is a great project. Thank you to the Public Works Department for all the great work they did there. When we have all the parking spaces, but they're largely taken up, we're trying to work on the best way to address that. There's a survey that's gone out to the businesses to ask them what would work out best with their business, and we're working on that process. Right now, and I appreciate the comment from Mr. Vucevic about you don't want people to leave a bar drunk because they're going to get their car towed. So that was a good comment, well taken. And we're working on the process, and we'll see. And we might try something, and it might not work, and we'll do something else. So just bear with us. We've got the spots there; they're not going anywhere, and it was good work. It's a good. The actual bones of it are good. Now we have to figure out the details of the program. And then I want to adjourn the meeting for two people. One is Joe Martin. Many of you know Flo Martin. She comes and talks, Flo Mama. She comes and talks to us a lot. She's not here today. Her husband suddenly passed away. So it was too bad that he died. And so we're going to adjourn the meeting in his honor. And also Yvonne Dunn, who's somebody who I know through St. John the Baptist. She and I were on the carnival committee or festival committee for years. And she and Judy Kelly did the rummage sale. So she was the rummage sale person, and she always had a smile on her face. She was great. I did the entertainment, and she was very involved in the Altar Society there. And so it's sad that she died since our last meeting. So we'll be adjourning the meeting for those two, Joe Martin and Yvonne Dunn. So with that, let's move on to city manager report. And so that is our Assistant City Manager, Susan Price.
Good evening, everyone. I too am going to yield my time tonight so that we can get to our new business items. Thank you.
Very good. Now, someone who will not yield her time.
No, I never do.
Is the city attorney, Kim Barlow, who actually has, I'm sure, some good substantive responses to some of the issues that were brought up by the public. So, Ms. Barlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First, I would like to report a couple of legal developments on behalf of the city, and then I will take on some of the questions that were raised by the public. So first, I want to just alert the public that as of today, the city filed an application to dismiss the appeal in the Newport Mesa Unified School District litigation involving Estancia. We were very excited that the school district went through the process that they did and have selected another site. There's no reason to pursue the case any further, and so we filed an application to dismiss it today. And secondly, just Friday, I think it was, we received a final ruling from the federal district court in the case filed by the operator of Camp Lila, who claimed that her daycare is not a daycare and that the city has unlawfully taken action against her. The court found there was no basis for the lawsuit, dismissed it. Ms. Lila, or Mr. Camp Lila, Ms. Charus, does have 30 days to file an amended pleading in that case. So I wanted to report that to you. There were a few questions raised by members of the public this evening that I'd like to address briefly. One was raised by former Councilmember Guinness, former Mayor Guinness, with respect to 1 Metro West. A special election date has not been selected. They did advise us they did not want to put it on the November ballot. We are working on a proposal with respect to a special election date, which would be brought to the council for its consideration. So we are well aware of the provision that was referenced in the code, and we fully intend to work out an agreement for a date for that election should they decide to move forward. The question regarding the bias or claimed bias regarding the ad hoc committee's op-ed. The Nasha case dealt with a land use approval for a specific project. I'm very familiar with the Nasha case because I teach it when I do my training on due process. In land use cases or permit cases, the law requires that the decision makers be unbiased, that the hearing officer or advisor to the decision-making body be unbiased. Legislative actions are a whole different thing. The legislators naturally have predispositions, ideas, things that they want to do. They campaign on those ideas. They discuss them. They make decisions on the dais about them all the time. There's no problem with people who have made a recommendation. In this case, the ad hoc committee made a recommendation to the full council at a public meeting. They assisted in the drafting of the language that we finally got done late Friday, and they absolutely have the right to advocate for the issues that they worked so hard on as the ad hoc committee. And I hope that answers that question. And then I believe there was one other question that I intended to address. Give me 1 second. And Ms. McDonald raised an issue about the housing element. And I think sort of chastised us for identifying Measure Y as a constraint or a possible constraint. The law actually requires us to identify in our housing element possible constraints. It would not have been proper for us to wait for HCD to identify it. It was our legal obligation to do so. So I wanted to just address that quickly, and I hope that I haven't taken up too much time. I know it's going to be a long night. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it was time well spent. Let's put it that way. Okay, now we're moving on to the consent calendar. So all the matters of the consent calendar will be considered under one motion and are considered routine unless they're pulled by the public, a council member, or a member of staff. Now, as it relates to the consent calendar, Councilmember Gameros, you wanted to just note a recusal on number 3 is the warrant register, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that'll be noted. So with that, are there any items that have been pulled by either the council members, the public, or the staff, Madam Clerk?
If members on Zoom, if you would like to pull an item from the consent calendar, would you raise your hand? No, Mr. Mayor, we have nobody.
All right, quick, let's vote. No, let's get a motion, please.
I'd like to approve consent calendar.
All right, motion by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Councilmember Harlan, and let's call for the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar, please. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, that's good. I know, I got that. Thank you. You know, just in case, by the way, I made a mistake when I was talking about Joe Martin. It's Flo Martin, but Joe's last name is St. Clair. Joe St. Clair. So sometimes people don't stick around until the end and they don't hear that. So I want y'all to know that we'll be adjourning the meeting for Joe St. Clair. So with that, we did consent calendar. Now we're moving on to, we have 2 public hearing items because we eliminated the second one. So let's go forward with public hearing item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is second reading and adoption of Ordinance 2022-04 entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 3, Parking by Permit Only of Chapter 11, Stopping, Standing, or Parking Restricted or Prohibited on certain streets of Title 10, Motor Vehicles and Traffic of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to residential permit parking and authorization of related fees. Presentation by Ms. Rosales, Transportation Manager.
Ms. Rosales, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Mayor Stevens and members of the City Council, I'll be giving a brief presentation, starting with the background. At the May 3rd, 2022 City Council meeting, City Council approved the revised residential permit parking program guidelines and policies. At this meeting, also authorized staff and the city attorney to initiate amendments to the Costa Mesa Municipal Code, and then also approved in concept the implementation of residential parking permit fees with a discount for qualifying low-income residents. At the last City Council meeting on June 21st, the first reading of the ordinance for proposed amendments to the Costa Mesa Municipal Code was presented. During this meeting, we received comments which have been incorporated into the proposed amendment for the second reading into the revised residential permit program and guidelines as well. And those comments included defining eligible driver and then defining vehicle registration to address of dwelling, to add flexibility for special cases, and then also to recommend a maximum number of permits per dwelling, and to be sure to provide equitable access and permit fees. Also, as part of this staff report is a resolution to establish annual residential parking permit fees. These are proposed escalating, this is a proposed escalating permit fee structure as shown in the graphic on the slide. As I mentioned just a second ago, there's a discounted rate option for qualifying low-income residents. And the fees, these fees are aimed to cover the administrative costs of the program for efficient management and enforcement. The annual fees are proposed to be reviewed biannually. This was a typo in the staff report. It said biannually. It's meant to be biannually. So for the fiscal review, the funding of the implementation of the new residential permit parking program was approved in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. And then again, these permit fees are aimed to cover the annual administrative costs of the program to make it cost neutral. So staff recommends the second reading to adopt the ordinance to approve the code amendments amending Article 3 of the Title 10 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code pertaining to parking by permit only, to approve the revisions to the residential permit parking program guidelines and policies, and to approve the proposed resolution to establish annual residential permit parking fees. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions of Ms. Rosales or Ms. Dixon, or any questions at all?
I do.
Yes, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm glad to see this for the most part reflects what we had talked about back in May. So I want to pick up where I left off then, which was talking about the permit fees themselves. So I looked at what's being proposed, and I guess my question is, how is this determined? How do we start with a permit at $25 escalating in $25 increments, and then the low-income parking permit starting at free for the first 2 minutes, and then two permits, and then increasing?
So we actually completed a comparable cities analysis. So that was one aspect, was to make sure that we were introducing something that was comparable or comparable. We are going from a $0 parking permit program. So the introduction of the fees is something that we know needs to be also done gradually. And that's where we basically leverage that aspect of the comparable cities, and then also looking at the expenses associated with administering the program so that we could try to come as close to cost neutral as possible so that we can make sure that we had a sustainable solution.
Okay, and do we have that information?
We do, and I need to confirm if it was included with the package. No. Sorry, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, Councilmember Harlan, we did a quick calculation, made some assumptions on the number of permits. We're looking at the current residential permits. We did some assumptions on how many potentially under the new guidelines with the escalating permits and some assumptions there. And we've determined that, and then we looked at the annual costs, looking at public works staff time, the maintenance of the permit management system, the license plate recognition system, annual marketing materials, staff answering questions and processing, and additional signage. And so looking at the cost versus how much revenue, we feel that these fees are close to being cost neutral. Granted, as the program continues, we can monitor that and be able to review the revenue that's coming in and then also the associated costs to determine if those permit fees should be adjusted.
Okay, but it's not provided in our package. Like, I don't see the math anywhere. And that's what gives me a little bit of heartburn. Because quite frankly, I look at the fees and they look somewhat arbitrary. So I wanted, and I have some concerns about what enforcement is going to really cost, because I think that's going to be the big issue here. I mean, we hear time and time again from constituents complaining about lack of parking enforcement, and the fact of the matter is you need staff to do that enforcement. So I want to make sure that if we do have a program in place, that we actually are setting the permit fees commensurate with what we know are going to be the needs for enforcement. So I'll just leave it at that right now, but that's my questions for now.
So Councilor Harlan, just to elaborate on that one. So when we looked at the costs, I can tell you approximately it's about $70,000 of our administration cost, and that's matching the expected revenue from the fees. We'll provide you that information. Unfortunately, it was not included in the report, but we can send it to you. With respect to enforcement, so that part of the cost is not included in this one, and we think the enforcement would be covered by the revenues that come from the enforcement part of it. So we do understand that there is cost from police department side to hire people to do this enforcement, but we think the revenue generated by the enforcement will cover that.
Okay, so what you're saying though is that basically enforcement is going to be incentivized to find people who are violating this in order to provide the revenue for their enforcement.
Well, we hope it's not that way. It's not supposed to incentivize that, but it's the revenues generated should pay for the enforcement, the cost of the enforcement.
Okay, I mean, I think in an ideal scenario is that, and this is I think what the residents are expecting, is that they will have permits issued, they will park on the street. People who decide to take their chances, obviously, may end up with a ticket, but I'm not so optimistic that we're going to have so many people who are just going to be violating our code that that revenue from a fine is going to cover our enforcement costs. But
The chief wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To help answer that question a little bit, we do currently have parking aids, and at this point, we still want to assess how many we might need. We may have enough to do the enforcement that's required, but certainly it would not be a matter of trying to look for violations to pay for the enforcement of this program. But we think we might have enough staff to do it. If not, then we'd come back and ask for more based on what the volume actually is.
okay, I appreciate that. Again, my point really here is what I hear from constituents is we need to enforce. So I just want to make sure we have the resources to do that properly.
Are you good? Okay. Oh, sure, of course. Councilmember Harper.
So I'm a CPA by background, so there's going to be like accounting-based questions, and I got to give Councilman Harlan credit for, as an attorney, asking a good question. I'm looking for, what were the assumptions? I mean, you've got a cost, right? And then you pick $25, and that must you can back into the number of residents who are going to pay for parking permits, right? And you guys did that math. And how many residents did you include? We're going to be under the parking program to fit, and you've got fixed costs, right? And then you've got variable costs.
Yeah. So Councilmember Harlan,
I'm Harper, but
I'm
Harlan
sorry.
asked a good question. So
I apologize.
I give him credit. It's all right.
It's okay. It's hard to get him straight. Go ahead.
Sorry, apologize. So Councilmember Harper, the estimated number of households was about 1,100. So
okay.
Yeah, it's about 1,100. And then we also looked at, with the old program, the percentage of eligible households that received permits in the past. Granted, it's a completely
1,100 households averaging 2 permits per household. 3 permits.
Yeah, so we looked at that, and it averaged 2.3 permits per household on average, and that's when it was free, but it was a completely different program and different eligibility criteria. But of the eligible households, it was about 2.3. And then we also looked at, of the streets with permit parking, what percentage of eligible households decided to even obtain permits, and that was about 67%. So we took those factors, but then we also took into account that the program will be different as well. So we took those percentages to help us with the assumptions of the initial revenue that potentially could come in.
The initial budget, and then
Yeah.
how do you keep track of this ongoing?
Why don't I speak? Yeah, I'll speak to that. So we're excited about the implementation of a permit management system.
Right.
So currently it's very manual in process.
Yeah.
And so one of the things we're hoping to do is to actually leverage one of the existing vendors that the police department actually already utilizes, the citation management company Data Ticket. And they currently have a residential parking permit program that is used all throughout Southern California, that then allows our residents to be able to self-manage their accounts online. So we know that this will also provide a level of relief to basically our front desk and to our admin, as well as allow our customers and our community members to be able to manage their accounts for those that, again, continue in the permit program.
You missed my question. The
Sure.
staff report indicates that this is a self-funded program, or it funds through so somewhere I get a number of fees during the year, and then I've got an estimate of what my costs are, and then I guess is that just an accounting function that Ms. Molina does? It's separate.
Yeah, Councilmember Harper, it will be it'll be a financial accounting structure, and I know the finance department is working on setting up the actual accounts for us and where the revenue will go into, and so that'll be an accounting function.
So if we have one person with a parking permit and the cost of the program is $8,000, next year we charge them $8,000. Is that how we do it? That's really the nature of my question. Is you can end up backing into some fee structure, and if you don't have enough people that, I guess, buy parking permits, you're going to have a net loss.
Well, and that's where the data is really going to come into play. So I think that basically as we start to make adjustments to the business rules associated with the program and how many locations actually continue with parking permits, and then the number of permits. So I think that that's one of the aspects too, that when you talk about different pricing models and recommendations moving forward, is we have to definitely leverage the participation levels in the program. And so I think that this first part of the program is going to be able to evaluate participation, so that we can also look at those break-even points and then bring recommendations back to you as well. Because there might be a percentage of folks that just see that we don't want to pay any monies for parking permits, and so we don't want to program anymore potentially.
I see. When did this program, this approval for this study started before I got here? Do you remember when it started?
It was pre-COVID, so I think the solicitation went out in end of 2019, and we actually launched in February 2020.
That's right. What was the cost of this study and all this to get this ramped up? What's the total cost?
Yeah, Councilmember Harper, the cost of the study is about $130,000. It was actually $132,000 was the actual cost.
Okay.
And at the last city council meeting in June, a change order, a PSA amendment was approved for an implementation phase for Dixon to assist us with implementation of 60,000.
60,000, got
Yeah.
it. And then I'm assuming this was initiated because there were thousands of residents begging for a residential parking permit program. I'm making a joke.
Oh, I mean, Councilmember Harper, yes.
How did it start? Why did we decide to do this?
Well, we had received a lot of parking complaints and parking issues, and we did find that when a street became residential permit parking, then people that used to park on that street now shifted to other streets, and that it just became a shifting problem. And so it got initiated through a lot of different complaints, residents coming to city council and complaining about the old system. And in addition, the old permit system was not compliant with the new attorneys.
The Attorney General's opinion from 2016 that basically described that we need to have equitable access to the curb. You can't exclude multifamily units from a permit program. And the overarching was to bring a consistent, cohesive solution for residential parking management citywide. And so there was a level of data collection that went on and very extensive stakeholder outreach, which community members were very active in throughout the program, even through COVID, and a very extensive online survey as well that we had extraordinary response to as well. So very much participatory, very engaged, and that's where we're at this stage now where it has been a long time in the making, but it was also COVID impaired to a degree, but definitely that consistent community experience when it comes to residential parking to make sure it was fair and equitable to all members of the community.
Thank you. Last question. What is Chief Lawrence going to charge me for a violation when I park without a permit?
That'll be a question for Chief Lawrence.
Maybe not me, maybe my wife or somebody else. So, any question? What's the What's the charge? Don't know?
I'm not.
How many dollars?
I do not know that, Councilmember Harper.
It was in the study, but I want to say that it's about $40.
$40? Don't know. That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to go with 0. Right. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Go ahead.
You're welcome. Okay, I don't see anybody else that wants to talk. I just have a couple of questions. I have one question and just a suggestion to the entire staff. I'll leave you in suspense about that. Unless I'm misremembering it, I seem to recall Councilmember Chavez, when the first motion was made, saying that the first 2 parking permits in the low-income parking was going to be some amount. And I remember us voting on that, and it was like, maybe it was $5 and $10 or something like that. But it was right in the motion. How did it get back to being free?
Mayor Stevens, I guess the staff, I didn't realize that was in the motion.
Yeah.
So
It was in the motion.
we can certainly, since that was in concept, you can certainly, as part of this resolution, change that to what you think would be appropriate. Yes.
Yeah, I remember us voting on that.
Okay.
So whatever it is, I don't know how that affects, but that was our first reading, so we're here to second reading, so it should be in the second reading.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the costs, did you include them in the ordinance? They're just in the resolution.
They're just in the resolution, that's correct.
Yeah. So you're fine to make adjustments to the resolution, and we did make the other changes that you had requested to the ordinance.
Okay. So what does that mean? Does that mean that we're gonna, when we can,
After you hear from the public.
After we hear from the public, we can say 5 and 10, which is what.
Correct.
Councilmember Chavez's suggestion. Then the other thing is my suggestion for the staff of the great city of Costa Mesa. In lieu of biennially and biannually, okay, may I just suggest, it's just a humble suggestion, if it's biennially, say every 2 years, and if it's biannually, just say twice a year, okay? Just a suggestion. Perfect timing, Siri. I feel your pain, Siri. Okay, with that, let's open it up. Perfect time to open it up for public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Reynolds had comments.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Two questions. One, this is a question I asked last time, just on something I feel like is not clear, and I want to make sure it's clear in the policy to avoid confusion in the future. So this is about how many guest passes per permit holder per home. So the language in attachment 2, page 2, is very clear to me. It says a maximum of 100 guest parking permits per year to each eligible household. So to me, that means maximum of 100 per household, regardless of the number of permitted drivers. But the language in the policy in attachment 1, page 3, B2, that one still feels a little bit unclear, and I wonder if we can just copy the language from what I just read. So in the policy, we say a parking permit holder may receive up to a maximum of 100 guest parking permits per year per dwelling unit. I may be the only one confused by that, but if I am, there's probably someone in the public who will be too. So would it be appropriate just to copy the same language from attachment 2 to attachment 1? And can we just confirm that the recommendation here is 100 per household, regardless of the number of drivers, right?
Yeah.
With opportunities for case-by-case exceptions and so on. Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember Reynolds, that's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay. And then one other item, this sort of, we've got an ongoing conversation about trying to sort of reduce administrative processes and costs. I hadn't noticed this last time, but we do have as part of our policy that, once we go through the vetting process for a street that wants a permit, the recommendation has to come to council for final action. And we don't do that on a lot of our sort of more administrative processes. And I'm just wondering if coming to council is required, if that's a place where we could remove work.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Like, is there a reason that either needs to happen or that you recommend that happen?
Councilmember Reynolds, that is a great question. I might have to defer to the city attorney to see if if that's something we would have to do, because parking's in the municipal code. If that's yeah.
And then maybe a question for the consultant as a follow-up is this common or unusual?
I'm sorry, do you mean the policy?
It's in our policy here that council has to take final action for each street that gets added to the program.
Yeah, we have always required that. I think it's already required by our existing code on other types of permits.
Mm-hmm.
Could we designate some other body to do that? You could probably do that, but it would require another code amendment, I believe.
Okay. And I'm curious, you're nodding, so I'm guessing it's uncommon.
So it's actually something, as municipal codes have been updated, authority has been delegated in some cases to the Director of Public Works, to the traffic engineer, sometimes to the city manager, but it's memorialized in the municipal code. And oftentimes, most councils don't want to give up that authority in certain cases, but we have updated several municipal codes for those three names. Usually, in some cases, I will actually say also the chief of police, not volunteering him, but I have seen Director of Public Works, traffic engineer, city manager, and in some cases the chief of police. A lot of it depends on where parking lives in the agency, but I have seen those municipal codes because of the administrative task work that goes in, especially with very well-defined business rules. That ability to be able to delegate that responsibility has proven to be effective.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe after public comment, I'll see if any staff want to volunteer for that role. But I am interested in if that would be a significant reduction in work and not having to bring that to council. So, sorry, I hadn't thought of that earlier. Thanks.
Okay. Well, let's open it up to the public.
Mayor Stevens,
Yeah,
just want
of course.
to, I just went through the minutes, and you're right that you said for the low income It should be $5 for the first permit, $10 for the second, and the rest stays the same. So
Thanks. Anytime you want to stop at the proceedings and say that I'm right, you have the floor. Okay. All right. So let's go to public comment.
All right. So I guess it's to be expected that Mark and I, and if Jen were here, we would all be commenting about this parking ordinance. The first thing I wanted to say was, Mr. Mayor, you are right. The $5, the $10, I think that is, just makes common sense. Like, we don't want it to negatively impact, for some reason, our low-income residents. So actually having these fees would be a good thing. As pointed out in our letter, I also think that we should be saying if and only if there is an excess revenue, where is that going to go? It would be nice to say, if there happens to be more money generated from this program on a specific street, then maybe it'll go towards helping that street, rehabilitating it, adding in sidewalks, making them level, whatever improvements might be needed on a street, adding in shade trees. That would be very useful. I'd also like to say that enforcement, I thought Councilmember Harlan made a very good point. Like, the enforcement we shouldn't be incentivizing enforcement to generate revenue. I also don't think that this particular program should be under the police department, frankly. I think that this would be just fine under the Department of Public Works. This doesn't seem like a police issue. It just seems like something civil that can be handled separately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, I just want to reiterate basically everything David just said. Yeah, so the law firm of Tanaka, Vuksovich, and Martinez had a chance to meet with Julie Dixon, and it was a pleasure to talk. This is actually on the first time of me seeing Dixon's firm and my little college town of Isla Vista. I know that they're doing great work to fix and remediate the parking issues that happen there too. So I just want to commend choosing this great firm that's really thoughtful about this, and I really appreciated the meeting we had. I mean, I was actually sitting on Zoom in front of the council chambers at the last study session when we spoke, so that was great. I also want to thank Councilmember Harlan for the questions asked. I think there are a lot of the questions that we had as well, and I also want to thank the mayor for recognizing Councilmember Chavez's motion that was voted on by the majority of council, which had that fee structure that I think David and I were more amenable to. And I will also once again reiterate what David said about excess revenue. I don't think this program should be with the goal of revenue generation, right? That's not what a parking permit program is. But if we're not pricing permit accordingly, if we're not pricing parking accordingly, right? Because we're trying to go for a revenue neutral, then we're not really kind of achieving the goals, right? So I just want to make sure that, if there is excess revenue, which we shouldn't be scared of excess revenue because we should be going for effective parking mitigation, right? That we could use that accordingly, as David said, for building sidewalks and actually improving the areas where we're collecting this money from. So without dwelling, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else in the chambers that wishes to speak. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Maurice Mandel, please.
Mr. Mandel, you have the floor.
Good evening, council persons. And I'd like to say hello to Chief Lawrence. I'm very glad to see the police here today. So we can get some comment from them. I really liked Councilman Harper's questions, okay? But you were given some misinformation. Not surprisingly, since Dixon doesn't have the information and they haven't provided it to the council. The misinformation is that the parking fine is $114. I sent a letter that's a part of the public record today in which I pointed out that on our area, we have 20 houses, would be 60 permits. And I calculated that's $1,500 a year because at the last reading, it was going to be $25 a permit. Not 20, 50, 75, 100. That's a very, very shocking raise, okay? Particularly when you're taxing your taxpayers with that. And the 60 permits in this block would have generated $1,500 a year. But at $114, if a ticket a day was issued, that would generate $41,040 a year. The other information that the council doesn't have, and the reason that this is premature, is the council doesn't know how much of the $114 eventually goes to the city of Costa Mesa. I know not all of it goes to the city of Costa Mesa, but part of it does, okay? And so the council, this is important information for the council to know when the council, first of all, is paying $130,000 to Dixon to do a study, and they only do half the city, when they don't get all the data, when the first time they bring up the data about how many permits were being issued last year is approximation, they don't even have that, and this is a second reading, okay? And it's very, very disappointing. So, you know, the issue in my area isn't just parking, it's crime, okay? Because the people who come and park here, it's like having the Hells Angels park in your front yard. What do you think happens, okay? You know, I sent pictures about what was there last week, and I'm sorry, it's disgusting, okay? And I'm sorry to send that kind of a picture on a public forum like this, but that's what we're dealing with, okay? According to Dixon's figures today, you're going to generate between $55,000 and $65,000 in permit fees. One ticket a day is $41,000, okay? And as for Public Works enforcing, I can tell you, if you run into the driver, Public Works isn't going to be able to handle it. It's got to be a police have got to handle it. It's got to be a police matter. I have been personally assaulted by drivers by telling them it's a permit parking only area. Okay, physically assaulted. And enforcement, Chief Lawrence, we've got to have enforcement at night.
Excuse me, that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
You bet, thanks. Anybody else on Zoom?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment and we'll get a motion on the floor. Okay, the motion is going to be made by Councilmember Chavez.
I move to approve, to move the item with the added changes that for the low income, the first permit is $5 and the second permit is $10.
Okay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yes.
Okay, do you wish to be heard on the motion?
No.
No? Second?
Nothing further.
Nothing further? Any council members wish to be heard before we vote? Okay, we're good to go. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, so now, council, do you want to do this next public hearing item or you want to take a break? Keep it going? Okay, Chief, you could be fast, but take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Excuse me 1 minute, please.
She's got to read the title.
Oh, pardon me.
Thank you.
He said quick. I was trying to be quick.
I know. What did John Wooden say? Be quick, but don't hurry.
Thank you. This is public hearing and first reading of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, adopting an AB 481 equipment use policy of the City of Costa Mesa, California, governing the use of military equipment. Presentation by Chief Lawrence.
Chief Lawrence, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. In June 7th, the police department brought forth a policy and an ordinance as well as an equipment list complying with Assembly Bill 481. Council approved that list. Since the budget hearing, we had 2 items we want to add. They've been approved in the budget. One of them we've talked about extensively. That's the armored rescue vehicle. So tonight we're here to add 2 items to our list, which requires under AB 481 another public hearing, and your approval tonight. So the first item is an armored rescue vehicle, which replaces a 1985 GMC bank truck that has long since outlived its usefulness for us. And the second one is a long-range acoustic device, which is in essence an outdoor large PA system that allows us to communicate with large crowds when you might have a protest or a demonstration and the volume is very loud. So tonight's presentation is very brief. We request that you have a public hearing and approve those 2 added items to our existing list.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, do you have any questions for the chief? Mayor Pro Tem
Do
Mar?
you have to come back to council every time you add another piece of equipment to that list?
Yes, ma'am.
Ugh. Okay.
We will do it sparingly. In fact, it's our intent to do it with the budget process and try to keep it to once a year.
Yeah, it can't be a consent calendar item. Okay, thanks.
Okay. So, any other questions? No? All right, open it up for public comment. I see no one that wishes to speak in the chambers. What about on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Gameros, and is your motion to approve?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept the chief's request.
Okay, and then that's seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yep.
So let's call for the question. Good. Now let's
Motion carries 7-0.
Now let's take a break. Let's be back at let's be back at 8:40, 15-minute break. Hello, everybody. We're back on the record at the city council meeting, July 19th, 2022. We're up to our last two items, which are our new business items. First is new business item 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is commitment of $1.5 million of home investment partnership funds to community development partners for the Motel 6 housing project located at 2274 Newport Boulevard. Presentation by Mr. Robbins, Neighborhood Improvement Manager.
Mr. Robbins, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. City Council. Tonight I'll be giving you an update on the Motel 6 housing project. First, I'll give you some background. In November of 2021, the Costa Mesa City Council approved an allocation of $3.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, to one or two housing projects awarded funding under the Home Key program. The Motel 6 housing project actually got their application into the Home Key program, and I'll give you an update on that next. The second potential project for the Home Key program was the Mesa Motel. It actually did not get their application ready in time, so they did not submit for the Home Key program. Based on the fact that we had one Home Key project, the total $3.5 million that was allocated to an approved Home Key program was allocated toward the Motel 6 project. And then in April of 2022, which is just recently, the Motel 6 project was awarded by State HCD $10.675 million in Home Key program funds for the Motel 6 conversion project. Very, very excited about that award. And then on May 3rd of 2022, the Costa Mesa City Council approved the release of a request for proposals, or RFP, in the amount of $2,319,368 in available home funds for the development of affordable housing. The RFP was released, and the first review of proposals was made on just a couple days ago, July 13th. And based on that review and the sole proposal that we received from CDP, Community Development Partners, the developer on this project, we determined that that proposal met the minimum threshold of a score of 75 out of 100 based on review by an ad hoc committee. So the proposal, again, meets the minimum threshold of 75 out of 100 points, which gives us the ability to bring it here before the council for your recommendation. So next up, I'm going to give a brief project summary. All right, we could talk for an hour about all the amazing things that's going to happen to this property, but I'm just going to highlight a few here. First and foremost, I think it's important to mention that this project is going to be conducted in two phases, with the first phase being 40 units. The first 40 units, 30 of those units are for veterans utilizing VASH vouchers. And then there's 10 units that are being for homeless individuals. Excuse me, let me start over. 30 units for homeless veterans, using VASH vouchers. And then 10 units for homeless individuals that are part of the MHSA program, totaling 40 units in phase 1. Okay, and then after phase 1, they're still a little bit unsure about the timing, maybe a year later, maybe a little bit less than that. They're going to start phase 2. Phase 2 is 48 very low income units for seniors 62 and above. Through contract negotiations during the funding agreement phase, the city of Costa Mesa is going to fight for a residency preference for the 48 senior units. Currently, as the way it is right now, there is no residency preference, but if the council recommends an additional allocation of the 1.5, we can leverage that to, again, ask for a residency preference so that those 48 units go to Costa Mesa senior citizens. So just a few comments about our current homeless population. Again, 30 units for homeless veterans and 10 units for homeless individuals, and then 48 units for seniors. As many of you know, the city of Costa Mesa operates a 70-bed shelter. This fiscal year, well, not the full fiscal year, May of fiscal year 21-22, the shelter reported that they had served a total of 222 individuals. And of those 222 individuals, 56 were seniors, so 25% of the total population of shelter guests were seniors, and 7%, or 15 of those individuals, were veterans. This housing, this permanent supportive housing, is built specifically for homeless people. There's people out there that based on their past experiences and whatever else. They're not able to live in a typical community. They require supportive housing and 24-hour on-site management. So this property makes available units for people that there aren't any resources for. There are no housing resources for a certain percentage of the homeless population. So this is very important for that. Of course, the property itself will be substantially rehabilitated, complete renovation of all internal and external spaces, and as well as adding kitchenettes to each room. Of course, it's a commercial use. There are no kitchens. In order to make it a residential use, there needs to be both kitchen and sanitary amenities, so each room will get its own kitchenette as well. And then last but certainly not least, property management and supportive services. As I just mentioned, there'll be 24-hour on-site property management of the property, as well as intensive case management provided to the permanent supportive housing guests. And just a really quick note, the average across the country for permanent supportive housing retention rates, so when people go into PSH, the percentage of people that stay in PSH is roughly 90%. And that's for all different reasons, behavior reasons, right? So any reason why they might be exited from the property, 10% or less actually are exited from these properties. So it's really important to have on-site case management and property management. Just a really quick glance at the financials. There are 4 major partners in this project. The first, of course, being the Home Key program, like I mentioned at the beginning, with a $10.675 million grant to develop this project. Of course, the city of Costa Mesa, as I mentioned also earlier, has so far contributed a total of $3.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act money. The County of Orange initially contributed $2.5 million. They had a similar ask as you all are hearing tonight, and they decided to give an additional $2 million. So their total is $4.5 million. And then the project also received a grant from a loan from the Orange County Housing Finance Trust in an amount of $1.899, so $1.9 million. And the beauty of, just really quick, the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, the city council voted to execute a joint powers agreement between everyone in the trust so that only members of that trust could access funds. So I want to commend you all for taking part in that and making the decision to become part of the trust, because it's allowing us to access this $1.9 million for this project. So kudos to you all. So that's good on the finances. And then just some benefits, right? I mean, the city, of course, an adaptive reuse of an aging commercial building. I mean, that's without saying, right? But then, of course, 88 new units. This is important. RENA only counts new units. There's a provision that allows rehabilitation to count towards your number, but it's really hard to meet. Right? The units have to be uninhabitable. This doesn't meet that. These are brand new units. Some of the first units that'll go into our RENA number of over 11,000 that we're responsible for planning for. So very excited about that. And then the other one I also mentioned, just the 48 units, the local preference, trying to get it only Costa Mesa senior citizens living in those 48 units. So we're excited about that possibility. And then so on to the recommendations. Just really quick before I read number 1, I do want to mention that the recommendation number 1 contemplates home dollars first, and then if something goes wrong, ARPA dollars second. I just want to make a quick comment that staff is confident that we'll be able to push the home dollars through should council choose to allocate the additional funds. We don't believe that we'll need to tap into the ARPA funds, the additional ARPA funds. It's more of a safety net. Just in case the home funds don't work out, we don't want the project to fall apart because there may not be time to come back and ask for the additional funding. So again, just as a safety measure to ensure this project comes to fruition, recommendation number 1 by staff is that the council would approve the allocation and appropriation of $1.5 million in home funds or American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Motel 6 housing project, contingent upon the completion of an environmental review, which we're only about 30 days away from doing that. That's going to happen. And then a subsidy layering review, which doesn't take much time at all. And then the second recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute a commitment letter with community development partners for $1.5 million in either home or ARPA funds for the Motel 6 housing project. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. We also have Kyle Payne and Reed Bradshaw from Community Development Partners on Zoom should you have any questions for them as well. Thank you.
Council? No questions? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Harper.
Good evening. What's the total cost to renovate the Motel 6, including the purchase price? I added up about 22 million when you went through those numbers, but is that close?
So it's actually substantially more than that. The total development costs from start to finish is actually $40 million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I can break down some of that for you.
Sorry, I could not have afforded that.
So it's $18 million for acquisition.
Okay.
About $11 million for construction. And then just debt service. I mean, there's always some added fees, but it's about, what is that, 29 or so million dollars just on acquisition and construction.
So that's 454.
Everything.
Is that right? 40 million.
Oh.
Sorry, I asked. It was nicer when they just give us the 1.5, and I thought that was a lot. So this is a lot. So that's about 454,000 per unit when you're completed. Help me understand how these, you say offers made, how does that get initiated? Is that the home key program, the individuals in that program, and then they try and get all these other agencies to contribute money, cities and counties? Is that how this works?
Right, so there's an initial interest list that's sent out by the county soliciting properties from local jurisdictions that they want to potentially put up for the home key program.
Got it.
So the county reaches out, cities get back to them, then the county submits some potential projects to the state, and then after some review, projects are picked. But
Gotcha. And so they went in and made a bid for this. Is this property been purchased already? Is that closed?
It's not closed.
Not closed, so it's subject to all this stuff.
Yes.
Got it. So the seller sold for 18 million, is that correct?
Yes.
Got it. Now, once this is done, who administrates it, is on the hook for any deficiencies or surpluses or whatever? Who's that?
So the property, financially speaking, or
Financially
the
speaking,
operation?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the acquisition loan, the sole guarantor on the acquisition loan is Community Development Partners. It's the $8 million acquisition loan from Century Housing. And again, we have CDP on the phone. They can maybe speak a little bit more to the financials, but they're the sole guarantor on that. And then the other monies.
Who are they? Are they a private company? I'm not sure who they are.
For-profit developer, housing developer.
For-profit developer. They're on the hook for that debt?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, okay. And then so they get a return. They've got some investment in this, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir. They've even actually released $100,000 of their own money. Now, I know they're making money on the back end, but
Right.
it is an offer of good faith. It's their money, $100,000 to delay the closing date with the seller. So they've negotiated a delay in that to even allow any of this to happen.
How do they make money at this?
There's developer fees
Developer
included.
fees
Yes,
for
sir.
getting this done? Do they do the construction and manage the construction?
Manage the construction, yes, sir.
Gotcha. So if it runs in an operating positive or negative, who's responsible for that again? Like, and I'm sorry, once it's built.
As far as determining that, or what happens to the
What
money?
happens? So 2 years from now, it's all done. It's full. Is Costa Mesa on the hook for it? It runs at a deficit, or how's that? Who's that?
So the loans that are issued to community development partners for the development of this project are what's called residual receipt loans.
Okay.
So it's only when the property's cash positive that they begin to repay some of the below the line debt.
I see.
Right, the above the line debt gets paid no matter what, but the below the line debt gets paid through positive cash flow via residual receipts loans. The city would be one of those loans. So as the project starts to make money, the loans gets repaid. Now, of course, if the project goes into financial ruin and it can't even operate, then that's a different story. But we don't imagine that even happening here at all.
So I make sure I understand. Our $5 million we're considering, is that a loan? Or I thought it was just contributed money and.
So the first $2 million is a grant, because that's what was agreed upon during initial conversations. The additional 1.5 of ARPA that we added and the additional 1.5 that's being discussed tonight are going to be loans.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But we don't disclose in the staff report what the terms of those loans are. Is that all up for negotiation?
It's all for negotiation. Yeah, it'll come back before council prior to October October 28th is the projected close date. We have to have all funding agreements and everything fully executed before that. Of course, they want to do it in September because they don't want to wait till the last minute. So council will potentially, of course, assuming this gets approved tonight, see the funding agreements, regulatory agreements, promissory notes, all that come back in end of September, early October.
Wow, okay, so I'm glad I asked. That really helps. I know this is complicated. It's almost like run and find a concept, figure out the money, talk to all the agencies, and then try and put the agreements together.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, there's months, and city attorney can attest to this. It's months of negotiations for these agreements. It's a lot of back and forth. But.
And there's the comments in here about if the, let me see, if you don't meet certain timelines, I was wondering what happens. They said the project is not completed within 12 months or fully occupied in within 90 days of construction. What happens?
Yes, sir. So that's a home key program requirement. 12 months from the date of execution of the standard agreement, you have to be completed with construction, and then, like as you said, 90 days later, fully leased up.
Yeah.
Of course, you would then default on your funding award, and then you'd have to potentially pay it back. So
it'd probably be a negotiation, and I gotcha.
Yes,
and then last question: the people that are going, the occupants, the people that are going to rent here, are they getting vouchers from other agencies? Is that how they're paying for, like, the 40 homeless people? How are they paying the project? Is that through some other program? How do they get? If I'm homeless, I'm a homeless veteran, I have no income, I don't take drugs, how do I pay my bill for that residence?
Sure. So homeless people go into what's called the coordinated entry system. It's a system that places people based on their vulnerability onto a list, and then as their name comes up on the list, they can get matched to a housing opportunity.
Okay.
All the vouchers at this property will be project-based vouchers. So a tenant-based voucher is if you, Councilman Harper, are homeless and you have a voucher, you go anywhere you want in the country and utilize that voucher. Right. A tenant-based voucher is where a voucher is converted to a property, and then a person can move into a unit and occupy that unit, utilize the voucher, but it's not theirs. Right?
Gotcha.
So if they leave, there's some caveats. If they leave, they can still get another voucher, but the voucher belongs to the property in this case. 30 of them are for veterans.
Okay.
And then 10 of them are for.
So for the people taking the risk on debt servicing the debt, do they get funds for that person that enters, and where does that money come from?
So
or do they not, or is it free? I don't understand.
So the money that comes in as rental revenue is what pays for the operation of the project.
Right.
Which is why you need the voucher, because as you said, a homeless person comes in, they don't have any income, they can't pay rent. So the voucher pays that rent.
And the voucher comes from who?
Well, in this case, the county.
The county.
So they're VASH vouchers. They're the county's VASH vouchers. They come from the VA, but it's the county's VASH vouchers for veterans.
Okay. And for general homeless people, is it a different source? Like, is it the county, the vouchers that come from the county?
Since Costa Mesa doesn't have our own housing authority, we would utilize the County of Orange's housing authority, and potential, other housing projects would have to access those vouchers. Cities with their own housing authorities can issue vouchers. We access the county's vouchers.
That was really helpful. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? So I'm trying to add it up, so we've got, let's make sure I got this right. So we got $10.7 million, which was the home key grant. That comes from the state of California, and that's just for this project. And if we don't go forward with this project, then we don't get the 10.7, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then we've got the $2 million in ARPA funds, and that's the American Rescue Plan voted on, by Congress. And we've already allocated $3.5 to this program, $2 million to this site, and then also we've got another 1.5 of that you said is going to be a loan. Is that right? Did I get that right?
So the original award by the council was $2 million.
Yeah.
We added the additional 1.5 for a total ARPA of 3.5, and that's the only ARPA funds in this project.
And is that any of that a loan? Did I misunderstand that?
Sorry, yes. So the original 2 is a grant. The additional 1.5 will be a 3% simple interest loan.
And it's a loan from whom to whom?
from the city of Costa Mesa to community development partners. It'll be a residual receipt loan based on positive cash flow of the project.
Okay. And to fund that loan, we're using those federal dollars.
So it'll be 1.5 in ARPA and potentially, if you all approve it tonight, 1.5 in home dollars. So it'll be $3 million total in loans that the city will receive back. We can then utilize those funds. Home funds, it's called program income. We can use it to build more affordable housing, do a lot of different things with those home funds. The ARPA funds, I actually can't speak. I'm not an ARPA expert, but I'm sure there's some reuse for those funds as they come back to the city.
Okay. And then did you say the county is in for 2.5 million?
4.5 total.
4.5.
So they originally allocated 2.5, and then again, the same ask that you all are hearing tonight, they heard as well, and they decided to give an additional 2 million for a total of 4.5.
Okay. And so then the housing trust is in at a loan at 1.9, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that to me adds up to be 22.1, I think.
So then there's a roughly, it's $7.9 million bank loan from Century Housing.
Okay.
So you can
And
add
that's
another.
and that's just a private loan
For
from
acquisition.
Century Housing to Community Development Partners.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For acquisition specifically.
Okay.
So you should be roughly 27.4 million or so, if you have the numbers like I have them.
That looks to be, to me, about 30 million. I don't know, whatever. It looks about, I don't want to calculate it again. But how do you get to the 40?
So then there's a tax, so remember I said in the beginning, 2 phases. The reason why it's a 2-phase project is second phase is going to apply for tax credits. Now, this is a whole nother beast that we could talk about for an hour. But
Right.
at the end of the day, in order to bring those funds in, they had to work the deal in a certain way so that they didn't trigger certain things that would make the deal fall apart. I mean, it's a long conversation, but tax credits on phase 2 is an extra 12 million on top of the already 27 or 30, whatever we came to. So that's how it reaches the 40. The total 40 is total development cost. It's everything, all fees, all permits even, everything that you could imagine, 40 million out the door.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Now, going through all this, is any money coming out of the Costa Mesa General Fund to fund this?
No, sir.
Is any money coming out of the Costa Mesa reserves or fund balances for this?
So the home dollars that we're contemplating tonight are prior year unexpended home dollars that council approved for affordable housing on May 3rd.
Right, but in terms of, do you know what I mean by reserves or fund balances? Do you know what I'm talking about here?
I guess
Let
not.
me ask
No.
the assistant city manager, answer my question, please.
No, there will be no reserves used for this project.
Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
important. Okay. Do you agree?
I agree.
Good. Okay. So I've elicited the testimony that I need. So does anybody else have anything? No? All right. Let's open it up for public comment. I don't see anybody coming up from the, oh, we got one person? Good.
Hello, my name is Margaret Sharp. Some of you on this dais know me, and some of you don't. It's good to be here again. When I first came across, I just happened to be passing by, and I saw people outside, and so I thought, well, I want to check in and see what's going on. So I'm not really familiar with this whole project. On the face of it, it sounds good. You know, you're providing affordable housing to people. But $40 million is insane. There are a lot of better ideas out there. And developers, I've seen this over and over and over again, all across Anaheim, Costa Mesa, everywhere. Developers are making a killing because the cities don't know what to do, and they have this money coming in, they have to get affordable housing, they're jumping on anything that they can do. You know, there's a lot of different options out there. I actually was just to check it out, I went and checked out just like this motorhome. And you can get motorhomes for like $40,000. What you need to do is you need to have, other people have suggested this, like alfresco gardens. You get safe parking spaces, and you can get a motorhome that has water. It has, you have to get the hookups. You have to have water. You have to have electricity, and all those kinds of things. But I'm thinking, even tiny houses cost $50,000, and you can own them for the rest of your life. If you get a little teeny plot of land to put it on, and the city can afford to do that. Okay, if you can afford to put $40 million for $454,000, okay, and then that money that these people, these homeless people or these veterans put into that goes to the developer. No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vucevic.
Good evening, Council. I pulled up an LA Times article from June 20th, 2022, about 30 or so days ago, from Liam Dillon, who's a well-known housing reporter, which is titled that affordable housing in California now routinely tops $1 million per apartment to build. So I just want to appreciate you all for having not that cost on this project, because I think 496,000 is what Councilmember Harper, 554,000. It's about half of that, that routine amount. While not good, while in an environment full of supply constraints, especially timber and concrete, I think this is a great project to be dealing with our homelessness epidemic, and I appreciate what we're doing on the cost side. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Aaron Clem, please.
Mr. Clem, or Ms. Clem, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is a pro-housing comment. I urge the council to vote yes on this project. Homelessness is a housing supply problem, and more housing supply makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Elizabeth Hansberg, please.
Ms. Hansford.
Hi, yes, Elizabeth Hansberg with People for Housing. Homelessness is indeed a housing supply problem. This brings more housing, and so we need to go ahead and move it forward. And kudos to the City Council for having the insight to keep it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cassius Rutherford, please.
Commissioner Rutherford. You have the floor.
Just wanted to say this is an awesome project. Really excited to see this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
What about, does anybody from Community Development Partners? I heard you were on Zoom. Do you want to say anything?
Yes, Kyle Payne, please.
Mr. Payne.
Hi, thank you, council members and Mayor Stevens. We appreciate the council working with us on this project from the start and being supportive of it. I think this project's not only addressing a huge need, it's addressing a property that needs updating and is not providing a huge benefit to the community. And, to talk to a couple of points brought up, housing costs, construction costs are through the roof. And so while the dollar per unit cost is extremely high, I can show you multiple projects that are new construction that are taking, creating new projects that are twice this cost, unfortunately. And that article that was brought up is a good example. But it's very hard to get housing done, especially in Southern California, especially in Orange County, especially in Costa Mesa. And I think that what we're doing here is leveraging costs, funding, I should say, from the state that is a finite source of funding that is relatively new. We're using those funds to leverage up the city funds to create housing, take a relatively blighted project and convert it into really needed housing for the city, doing so in a relatively cost contained approach. And so, again, I commend the council for having the foresight and commitment to provide housing that's needed and to partner with us on doing so. And so we appreciate everyone on the council and the mayor's efforts and pushing this project forward. And thank you guys for your ability to think in a positive manner and try to figure out how to leverage different sources to get this project done. So thank you guys.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Anybody else on Zoom? All right. I will close public comment and then, oh, okay. So normally the way we do it is we do it in, and then we do Zoom and then we close it out. But if you're the only one, you can take 3 minutes.
No problem. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, sorry, Mayor.
It's all right. You can call me that.
Mayor Stevens and Honorable City Council. My name is Victor Valladares. I just want to commend the City Council to move forward with this project because housing is a human right, and there is a lot of homelessness here in the city and throughout the county, right, throughout the whole state of California. So I just want to also advocate for potential folks that are currently being displaced with high rents, residents like in the Shalimar community, all over the community here that have roots in Costa Mesa. I would just advise the City Council to take under consideration to also prioritize residents that have deep roots here in the city of Costa Mesa that are taxpayers, and that, if, the 10% out of the potential 90% individuals that are going to be applying for the rental assistance program as quoted in the LA Times with the rental assistance program, if unfortunately there are going to be a small percentage of individuals that do not qualify for the rental assistance program, I would hope that this council would take under consideration to assist residents in Costa Mesa to stay in Costa Mesa and to benefit from this project. So I wholeheartedly approve and move forward with this project. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to close public comment. I see we have a motion to be made by Mayor Pro Tem Andrea Mar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to move to support the staff recommendation.
And Councilmember Reynolds, would you second that?
Second.
Homelessness is a temporary status. It is not an identity. It is not a permanent condition. It is something that we, as a society, as a government, can choose to do something about. And that's what we're doing tonight, is choosing to do something about a problem that we can control. I want to thank staff for their diligence. We could have given up, right? We could have said, whew, this is like 5 different pots of money. 15 different people we got to coordinate with in order to get all of this piece together. There was a reason that was complicated to come up with the 40 million, right? Because it's from 17 different places. But they persevered. And they continue to gather the money from all the different places, all the little pots we could find around the county. I'm glad you recognize the housing trust, because that was something that we voted on 4 years ago, kind of not knowing if anything was going to come out of it, right? It's a great idea and concept, but would we ever see a benefit? No. And we have, which is very cool. So I'm super excited to support this project. I know it's a lot of money. The city is putting in this much money, and we're getting the rest from all of the various pots. It looks like a big number on paper. Land is very expensive. Even if we were to buy land and build tiny homes, that would still be very expensive. This is a way to do it in a proven methodology that yields results, because we're able to provide people the support they need and meet them where they are. So this is an exciting step. I hope we go do 4 or 5 more of these projects. Might make Nate a little gray, but but I hope we have the opportunity more. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I'll speak briefly. Councilmember, I hit all the talking points. That was great. I appreciate all of the questions about the cost, because I think it's important for us to recognize how expensive housing is here, and one of the reasons we have this challenge of housing. And I appreciate that our portion for this project, that's bringing 88 units to Costa Mesa, is a small amount, and most of our contribution is in loans. So, so well done. We need to continue on strategies to add units, and hopefully we can find ways to bring the cost down. I think we're through discussions over the last few months and years. We've got lots of different strategies that we're employing, but we've got to take these opportunities when they're in front of us. So thank you, staff, for continuing the work on this project. I know it's nowhere near done.
Okay. Do any Councilmember Chavez? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you, staff, for the good work on this project. I know it's been a hodgepodge of funding sources and deadlines and whatnot, but what really strikes me about this project is not even, I know it does a lot of good, but I want to focus on the process. For this to happen, we have so many different governmental agencies to pull together, like the County of Orange, federal government with ARPA funding. And that just showcased something that a lot of us ran on 4 years ago, which was addressing homelessness and housing crisis. And we knew 4 years ago that this was not going to be a city-by-city solution. It was going to be a regional-based solution. And what I'm seeing with this approval is a truly regional-based system where everyone puts in the money they're able to put in. In our case, we're putting in a little bit of money, but giving a site, and yet the whole county benefits. We're going to have 30 veterans who are homeless experiencing a place to live. We're going to have 10 folks who are currently homeless having a place to live. We're going to have 48 low-income seniors not having to worry about where they're going to live. That's the point of these regional partnerships, is all of us pulling in together, bringing what we're able to pull in, and bit by bit, bucket by bucket, drop by drop, making a difference. So this is very exciting. I'm very happy to support this motion. And again, thank you so much for the great work you did.
Yes, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to the choir here, I think this illustrates just how difficult it is to build housing. I know this has been a constant refrain. I know some people in our community seem to think that we don't have a housing problem. I don't know how you could look at this project and not think otherwise. Secondly, I just want to note that except for One Metro West, I think this is the largest housing project we have potentially approved in the city in a while. I don't know, Susan's giving me it's a significant increase to our housing stock. It's important, it's valuable, and I wholeheartedly support the motion.
Okay, from my part, so a few things. This has been, I think, as some of the others have alluded to, a long time coming. If you look at this $1.9 million that's being contributed by the Housing Trust, that Housing Trust was put together in 2018, primarily by Kelsey Brewer and Heather Stratman for Orange County. The goal was to bring 2,700 permanent supportive housing units to the County of Orange. We have a certain allocation, 2% of that. So this moves toward our allocation of that. It was aspirational. We were hoping to get money to be able to do projects like this. That was when I was the chairman of the, what was it called, the Homelessness Task Force, when that all came together. So that's good. Then we've got Project Home Key. Well, Councilmember Harlan and I went and Supervisor Foley did a whole presentation to us about Project Home Key. We brought it back. We were excited about it. Of course, Susan Price was also very well versed in it and knew all about it before we came back from our meeting. And to have somebody like Susan Price on our staff to be able to take advantage of that opportunity, and now with Nate and with the rest of the team, it's really quite something. And then the federal government, they've got skin in the game. They came through with the American Rescue Plan. There's a lot of politicians that didn't vote for that. Just enough of them did. And so we can take that money and allocate it to this project. The County of Orange has skin in the game, $4.5 million. Oddly enough, we, the city of Costa Mesa, do not have our own skin in the game in terms of our money, either our reserves or our general fund money going into this project. However, we do in the sense that this federal money that we get from ARPA or that we get from home, it's a finite amount of money. And then we have the discretion as the city council to allocate that money to a particular project. So some would say, well, why would you allocate it to this project? So let me explain why I think this is a good idea, is because the word of the night is leverage. We've heard it in many contexts. And there's no way that we could take the $3.5 million in ARPA funds and $1.5 million in home funds, which adds up to $5 million, and put it anywhere else in any other project and yield 88 units of low-income permanent supportive housing. We couldn't do it. Let me give you an example. We talked about the Mesa Motel. Many years ago, when we still had 5 members on the council, we had a lawsuit pending against the Mesa Motel. We settled that lawsuit, and as part of the lawsuit, we got a right of first refusal to buy the Mesa Motel for $5 million. The city of Costa Mesa could have bought that and held it as fee owners for $5 million. But as we learned today, if we would have had that, we would have had we would not have had anywhere near the amount of money that we would have needed, nor would we have had the partners to develop that property into permanent supportive housing. So I don't know, maybe we could have sold it at a profit, whatever, but it wouldn't have solved this problem. But by bringing all of these agencies in and all of these resources in and being able to know when the time is right to strike, as we're doing tonight, we can create 88 units. Not only 88 units for at-risk people, but at-risk veterans, at-risk seniors. And I'll say one last thing. One of the things that I've heard for all these years is we have issues with our motels. And we do, in fact, that is true. We do have issues with our motels. If you look at our calls for service are up at motels. Those calls for service will go proportionately down when we have permanent supportive housing being taken over by community development partners. A couple more things. Community development partners is a local developer. By local, I mean my neighborhood, Balearic, that neighborhood. So there, and Kyle Payne has got roots to this community, deep roots. So we're going with the local developer. We're leveraging our money. We're not putting in any city money. We're getting 88 units of permanent supportive housing, which we've never been able to do in this city. This is a great opportunity, and we're taking a problem motel out of our industry, which helps public safety in this community. This vote is as easy a vote as I've taken in the last 6 years. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember, okay. Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay. Moving on to the main event. Please read the title. New business item number 2.
Thank you. This is approval of a city ballot initiative entitled the City of Costa Mesa Revitalization and Residential Neighborhoods Protection Measure. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is consideration of a potential city ballot initiative entitled the City of Costa Mesa Revitalization and Residential Neighborhoods Protection Measure. As you know, in January 2021, the Council established a 3-year goal to diversify, stabilize, and increase housing to reflect community needs. At the same time, the city was assigned a RHNA allocation, and as part of its housing element was required by the state to plan for 11,760 housing units, of which approximately 40% fall into affordable categories. Following receiving its RHNA allocation, the city began updating its housing element, which is the city's 8-year housing plan, as required by state law. The city began that update with a series of community outreach events, including town halls, district-specific meetings, community surveys, which the city received an overwhelming response of 465 comments. We held a series of subject matter expert meetings and group stakeholders meetings. We held multiple study sessions, and ultimately 3 Planning Commission public hearings and 2 City Council public hearings. During that time of outreach, the city received public comments, and in summary, those comments essentially yielded that overall the city needed more housing. That housing should be focused on increasing quality of life for residents, that there needed to be education about affordable housing to increase awareness and understanding, that accessory dwelling units should be affordable to lower income households. For specialized housing types, that there is a need for supportive services along with housing, that overcrowding is a concern for the community and that there's a need for multi-generational living, that senior housing should be prioritized, followed by housing for persons with disabilities, that established residential neighborhoods should be preserved, and that more affordable housing was needed near transit and jobs, and that overall there was a need for more affordable housing for residents of Costa Mesa, both for renters and for owners. Based on the public comments, the city began to identify potential housing opportunities with the objective of preserving open space and established residential neighborhoods while focusing new housing opportunities on already developed properties along the city's major commercial, industrial, and mixed-use corridors, which ultimately included Harbor Boulevard, the areas north of the I-405 freeway, the Sobeca area, Placentia Avenue, West 17th, 18th, and 19th Streets, and Newport Boulevard, along with the Fairview Development Center site as well. These corridors and areas are shown here on the map on this slide, and were discussed at multiple study sessions and public hearings throughout the housing element process. And ultimately, they were included in the draft housing element that was circulated for public comment as well. The city submitted the housing element to the state for certification in October 2021 and resubmitted in February of this year. In its comments on both drafts, the state identified the city's municipal code provisions, which require citywide vote for land use plans and certain projects, as clearly a constraint on development and conflicts with meeting state requirements. The state has required that Housing Element Program 3G be modified to outline specific steps and a timeline to address the constraint to housing that is posed by the citywide vote requirement. The council voted to create a housing ad hoc committee who held a community forum in January to discuss the city's options in light of the state's comments and also to receive community feedback, and while staff has continued to work with the state on housing element certification. The state has yet to certify the city's housing element and recently adopted updated state laws regarding deadlines and penalties for non-certification. On July 12th, 2022, the council held a study session to receive an update and to discuss the future of housing in Costa Mesa and potential solutions to our current housing challenges. At that study session, staff provided an overview of community demographics, the status of the housing element certification by the state. We discussed strategies that the city has implemented to date to address housing instability and strategies for planning for the future. The council ad hoc also provided an update at that study session regarding its activities and ultimately recommended the city council agendize a discussion of a potential ballot measure for this evening's meeting. The ad hoc specifically recommended that a potential ballot measure should amend the city's zoning code with the following objectives. First, conducting a public visioning process resulting in updated land use plans for corridors and areas north of the I-405 freeway. Second, to revitalize corridors while keeping single-family residential areas intact and restricting building heights. Providing affordable housing for middle and working class Costa Mesa families, youth, seniors, and individuals. Protecting open space and the environment, and requiring developers to pay impact fees for traffic, parks, and open space. Following the council's direction from the July 12th study session, staff have prepared a ballot measure that amends Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-200.106 to allow the city council to approve and amend the city's general plans, zoning, specific plans, or overlay plans located in specific areas of the city. Those specific areas have followed the corridors that were discussed throughout the housing element process and include, again, Harbor Boulevard area north of the 405 freeway, West 17th, 18th, and 19th Streets, Placentia, the Sobeka area, and Newport Boulevard, including Superior near Newport Boulevard. And those areas are shown on the map here on the slide, as well as an attachment to your staff report this evening. The draft ballot measure also states that such land use plan updates would be for the purpose of affordable housing opportunities for middle and working class families and revitalization of the city's outdated commercial and industrial corridors. That such plan updates shall not include single-family residentially zoned property or open space. That such plans must provide for deed-restricted affordable housing per a council-adopted affordable housing ordinance or development agreement. It must include restrictions on building heights, requirements for impact fees to be paid by developers to improve traffic, parks, and open space, must be subject to environmental review, and must include a public review process that includes extensive outreach, community visioning, and public hearings. With that, staff recommends that the City Council approve the ballot measure and ballot initiative entitled the City of Costa Mesa Revitalization and Residential Neighborhoods Protection Measure, and to determine whether to place the proposed initiative on the November 8th, 2022 ballot, and if so, adopt the resolutions that are attached to the staff report this evening. That concludes staff's presentation. I am here as well as several of my team members to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Stevens. I have three general areas of questions, and then I'll let my council peers ask their questions. First of all, I see on the staff report the map of Costa Mesa with the areas that are included for the ballot. Are there any homes, any existing housing units within those blue areas?
There are no single-family homes within those blue areas. There may be some multifamily developments that are included, but ultimately what this is intended to show is a corridor area. The intention ultimately is for land use plan updates to focus on commercial and industrial properties or mixed-use potential properties.
Okay, so let's...
Can I apologize. I just want to clarify. There are some single-family residential properties zoned as such in the North Costa Mesa specific plan, but those are excluded. We won't be, the map specifically says it does not allow for changes for those single-family zoned properties.
Okay, and I appreciate that
Thank
because
you.
I was getting to that point, Ms. Barlow. So if there are single-family homes in the blue area, like north of the 405, they do not need to be worried about being displaced by anything being built with this measure?
That's correct. There's specifically a note and also noted in the language of the initiative itself that single-family residential properties will not experience a change.
Okay, what about
under the initiative?
Okay, that's good for them. I'm happy about that. I know a lot of folks are concerned anytime they see a blue strip in their house is part of that blue strip. What about multifamilies? Do they have the same luxury as R1 zoning?
So for multifamily properties, they do tend to be intermixed a little bit more with commercial properties, especially along the city's corridors. Really, the intention was to focus on commercial and industrial properties. The idea is to create new housing opportunities, not necessarily redevelopment of property that's already developed with residential land uses, but ultimately they may be included within the corridor area. But again, the idea of the land use updates is to really focus on commercial and industrial properties.
So I appreciate you explaining that because I think someone's first reaction is going to be, oh wait, my house is in the blue. So maybe when we move forward, we should only have the parcels we actually would be able to build on be put in. Because right now my big fear is if someone lives on the housing tract north of the 405 looks like between Fairview and like Bristol, they'll probably have some concerns. And I think we should be letting them know that they're not going to be impacted by this measure. So thank you for answering those questions. I do have a few more. So I noticed that we mentioned developers would be paying certain fees. So we'd be paying fees for like outdoor space. Do you mind just repeating one more time what fees developers will have to pay if this measure passes?
Yes, it's traffic impact fees, it's open space fees, and park-related fees.
Okay. And is the reason why we didn't include like some incentive for like local hire in this? Because I always kind of view housing, I always view Measure Y in the context of my district, which is folks who are displaced because, you know, people were buying apartment complexes and making them condominiums. And people in my district voted for Measure Y, not because they're against housing, because they're scared of losing their home. I think it'd be kind of a nice poetic justice if folks in Costa Mesa could be building new homes that no one's being displaced in. Like, could we add something like that to this measure? Like, could we add a fee or like a suggestion to include like local hire?
So is what you're asking related to sort of an affordable housing related fee? Is that your question?
Kind of like could we incentivize or encourage folks to like hire locally or anything like that as a fee or something? Or
well, I would say that what's included in the measure, at least as we have drafted at this point, is a requirement that developers would provide for affordable housing consistent with an affordable housing ordinance that was adopted by the council. So the intention is to bring an ordinance forward to the council very quickly. We do need to make a stop at the Planning Commission for a recommendation. But I think the details of that would ultimately be determined through that affordable housing ordinance. But that language is included in the ballot initiative as written.
Okay, and that's for like having the affordability level in, right? Basically, just to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, it's essentially an ordinance that requires a portion of every housing project to include deed-restricted affordable units or provide for deed-restricted affordable units.
Okay. Well, I just want to mention publicly from my peers on the council to recognize that, like, I would also want to see if we can find some way to include having some kind of incentive for folks to like hire locally, just because I want to make sure that we're having jobs for housing we're building. And I do think, at least in my district, it'd be very poetic to have the community that felt targeted by housing before to be the ones that are building housing. And then I'll go on to my last point, which is really about Measure Y itself. So this measure is targeting certain zones in Costa Mesa, and we can see it's not all Costa Mesa. So let's say there was a developer that by some miracle found development that was open in Costa Mesa, and it wasn't in this blue highlighted section. Would they be subject to Measure Y? And would they be subject to the vote of the citizens of Costa Mesa?
For any site that was located outside of the blue area. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So essentially what we're saying with this measure is we're trying to limit the locations where we're going to build housing. And we're going to preserve housing as it is, as it currently exists. But we're also going to still have Measure Y if it's not in these certain zones.
Yes, that's correct. These corridors were really identified through public comment that came throughout the housing element process. And what we heard again and again was a desire to preserve existing residential neighborhoods while planning for future housing in specific areas of the city, and the locations that were discussed again and again tended to be commercial, industrial, and mixed-use properties. So that's what you see reflected on the map and reflected in the draft ballot initiative this evening.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
So just to pick up on that, I just want to make sure I understand a couple of things. So when we talk about single-family residences being, or residential being preserved, if you go to the north of the 405. You have right off of Fairview and South Coast Drive. You have both you have an interesting area there. You've got multifamily, you've got commercial, you've got office. And then behind them, that's where when I first moved to Costa Mesa, I lived in the Cape Apartments, which are on South Coast Drive. Behind the Cape Apartments, you've got Wakeham Park, and then you've got a whole bunch of single-family units, okay? I don't know how they're zoned. Presumably they're zoned to R1, I have no idea. But those would all be, by this measure, those would all be protected, that no one would be able to, without a vote of the people, I guess, to put to change the character of those neighborhoods, even though they're clearly in the blue. Am I right?
Right, so the note on the map is intended to communicate that single-family residential homes would not be affected under this initiative.
Okay, got it. So all those Wimbledon, whatever, I can't remember the name of all the neighborhoods, but those are all off the table in terms of changing the character, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then the other thing is, and I'm thinking back to the time when we put the Measure Q on, and we put it on for the voters, and I think we called it at the time a non-codified measure. And then that required us to come back, as you guys may all remember, and get the ordinance by the Planning Commission and then an ordinance by the City Council. Is it the same nature of a measure here as it was with Measure Q?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Actually, the amendments to the municipal code would be codified.
Okay.
So at least that portion of the ordinance would be codified. We don't normally codify all the whereases and those kinds of things anyway.
Okay. So this is a codified so that what the voters vote on, those words will become would amend our ordinance and amend our code.
It would amend our code. There's two sections of the code that are addressed in the, two subsections that are addressed in the proposed initiative.
And then just to follow up, if I was hearing correctly, Ms. Lee said something about going to the Planning Commission. What were you talking about?
Oh, that was just in reference to the affordable housing ordinance that would come before the council.
Oh, I see. So
it would first go to the Planning Commission.
Inclusionary zoning type ordinance that is referenced in here. We don't have it, but it's referenced.
Yes, that's correct.
That's what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't understand. Okay, I have no further questions. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Gameros.
So I just want to clear up a question that I had, kind of taken off from Councilmember Chavez's inquiry. So are we going to incentivize the use of local hire residents for the construction of these future projects?
It's something that we haven't discussed at the council before, so I would defer to the council for direction on that point. It's not something, local hire specifically is not included in the draft ballot measure. What I was talking about was the requirement for an affordable housing ordinance and deed restricted affordable units, but local hire hasn't been discussed by the council.
Okay, well, I would like to discuss that and include that language, if that's possible, if this is the time or not.
Okay. Well, right now we're asking questions, and when we get to the motion phase, we might have a discussion about amendments and things of that nature. I have my suggestions too. Not to leave you guys in suspense, but I have suggestions. But I'll hold them because it's not a question. Anybody else? Yes.
Sure.
Sorry, Council.
Sure. There's lights all around, so I'll go. I think, well, I'll speak for myself, very much looking forward to other council's input. As I mentioned in our study session, the ad hocs worked carefully on this with staff, and thank you, staff, for many long even working up to the last minute before this final recommendation was released. So this is our second chance to hear from the other council members. We did sort of talk through, I'm actually really proud of the process that we went through in really considering a lot of different angles. And there are a couple common questions that we think residents are concerned about or would want to know about. So I'm going to ask whether it's our development team or our city manager to clarify a couple questions that people are probably thinking about. One of them that I think Councilmember Chavez alluded to is some of the impetus for Measure Y several years ago were these situations where you had a home in a residential neighborhood that suddenly was seen next to it, a 3 or 4 story house built. And we considered that carefully, and that's one of the reasons that we wanted to clearly sort of protect those areas of the neighborhood. So can you just confirm that if someone's living in a single family neighborhood, do they need to be concerned about a 3-story home coming in next to them?
No. No. I think the intention here clearly is to focus future housing opportunities in those commercial, industrial, and mixed-use corridors. So the idea is really to preserve those single-family residential neighborhoods and focus our future housing planning efforts on the corridors we've discussed this evening.
Great, thank you. And then the other one is there's been a lot of discussion about what does this mean for One Metro West. And we thought very carefully about that in terms of this recommendation for the ad hoc, and I want to make sure that I get I'm going to leave it to our city attorney to explain sort of where we landed in terms of what this recommendation would mean for One Metro West.
Yes, certainly we expected this question, and so we have carefully looked at the project and the language of the existing code. Quite obviously, this measure is not about One Metro West. It just happens that One Metro West is in the North Costa Mesa specific plan area that is proposed to be included. This will not automatically allow One Metro West to go forward. They have some options. Because of the language in our code, the approval given by the council previously was conditional under the express language of the code. And so therefore, they have the option of taking the project to a vote of the people. They could defer doing that and wait for the city to do the planning process for the North Costa Mesa specific plan area, including their site. Or they could bring the project back to the city council for consideration if the measure passes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to get those answers out there.
Okay, I've got a couple. So just to come back to the inclusionary housing ordinance. So we expect that to go, I know it's in the works. I know we've had consultants hired. When would we expect it to go to Planning Commission?
Yes, we've retained a consultant. We've had that consultant begin work. Any inclusionary housing ordinance or affordable housing ordinance effort starts with really a financial analysis to ensure that that whatever policies that staff ultimately recommends to the council would not function to actually dampen housing opportunities. So that's the stage that we're in at the moment. I expect to be able to bring an affordable housing ordinance to the Planning Commission for recommendation toward the end of the year.
Thank you. And our housing element mentions in lieu fees. Can you explain what those are and perhaps what other cities are using in lieu fees as part of an inclusionary housing ordinance?
This is a policy decision ultimately that the council will have to make. Certainly we'll have recommendations from our affordable housing experts as well as staff. But in lieu fees are essentially the idea that if a development, for example, was a very small development with just a few housing units, the number of housing units depends on the city and the location, and that's why we bring recommendations to you ultimately to make those decisions. But essentially, for very small development projects that really, it doesn't make financial sense to be able to incorporate affordable housing units on site. Instead of providing on-site affordable units, they would provide an in lieu fee that ultimately comes to the city, that the city would be obligated to use to fund affordable housing projects.
And how common is the use of an in lieu fee?
It really depends. It really depends ultimately on the level that the council decides to set the in lieu fee.
I guess my point is it's something that like Irvine does, like there's other cities that's like part of the course of having inclusionary housing ordinance. We're not carving out an exception for developers to do something different in the city, correct?
No, it's very common. Essentially what it's intended to do is to ensure that even if there are smaller affordable housing projects that can't provide on-site affordable units, the idea is that they are still providing for affordable housing through the in lieu fee. It's very common.
Got it. So the other thing I just want to highlight is that the emphasis of the ballot language as it's written right now is about planning, not building. So, as council thinks about other things that they might want to include, I would just like to come back to the fact that this is about planning for the future and the visioning and specific plans, et cetera, that come with it. But my question for you is, of all of the calling it blue, but it looks aqua to me. But anyway, it's like more on the green scale. How much?
That's a
seafoam. Seafoam. Thank you. There you go. In the seafoam area, what percentage of that area already has specific plans or plans that exist that need to be potentially updated?
So a large portion of the area that's within the identified corridors are already located within a specific plan or an urban plan or overlay area. I was trying to think of a portion that's not, and perhaps a portion of Placentia, a bit of Harbor Boulevard, but the vast majority of all of these areas are already in an overlay or an urban plan.
So if there's already such great planning documents for those corridors, why do we need this measure?
There are planning documents for these corridors. I'll leave it to the council to decide if they're great. They're certainly not current. For example, the Newport Boulevard specific plan was developed in the 1990s, as was the North Costa Mesa specific plan. Many of the urban plans were updated around 2006. So certainly I don't, in my opinion, those plans don't reflect what I'm hearing from the community or the council in terms of expectations for well-designed projects. So our intent is really to respond to that with land use updates.
One of the comments I've received is that, we haven't published a list of all the projects that haven't moved forward that are barometer for the success or failure of the existing ordinance is somewhat skewed because we're not actively documenting or putting out there all of the projects that have looked at our current ordinance and decided not to move forward. Can you sort of speak to how that happens? An applicant comes, let's say a motel, for example, in Newport Boulevard, and says they want to expand or retrofit or renovate. And then how do those conversations go? And why is it that we may not have a record of the projects that haven't moved forward?
Sure, yeah. So it's part of our department's function and our staff's function to meet with potential developers, property owners who are interested in really updating their properties, and to talk with them about what the process would be to do that. Most of the time when we, and motels in particular, I can think of examples on Newport Boulevard especially, and areas north of the 405 where we've talked with developers about potential opportunities to upgrade an outdated property or to revitalize a motel that's not doing so great. Ultimately, when we get to the part that a citywide vote would be required, and potentially they would need to wait to put it on a general election or to pay for a special election. From a financial perspective, most developers don't have the capital to be able to carry the financial costs of a development project for that period of time, or ultimately to really explain to their lenders what level of risk that involves. So usually we lose that interest very quickly once we get to that point in the conversation.
And how many projects do you estimate in the last 6 years that's been the case for?
You know, it's so hard to estimate because really these are conversations that are happening at our counter every day. So I would have a really tough time estimating, but we've had many, many conversations like this.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add in, I'm aware of a particular project that was involving SOS, which wanted to relocate to an existing building in the city, would not have made any physical changes to the building or the parking or anything else, but because of its zoning and the fact that the SOS operation didn't fit into that zoning, they would have had to go to a vote to relocate to that site, which is empty, is it not?
It was vacant, yeah.
It was vacant. They would have had to go to a vote for that, and they chose, obviously because of the delay and the time and the expense, they chose to relocate to Santa Ana instead.
Got it. So you said developers earlier, but what we're really talking about are motels, small business owners, and potentially even nonprofits. Is that right?
It's the entire spectrum, yes. Property owners, small business owners, really it runs the gamut of just folks who are interested in updating their properties.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
can I just pick up on that line of questioning?
yes, of course.
Thank you. So, Ms. Lee, we've talked about applicants at this point, but what about city-initiated efforts? So I'll give the example. Newport Boulevard has a specific plan, excuse me, like you noted, that was developed back in the 90s. If the city were to undertake a specific plan update, presumably that would require an amendment of the general plan, probably zone changes, because that's probably what would be expected, and the city would bear the cost of doing that planning effort, which in my experience, if you include CEQA, can run anywhere from, I don't know, $750,000 to $1.5 million, pretty easy. Under those circumstances, would the city then be required, if the council had approved that specific plan update, would the city then have to go to the voters for final approval?
Yes.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Harper.
Thank you. In the housing element, it laid out, it identified places where you could build units. What's the total available units you could build per the housing element document? And I thought it was 18,000. Is that correct? Am I mistaken?
It's a good question. Let me take a quick look and come back to you with that.
Okay. It's no less than 11,760, correct?
Correct. We're required to plan for that for purposes of RENA.
I remember 18,000, but correct me if I'm wrong. So this amendment that's being proposed to I'll call it Measure Y, does it allow you to build those, I'll use 18,000 or 11,000 without council approval? Could you build that many homes, or does it stop it, and how many does it stop?
So the initiative itself doesn't discuss housing units or number of housing units. Essentially, the intention would be to allow the council to approve land use updates that would accommodate the city meeting that RENA requirement.
Okay.
And if I could add to that, Mr. Mayor, this does not create any sort of as-of-right development.
No, I understand, but effectively it allows the city council to approve in a normal process without going to the
Right, but you had asked about whether these things could be built without coming back to the city council, and the
No, I
answer
didn't
to that
say,
is
sorry if
no.
I said it the wrong way. If I said that, I apologize. I made a mistake then. The 400 responses you received from the community, it said responses, and I read through the responses sometime prior to this, went back to them. Are those from, who are those from? Where are those responses come from? Do we know?
The responses, it was essentially an online community survey. And so the 400, I think it was over 400 responses, ultimately were submissions by interested community members and stakeholders that commented, answering essentially a series of questions about housing and housing priorities.
So those 400 responses could be from 100 people responding 4 times?
That wasn't the case, but we didn't require necessarily someone to put their name and address when providing a response, but most people did.
Most people did not. So
Most people did.
They did. And how many people were not from Costa Mesa? Do we know?
I don't know off the top of my head. It wasn't the majority.
It was not the majority.
No.
Less than the majority was from outside Costa Mesa.
No.
Sorry, did I hear it wrong?
Yes. So I don't have the exact split of where the community comments came from in front of me. I can break those down, 465 comments, and provide that.
Fair enough. That's great. And do we know how many are homeowners? How many are renters? Could we tell from that survey? Or
We
the
did
data
ask
wasn't
a
collected?
question related to ownership and whether a person was an owner or a renter. So again, that information is in the housing element. I can pull it out.
And the advertisement for the community input were flyers sent to homeowners.
There was a community survey that was posted online when the housing element was released. There was also flyers that were sent, as well as social media postings, which is one of the primary ways that the city is communicating with residents
So there were
these
flyers.
days.
There were flyers sent to every homeowner. Is that correct?
There was not a citywide mailing for the
Okay.
housing element.
Okay, fair enough. Are there other areas that the housing element did not identify where we would do high-density projects that are reasonable to place high-density projects that would be subject to a citywide vote?
Could you repeat your question once more?
I guess I'm saying, sure, are there other areas other than are outlined in the housing element where it's a reasonable place to put a high-density project? And I know those would be subject to a vote, but I'm wondering if there's any other reasonable places to put high-density projects other than identified in your housing element plan?
Yes, so I think something really important to note is that housing opportunity sites, they actually have to meet a number of criteria that are defined by the state in terms of property size and things like that. So they don't represent, every possible location in the city where housing in general, whether it's high density or otherwise, housing in general might be appropriate. The idea is that we are demonstrating for state compliance purposes that the city has the capacity to plan for housing.
Okay. That's it. I appreciate it, Ms. Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just want to.
I had one more question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Prior to this meeting, I received an email that went to all the council members that included talking points supporting this measure. And I just wonder who prepared those talking points? They had techniques to blocking, bridging, and answering tough questions. Answer the question briefly, transition with "let me tell you about," and then here's our move to the message. Who created that document?
Mr. Mayor, can I respond?
I have a copy of it here when I came to the meeting, and I got an email about an hour before the meeting.
Our Sir, our PIO has been working with a consultant that works with us on talking points for key initiatives that we work on in the city, and they work together on putting together those talking points
So a consultant that was hired
to work with our PIO.
to work with, which is the PIO?
Tony.
Public
Tony
Information.
Dodero
Tony.
is our
Yeah, I know Tony.
PIO. I believe he may have sent that email.
I've never gotten this before an item's voted on to promote an item. And almost every one of the talking points I've kind of heard already here through a series of questions. I just never seen that done at council before. I'm curious why. Was this different because it's a ballot measure? This seems, I'll be frank with you, it seems, I'm always confused by the Brown Act, but it seems confusing, or it seems inappropriate, frankly, for an issue we've not voted on, to give all the council members the same talking points.
Well, you weren't at the study session.
I'm not looking
so we
for an
thought
answer
it would be
from you.
helpful for you.
I'm not looking for an answer from you, Andrew Marr.
From my perspective, it's fairly typical that when we're working on an item such as this, that we would prepare the council with talking points as they work with the community. And so our PIO provides talking points very frequently to our city manager, to our mayor, to
So I've just never, as a
other
council member,
folks.
never received one, and never received any document like this before in all the time I've been here. That's why so I guess it's typical, but I've just never gotten one. Is that correct? All right, thank you, I'm done.
All right, so I don't have any further questions. Let's open it up to public comment. We'll again start with the people in the chambers, 3 minutes. If it's somebody who is speaking Spanish, they get 5 minutes if they do translation. And then once we're done with the people in the chambers, then we'll go to Zoom. Yeah, you can go, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Gracia Vuksevich. I am Mark Vuksevich's mom. I moved to Costa Mesa in 1993. I came from Lebanon. I'm Middle Eastern, and Costa Mesa became my second home. I moved here in 1993, and I never moved away from Costa Mesa. I love Costa Mesa. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I started on the west side, then 20 years ago I moved to the east side, and I live in a beautiful condo. I would like to let you know that I work 3 jobs. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a hardworking person, I own a small business at home, and I work 2 additional jobs, and I can barely afford my rent at the moment. I've been trying to find a smaller place in Costa Mesa. As I said, I wouldn't want to go anywhere else, and it's been very, very difficult to find a tiny little place at a reasonable and affordable price for me. I ask tonight for your help to do everything you can to let there be more housing. And lastly, I agree with my son's recommendation to repeal Measure Y in more places and to reduce unnecessary regulations like mandatory parking minimums. I want to thank you again for everything you're doing, every single person here tonight. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your time. And thank you for helping me, hopefully, to find a place to stay in my beautiful city, Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gerardo. I'm here with Resilience Orange County, supporting some of the residents of Costa Mesa that have been advocating for fair housing across the city. So I want to share, one of your objectives with this proposed ballot measure is to provide affordable housing for middle and working Costa Mesa families, youth, seniors, and individuals. I would like to take the time to unpack that phrase of affordable housing. During last week's session, you all shared that roughly 47% of Costa Mesa households make less than $72,296. The average sales price of a home in Costa Mesa is $870,000. Using a mortgage calculator, I used the one on the CNN's business page for reference. A family making $75,000 a year can comfortably afford a home of about $260,000. That is more than $600,000 difference between what an average home costs in Costa Mesa and what an average resident can afford. We can call that difference an affordable gap. It's the difference between the cost of the home and what families can actually afford. This then begs the question, what can the city do to address this growing affordability gap? Because quite frankly, building more market rate housing seems to only exacerbate the problem. Traditionally, private land development in an open market will lead to the question of what is the best use of this land, which more often than not translates to how much money can be made from this land. This, however, is not the only option when it comes to new development in the city. One possible solution to consider when looking to provide more affordable housing can be through the implementation of community land trusts, which approach development by asking, what is the community's greatest need? Under a community land trust, decisions on the use of the space are voted on by a board representing 3 parties. You have the leaseholders, which are the people living and actively using the land. You have community members from the neighboring areas, and you have technical experts, funders, and other stakeholders, all taking part in the decision-making of what goes on in that land. These 3 parties come together with the ultimate goal of providing affordable housing, both commercial and community-centered spaces like local businesses, public pools, healthcare facilities, as well as farming and open land to promote healthy living. Just like parks and libraries exist for the common good of the people, so can land use. Community land trusts allow for local residents to acquire, own, and steward land permanently in their own and the city's best interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So, Ms. Martin, and then can people go on both sides? It's just easy, it's quicker. Whoever wants, maybe somebody else can go over there. We can move a little quicker. Go ahead, Ms. Martin.
You all have traveled to cities around the world, yes?
I have, yeah.
Did you see too many R1 dwelling units? Or did you see mostly mid to high density when you were in your travels? My guess is you saw very few R1s and a lot of mid to high density, yes? I have lived months at a time in Munich, Germany, La Rochelle, France, and Sofia, Bulgaria. I also alternated summer tours to France with my French students and Western Europe with my German students. Mid to high dwelling units everywhere. The condo complex in La Rochelle, where I lived with Joe for 2 summers, is high density. The areas in the central area, central part of La Rochelle are similar. Businesses, shops, and restaurants on the ground level, and dwelling units on the upper level. My closest friend, who sewed this mask for me, we were roommates at UC Berkeley 61 years ago. She and her husband were witnesses at Joe's and my marriage ceremony. The 2 of them, Steve and Phyllis, live in Playa Vista, a community in LA consisting of structures just like in Europe. Shops, restaurants, and small businesses at ground level, and mid to high density above. The city's main corridors, Harbor and Newport, are perfect for Playa Vista type development. If the Fairview Development Center were to become city property, what a great place for a park, just like Playa Vista's concert park. Playa Vista is very walkable and bikeable. Joe and I have done both there. And speaking of Costa Mesa, bikeable and walkable, SoCo, the plant, the farm, all needs some serious TLC. With housing there, like One Metro West, the community would be bikeable and walkable as well. The paragraph in attachment 2 of the staff report says, all residential and mixed-use developments shall provide for affordable housing. That is the magic word. So I ask you to vote yes, and also insist on yes for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo.
Good night. My name is Juana Trejo.
Antes que nada y antes de quejarme, quiero darles las gracias por el trabajo que están haciendo.
Before I begin and before I make any complaints, I would like to thank you for your time and everything that you've been doing.
Sabemos que no es fácil el trabajo que están haciendo ahorita.
We are aware that the job that you are performing is not an easy one.
Pero seguimos siendo víctimas en el distrito número 3.
But we continue being victims of District Number 3 or in District Number 3.
De esa compañía de apartamentos
Regarding that apartment company complex,
que está haciendo abuso de poder,
that it's abusing their power,
sacando gente de apartamentos
kicking people out of the apartments
para subir hasta $1,200 de renta.
to by raising the rent up to $1,200 at a time.
Tenemos una persona que acaba de morir este fin de semana,
We have a person who passed away this last weekend.
que cuando esta compañía la sacó,
That when she got kicked out of her apartment by this company,
no escuchó los ruegos de su madre al decirle que tenía cáncer
they did not listen to her mother's pleading that she had cancer.
y que solamente, aunque le subían la renta, quería estar allí para que su hija viviera estos últimos días tranquila.
And even if they were gonna, even though they were gonna raise the rent, they wanted to stay there longer so her daughter could die at peace at home.
La chica acaba de morir dejando 4 niños huérfanos.
This young lady just passed away and she left behind 4 young kids.
Nuestra gente
Our people
no se está negando a pagar,
are not refusing to pay,
pero solamente estamos viendo
but all we can see is
que estas compañías
that these companies,
solamente les importa el dinero.
they only care about the money.
Y es allí donde nosotros venimos a pedirles, por favor,
And this is why we are here asking you and begging you, please,
que ustedes les den seguimiento
that you give appropriate follow-up
para que no sigamos nosotros siendo víctimas de estas compañías que solamente les interesa su propio interés.
so we no longer continue to be victims of these companies who the only thing they care about is their own interest.
Y esperamos que en el plan que están haciendo para estas personas seamos incluidos, porque sabemos que solamente es para personas que están ganando arriba de $75,000.
And we hope and wish to be included in this plan because we are aware that this plan is only designed to people who make over
Arriba de $75,000.
over $75,000 a year.
Entonces, por favor, les pedimos que hagan justicia
So therefore, we're asking you to please let justice be made
por nuestra gente que les están robando sus valores y su dignidad.
for our people who are being stolen of their values and their dignity.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Greetings and good evening, Honorable Mayor John Stevens, City Council, and staff. My name is Victor Valladares. I am with Resilience Orange County. I am the data collecting specialist here at Resilience. For the 6 months, we've been in the community in Costa Mesa surveying individuals and residents in the needs. As we have previously stated, the community has stated housing insecurity as a top priority. With that being said, I fully want to echo what Juana Trejo just mentioned earlier, that y'all have a very hard job to do is to implement and meet these RENA needs with the housing mandates that are coming down from the state. And we have to obviously create more housing because the city keeps growing, right? To generate homes for the population growth in the city of Costa Mesa. It's a very hard job. I would not want to be on that side, on the dais, and making these hard decisions. And I do commend you all for outreaching to the community, but I also want to echo what many residents have stated many times, one-on-ones that we've had, community meetings that we have every single week with Costa Mesa Unidos, a weekly meeting with community residents that echo their concerns, right, with skyrocketing rents, without proper planning, community outreach, and possible, ordinances that could help and prevent displacement and skyrocketing rents of new proposed projects that are going to be coming down the pipeline, and seeing how we could better communicate or work together with the community to prevent, slumlords like the property at 1961 Wallace. My sister resides.
Victor, can I interrupt you? Can you stop Victor's time for a second? Okay, we inadvertently gave you 5 minutes, and in fairness to all the other speakers, so you have 1.8 minutes left. Sorry, 1 minute 8 seconds left.
No
1
problem.
minute 8 seconds.
No
Okay.
problem. Yes.
It's all good.
Yeah, so 1961 slumlords, right, that have been held accountable by the city of Costa Mesa. My sister is a working class individual that resides at 1981 Wallace Avenue. Right adjacent to that, we have 19, there's some new developments that were just created there that are most likely, average, medium income. What that has happened, and we've spoken to neighbors around there, property owners use as an excuse of properties values going up, right? And I saw that some of these housing elements or housing proposals are going to be on 17th, 18th, and 19th Street, where we have a large concentration of our Latino neighbors, Costa Mesa residents that have deep roots over here, that could potentially and most likely will be affected by these new ordinances. As we've seen some of the maps, we've seen nothing on the east side of being developed. On the east side, single-family homes, right? Yes, I know that some of those residential areas on the 18th Street side and 17th Street are residential, but those are closest to some of the most poorest communities that are not displayed under the AMIs, that are not allocating housing for extreme low-income and low-income residents.
Sorry with the time, but that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. So it's just people that have translators get 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Buenas noches a todos. Solamente vengo aquí a hacerles, no es pregunta, sino que fuera posible que pudieran hacer, ¿sigo? Que fuera posible se pudieran hacer más construcciones, pero para personas de bajos recursos, como estaba diciendo mi compañera. ¿Qué me estaba diciendo?
Good night, everyone. I'm here not to ask questions, but maybe to ask you if there could be more construction done for people with lower income.
Más que nada para personas que han trabajado aquí como cuidadoras de niños, que ya van cumpliendo sus 60 años, que han limpiado casas y que no van a tener un retiro como cada uno de ustedes, ¿verdad? Entonces
More
nosotros...
than anything, for people who have been here for a long time, they have worked and they're over 60 years old. They're going to retire. They're not going to have all that much money. And people who have worked as caregivers or babysitters.
Ya, y yo en eso estoy preocupada porque tengo muchas amigas que, ¿qué va a ser de ellas? ¿Qué va a ser de nosotros que ya dimos todas nuestras fuerzas a este país y hemos dado nuestra vida a este país y que no van a tener una vida más o menos, que ¿dónde puedan vivir?
More than anything, including some of my friends, including myself, who have given all of our strength and hard work to this country, and we won't have a place to live. Where are we going to live?
Es todo. Gracias.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Matt Garcia. I'm a resident and homeowner of Costa Mesa since 2012. I think it's important to build more homes in Costa Mesa to allow more people to live close to the jobs and opportunities within our city. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches otra vez a todos y a todo el público.
Good night again to all of you and all the public here.
Me gustaría que aprobaran esto para las personas que somos de bajos recursos y que no ganamos más de $75,000.
I would like for this to be approved for all the low-income families and the people who which don't make over $75,000 a year.
Les quiero dar un ejemplo. En el 98 yo llegué a este país.
I would like to give you an example. I came to this country in 1998.
En el 2000 me volví al estado de Michigan,
I moved to the state of Michigan in the year 2000.
pero Costa Mesa me llamó de regreso. Regresé ese mismo año en el 2000.
But the city of Costa Mesa called me back, and I came back on that same year.
Siempre he vivido, ahorita ya gracias no, pero siempre he vivido con otras familias.
I have always lived or shared housing with other families. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore.
Mi esposo trabaja a veces de domingo a domingo para podernos dar todo. Yo trato de ayudarlo también.
My husband works from Sunday to Sunday to try to provide us with everything, and I try to help as well.
Tengo 3 hijos. La hija mayor se llama Yaretsi. Ella tiene 17 años.
I have 3 children. My oldest daughter's name is Yaretsi. She's 17 years old.
Solamente quiero compartirles que ella en años pasados se movió a 5 escuelas por mi inestabilidad en los precios altos, costosos de la renta. Entonces ella no tiene un bond. Perdón, se me confunde inglés-español. Con otros niños y no tiene unas amistades desde pequeña, por lo mismo que yo estuve moviéndome mucho.
I would like to share that my daughter has changed 5 different schools over the past of the last few years because of the high prices, the rent. So therefore, she has had a lot of instability. She hasn't been able to bond or have make friends because of this.
Finalmente en el 2011,
Finally, in the year 2011,
después de haber vivido en Arizona,
after living for some time in Arizona,
mi esposo pudo encontrar un lugar para nosotros solos.
my husband was able to find a place for our own.
Y en este periodo de 10 años nos han subido $850 de renta sin hacer ningún cambio en la propiedad. La alfombra está más limpia esta que la de mi casa.
And the rent has been, they have raised the rent for $800 in the past 10 years without making any changes to our place. This carpet is much cleaner than the one we have.
La cocina, todo lo que se necesita dentro, yo lo pinto. Mi esposo es pintor, pero yo tengo que ayudar también.
Everything that's needed in the kitchen, I painted. My husband's a painter as well.
Entonces creo yo que debemos de crear conciencia las personas que tienen mucho dinero en que vean que no nos tienen que pisotear, sino ayudar.
So therefore, I think that we need to create some conscience. There has to be some conscience regarding people who have a lot of money. We don't have to be stepped on by them.
Y si votaron que sí en los 40 millones, ¿por qué no votar que sí en esta propuesta?
And if you voted yes on the $40 million, why not vote yes on this proposal?
Muchas gracias, que pasen buenas noches. Fueron 3 minutos, no, 4.
Thank you very much. You have a great night, and it was 3 minutes, not 4.
Sí, 4. You have the floor, ma'am.
But I hope I have more than 1 minute and 2 seconds. Oh, there we go.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, looking at what we have here, it's not often that you have something that's both fully cooked and half-baked. It's fully cooked in that it's presented as is, no alternatives, but that's what makes it half-baked. There's no discussion of any sorts of alternatives, for example, looking at different thresholds to trigger an election. There's no data regarding existing land uses in these corridors, including no data regarding existing housing in these corridors or the affordability of the housing in these corridors. There's definitely no robust discussion here. Let's not kid ourselves. Other cities with similar resident empowering ordinances have adopted housing elements that simply incorporate voter approval into their housing element implementation. HCD is not telling them to gut their ordinances. Did the committee even look at any of these ordinances? There's no evidence that you did you? In fact, HCD hasn't really told Costa Mesa yet you have to really pretty much gut the ordinance either. But let's face it, this council has never liked Measure Y. and has never made any sort of a good faith effort to actually implement Measure Y, and this is the chance that you've been looking for. Do you not trust the public that elected you? Do you not trust us to be able to approve a good project and reject a bad one? I think that's very sad. And by the way, for people who are concerned about the West Side, I got to say, for West Siders, welcome to the environmental sacrifice zone, because if you look at the Seafoam Green, that's the West Side that's getting decimated. If you live in housing in that Seafoam Green area, that's the first place the bulldozers are going to be if this goes through. So I think people don't realize what might happen here. I'm sad that they might have been sold some talking points prepared by staff that were designed to influence the public even before the council voted, which is shameful. But anyway, Thomas Jefferson said there's no safer depository of the power over public society than the people themselves. And I got to say, I'm with Thomas Jefferson on this, and it's too bad you guys aren't.
Hola, buenas noches. Miguel Colín. Mi nombre es Miguel Colín Martínez.
Hello, good night. My name is Miguel Colín Martínez.
Están hablando del ingreso que puede ganar $75,000 al año. Sí, ¿eh?
You've been talking about the $75,000 a year income.
Aquí tengo la prueba de la 1040 del 2021.
I have here my 1040 form from the year 2021.
Lo que gané el año fueron $46,000, $144.
What I made during this year, 2021, was $46,000, 144. $46,000 and 144.
Yo tuve un seguro social para reportar mis impuestos cuando no tenía el seguro bueno.
I had a social security number to pay my income tax when I didn't have, to pay my taxes when I didn't have my own social security number.
Esos 3 años que tenía mi seguro, el gobierno no da ese dinero para atrás para todas las personas que reportamos ese dinero.
During those 3 years that I used this number to pay my taxes, we don't get any money back from that. No person that pays their taxes received any money back while paying taxes.
Esa es una de las situaciones que pasamos nosotros, que no recibimos dinero para atrás. Por ejemplo, este dinero que no nos dan, nos quitan y no nos han dado, como a mí y como a la señora que habló, de las personas que están mayores de edad que tienen necesidades como doctor, médico, lo que sea.
This is one of the issues that we have to deal with while we pay taxes. We don't get anything back. And this is also in regards of, as the other the other lady mentioned, people who are over adults, older adults, they don't get any money back, and they need to cover medical expenses.
Ha conocido muchas personas que a ellos nunca le dieron su dinero para atrás. Entonces el gobierno les ha quitado todo ese dinero y no les da su dinero para atrás que ellos les corresponde, y están trabajando en este país. No se me hace justo.
I have met several people who have been paying their taxes, and they never received any money back. They've been working for a long time, and I don't think that is fair.
Lo que estaba hablando mi esposa del apartamento donde estábamos viviendo, yo soy el pintor.
As my wife mentioned earlier, the apartment where we're living, I am the painter.
El apartamento, estamos en segundo piso, y en tiempo de calor que está arriba de los 90, tocas la pared y a veces son las 11 de la noche y está demasiado caliente el cuarto, o aún tocando la mano y está muy caliente el cuarto por dentro.
We live on the second floor, and when it's very hot out there, or we reach 90 degrees, if you touch the walls at 11 p.m., it's very hot in there.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening, council and staff. Virtually no new homes have been built over the last 6 years, which is weird because we have a lot of specific plans and overlays that should permit a lot of smaller developments to be built, all without triggering Measure Y. So what happened?
At the January ad hoc meeting, staff said something interesting. When discussing the Newport Boulevard specific plan, Ms. Lee told the committee that the property owners on Newport Boulevard have told staff that our zoning and design standards, specifically density, permitted uses, FAR, and height, create such a tight box, these developers can't move forward. So why can't the city fix the zoning requirements so that residents can get what they approved? It's because these amendments, and not just particular projects, will trigger Measure Y. And I have to conclude that this is by design. Measure Y's trigger, a major change in allowable land use, doesn't, despite its name, actually look at what's allowed. It looks as the as-built condition, i.e. what is there right now. This is a fatal flaw because if we get the zoning wrong and nothing is built, the as-built condition never changes. And any new updates to fix these problems will have to go through Measure Y again. And the result is that Measure Y doesn't just filter out bad projects, it ultimately filters out most projects, and because our zoning code needs critical updates that we can't make. Sadly, Measure Y's rebuttal authors were right. Beneficial projects have died on the vine, new housing has been suppressed, and the middle class has been locked out of the housing market. And now the ballot measure proposed by the council wants to exempt certain corridors from Measure Y. But when I look at the map, I focus on the inverse picture, that so much of the city will be left with Measure Y in place. A measure that we now know does more than just ward off big, ugly projects. We know that it prevents smaller developments because the city isn't empowered to make the practical changes to our zoning code that we need. So the council's approach, as I see it, leaves most of the city behind a wall and exposes the rest to rapid, immense change. And that isn't fair. To coin a Strong Towns phrase, no neighborhood should experience sudden change, but no neighborhood should be exempt from change. So given what we know, the fairest approach would be a complete repeal of Measure Y, at least in its present form. Perhaps its internal contradictions can be addressed, but piecemeal geographic repeal is problematic. If Measure Y is bad policy for Harbor Boulevard, it's bad policy everywhere. And if we can't do that, then the corridor should be expanded to include sites across the city, and the affordable housing requirement should be dropped. It's cold comfort to require affordable housing to be included if the resulting design standards don't allow anything to be built. Besides, how fair is it to concentrate all of our affordable housing that isn't equitable to anyone, including the recipients of affordable housing? Complying with HCD and getting a certified housing element is important, and we don't want to go down the road of Encinitas, but we can't allow the tail to wag the dog and let RENA sites warp our city to fit Sacramento's needs. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get our housing policy right. Please don't miss it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. John Hanna, former Costa Mesa resident, now residing in Orange. I'm here representing the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, 65,000 strong, including a few hundred here in Costa Mesa. I want to support the effort that I've heard tonight and that I heard when the council met to get a report on this to provide more housing for Costa Mesa, especially affordable housing that this will ensure. Costa Mesa has been a housing desert for young families. People need more options for housing opportunity. This vision that's presented will offer that specifically. Second, though, I think it's important that you focus on, or at least pay attention in your planning to workforce housing. That's moderate income housing, 80 to 120 AMI. You can't have a city with just people who can afford the very expensive market housing and the people who are low and very low affordable. Those very low and very low affordable people need to have housing, but you also need housing for the people who work in the hospitals, in the schools, and the union construction workers, and people who are being paid a living wage. We're losing those people to the Inland Empire and to Santa Ana. We need to keep those people here in Costa Mesa. And the only way you're going to do it is to make sure that in the planning, we have that option. There are developers there who will produce this kind of housing. The city just has to make it give them the ability to do so. Passing this ordinance and having this voted on will do that. Third, it's important that the policy as a planning document addresses the housing needs of the community and also the impact of its community, of the housing. Councilmember Marr talked about, this is a plan. a planning document and we need to focus on this. Well, I think it does. It focuses also on the impact of the housing. For example, the need for parks, the need for open space, the need for traffic mitigation. And one impact on housing is the construction on housing and all the travel that comes right now because construction workers can't afford to live here. So they're coming from the Inland Empire. They're having huge vehicle miles traveled, which pollutes the environment. You've got an obligation in a planning document to make sure that there's a focus or incentivizing local hiring local residents in Costa Mesa and adjoining cities. This will result in a reduction of air emissions.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Yes, sir.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. Of course, we represent the folks who are actually out there building the homes, so we appreciate this opportunity, particularly to discuss Measure Y. It could not, well, let's start at the start. I think there's been a lot of perhaps back and forth on what it is we're hoping to achieve tonight. I know we've had a lot of discussions about the affordable housing element piece of this. I know that you have an inclusionary zoning potential ordinance coming up that will be discussed on its own. I think it's important to focus first on Measure Y itself. The state of California has taken a look at it and has labeled it, as staff noted. It is clearly a constraint. There's no question about this. This is a major barrier to housing production within the city. The facts speak for themselves. We have not seen any projects come forward under Measure Y for as long as it exists. It's a huge problem, and there's been some concerns where, well, you can't repeal Measure Y because that's saying that you don't trust the citizens. Well, that's not true. It's a time and cost issue. The time it takes to get to the next general election, the cost of conducting that election, that on its face is a massive barrier to production that is preventing really good quality projects from being proposed and brought forward. So on its face, Measure Y, the state is right. It is a major constraint on production. We need to do something about that. Now, I appreciate the map that you guys put together. A couple other speakers have said the same. Probably a few more corridors that could be a candidate for inclusion on that. But, any progress is good at this point. We need to open the gates. We need to remove constraints. Constraints is the key word. And my big concern is we're hearing a lot about, well, great, we're going to get rid of Measure Y, but okay, let's keep the focus there because we've heard a lot of proposals and conversations tonight from many speakers about, well, let's put some new constraints in there. Inclusionary zoning is a huge burden. Talk to your folks over there in Santa Ana about what's happened under their proposal. Is absolutely shut down production. City of Tustin did an overlay zone with an inclusionary zoning. It shut down production in that zone as well. That is a huge burden. It is a huge constraint, and what our number one focus has to be on going forward, at least at this point, is let's remove these constraints. Let's get housing production started, and then let's work back from there. But we cannot be looking at adding constraints while we're in the same conversation of removing it. So looking forward to working with you guys, coming up with solutions on how we can do that. But as far as Measure Y goes, can't put it better than staff or the state said. It's a constraint and it needs to go. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. You have the
Hello.
floor.
I'm Suzanne Wahlberger. I've been a Costa Mesa resident since 1991. And before I start on my comments on this, I want to echo the comments made earlier tonight about the timelines for posting council agendas and staff reports and the insufficient amount of time between study sessions and placing items, especially one like this, that will have long-term impacts on our city on the agenda. I think those timelines seriously need to be revised and looked at. I'm here to voice my opposition to the council potentially voting this deceptively named initiative onto the November ballot, but maybe not for reasons that you might think. I understand and appreciate that homelessness and affordable housing issues facing our city are real and very complex, and I do not envy your role in managing and addressing them. While I'm in favor of keeping the state out of local government's housing and development plans, I'm generally in favor of revitalization of areas that need it. Unfortunately, in my experience, revitalization typically means increased housing costs. I don't think the revitalization that's proposed in the plans that I've seen will do anything to substantially increase the availability of affordable housing. but will negatively impact traffic and city services and infrastructure such as fire, police, water, and sewer. Traffic in our city is already an issue that, in my opinion, hasn't been adequately addressed. Anyone who lives off Adams is aware that during the morning and evening rush hours, it is essentially 405B. I believe Measure Y, the citizen-backed initiative that was passed by 70% of Costa Mesa voters, passed because the city council at the time was very pro-development and was greenlighting projects such as One Metro West that residents were opposed to, and simply because those housing projects were going to be expensive and people weren't going to be able to afford them. I personally know of a complex on Victoria that the family that owned it had their own rent controls that they put in place, and they were charging $1,000 for people to live in these small, single-story, 1- and 2-bedroom homes. The owners died, the family sold it, a developer swooped in, made minor changes, the rents went up to $2,700. Every single person in that complex was displaced, stressed out of their mind, and ended up leaving Costa Mesa. I was one of the 465 people who completed the survey that I thought was very one-sided and clearly designed to assess residents' acceptance levels of revitalization, to assure single-family homeowners that their neighborhoods would be protected, and to plant fear that if not passed, the state would take over. I think you guys need to do more on working on a plan that works than instilling fear that the state's going to take over, and not developing plans that address all of the needs of the city. And I think the residents have a right to be part of that in the way that Measure Y allows us to. Thank you for your time.
I totally agree with the last speaker, what she said. Y is not the boogeyman in this town. Low income and very low income, we know we need it. How do we get it to where it doesn't tip the city, how it doesn't change the entire city, but it envelops and gives everybody that opportunity? We all want the low income. Your own survey said that. I wish you had been as robust into having the community come forward when you want to take Y and dump it. Y was set up by the last council because the city did not trust that council. And you, as your council, you're sort of teetering on that same level because you haven't been very honest with the residents. You haven't been very forthcoming, and you haven't showed a great deal of transparency. You know, you had this commentary in the Daily Pilot signed by all three of the ad hoc committee people. I mean, let's face it, that tells you how they're going to vote. Where's the transparency in that? The council's borrowed an operation page from our last council, which drove Measure Y to be needed in the first place. If any of the ad hoc members, Harlan, Reynolds, and Councilman Marr, spoke about, they mentioned or collaborated with any other council member, then we would have had a Brown violation. I'm sure that never happened. I'm sure there's no memos or anything else out there floating around. The timing and the backdoor operation of this important and vital issue is disrespectful towards 70% of the voters who validated this measure. The moral imperative that was thrown out as why this was needed makes the 70% of the voters wrong. This is a power grab by the council, who have proved through other actions and contributions from developers and trade unions that we just heard, drive their decision-making process. Other cities with similar measures have had not taken the same approach. They've protected their measures. Their measures are still on the board. They haven't condemned their own measures. They've protected it because they're protecting their residents and their people. So out of decency, I hope that the three ad hoc people would not vote and recuse themselves, and that Councilman Chavez, who was obviously anti-Y, would do the same. It's clear that all on the same wavelength on the council, and evidently all got the memo. And literally, I guess that's true after I heard what Councilman Harper said. You're on a revolving political plateau. You're all going to be gone in 8 years, but the residents are the backbone and the strength of the city. We have a voice, we deserve a voice. So your moral imperative is more like hypocrisy. Thank you. And it doesn't do well for the people that need the low and very low income housing either.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would just like to express my complete opposition to Measure Y. It has just ruined the chance for me to get housing, and I just would urge the council to put a ballot measure to just completely repeal Measure Y. If you're not going to do that, which I kind of understand, but not really, I would just ask that you amend your current ballot proposal to include a few things. So your map does not include all the corridors that we could include. I would urge you to include 17th Street, Baker, and Bristol, and Olive Harbor. These corridors are going to be important. They can be walkable mixed-use developments. They can, if you build them right, reduce traffic and increase our property tax revenue. This is all things that we could do if we just make sure that they're included in our map. I also believe that the Fairview Developmental Center and the fairgrounds, just to throw that in there, should also be in that map, just in case we ever decide that we want development in those areas so that we can have more housing and a better city. Another thing that I just don't like that's currently in Measure Y is traffic as a Measure Y trigger. We're pushing forward on active transportation issues. We're hopefully going to talk with OCTA to improve our transit system. If we can improve our alternative transportation methods, then I think that we should be removing traffic as a Measure Y trigger, and I think that would help us out a lot. I also think that we should remove the within a half mile 8-year trigger, because all these projects are going to be going to Planning Commission. They're going to be going to Council. We're all going to be informed, and we can all speak up when that's happening. We don't need a separate Measure Y vote. I also just like to talk about how if you are on a minimum wage, if you're working a minimum wage job in Costa Mesa, and you have an average studio, which would cost $2,100, then you would be paying 67% of your income on your rent. That's just completely unacceptable, and we need more housing to fix that solution. If you got a roommate, which, by the way, would then make that studio overcrowded, then you would still be rent overburdened because you're paying 33% of your income on rent. That's just not acceptable. And finally, I just want to say that the title, the Residential Neighborhoods Protection Measure, I don't understand how we keep saying neighborhood character and how we have to protect all these single-family zones. It just does not make sense to me. Our neighborhoods all look the same. Mesa Verde, Mesa Del Mar, College Park. I showed you all those pictures. I emailed them to you. I don't think you could tell them apart. They have the same street width, the same sidewalk, the same setbacks. They do not have character. If we want them to have character, we could allow small commercial businesses, a small neighborhood cafe. We could make sure that they have trees covering the street. But right now, they don't have character. And I just wish that we would stop saying they do. All right, thank you.
Commissioner, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Diane Russell, and tonight I am speaking as a longtime resident. As do most of the residents in the city, I care about the city and its future. Last week, we heard an excellent report from the staff and the ad hoc committee on the state of housing in the city. We heard many comments from residents agreeing that the city must move forward to achieve the goals outlined in the housing element. This week, we have the specific measure that is being proposed to achieve these goals. It's a good first step. I know from personal conversations that most affordable housing developers can't take the financial risk of trying to develop affordable units in the city with our present constraints. The current code severely limits the city's ability to bring in the investment that we need to increase the housing opportunities we so desperately need. The measure protects single-family residential neighborhoods. It allows the city to focus investment in areas that we can create more walkable and bikeable neighborhoods. It will allow for updating plans to revitalize areas that need attention, and it does allow for resident input. We need affordable housing. I hope very much that the state allows us to have Fairview Developmental Center as a potential small village within the city. I think that would be fantastic. It's really sad to hear that, kids that grew up in Costa Mesa can't find places to live, or people that work in the city and have to travel long distances to find an affordable place to live. I hope to see this measure on the ballot in November, and I thank the staff and the City Council for working through the issues related to this measure and coming up with something that will please residents concerned with maintaining what's good in Costa Mesa and allowing for the development of something that's even better and more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. I feel kind of mixed on tonight's discussion. I don't know. Measure-wise, awful policy. Every planner in America would say that ballot box zoning is bad public policy. And then we also have this initiative that's in front of us right now, where, and I know all of you personally are, but the rhetorical reverence to protect single-family home neighborhoods is honestly, I honestly find it shameful that we are not allowing single-family homeowners, like the owners of these single-family homes themselves, to do what they want with their properties. So I don't know. I'm kind of feeling a little bit mixed on this proposition for November. I think it's weak. I think it's limp. I think it's kind of pathetic, honestly. I think Measure Y is bad. It's awful. And I think it would be less awful if you included all of Bristol, East 17th Street, all of West 19th Street to Banning Ranch, Baker Street from Harbor to the airport, all of Harbor Boulevard, all of Placentia, all the way to Joanne Street. I think it would be better if you included all of those corridors. But at the end of the day, you still have Measure Y. And so I'm a little bit torn, honestly, because if you approve this in its current form, there's a good chance come November I'll vote no on it, because I'd rather have the state sue Costa Mesa and get rid of Measure Y once and for all. I don't know. I find this, I don't know how to feel about this. I kind of sat here, I kind of thought I knew what I was going to come in here to say today, this council meeting, but the more and more I heard you all speak, the more and more kind of disappointed I got that we are just, all we're doing is trying to protect single family homeowners. We're not trying to actually do something ambitious, which is to make Costa Mesa affordable for someone like me or my mom. So I don't know. I don't know why I wouldn't vote no on this at this point. Like, I don't know what it doesn't get me. Because, like I said, if I vote no, if this comes on the ballot and I vote no on this, then the state gets rid of it. And sure, it's going to be painful. It's going to be a lot of lawsuits. I'm sure Ms. Barlow's, has a lot of work to do if that happens. But I don't know. I think it may get me what I want. So I guess my ask for you all is to take this next period of time that you have after public comment ends to be ambitious, to do what David recommended, to increase the corridors, and to maybe say, sure, there's some single-family homes that are on Harbor Boulevard that we should allow to be multifamily, not require, but allow to be multifamily housing, because it doesn't make sense. It's bad land use policy to preserve single-family homes on our major corridors. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. It looks like we've run out of people in the chambers that wish to speak. Are there people on Zoom that wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The first person is Aaron Clem.
Mr. Clem, you have the floor.
All right, so another pro-housing comment here. I'm a single-family homeowner on the west side of Costa Mesa, and I agree with the previous speaker that this partial repeal of Measure Y doesn't go far enough. So if this is the best that local control can produce, that's going to be tested within the greater housing crisis policy context. So I'd encourage the council to consider being more bold and smashing the button for more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next speaker is Linda.
Linda, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members. My name is Linda, and I've been advocating for affordable housing in the city for many years now. And I can't stress enough what a relief it is to have a council that pretty much gets it. You know, it wasn't that long ago when a former city council member said, if you can't afford to live here, move out of this city. And this was the mantra for the prior council majority, and it was absolutely disrespectful to all lower-income working residents who are struggling to live here. So I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for your leadership, especially the ad hoc committee and city staff, and actively working on overturning or amending Measure Y and trying to create change for the better of our community. As the city takes action on this forward-thinking measure, I would like to recommend that the city prioritize and strengthen the measure to respond to the existing housing needs for lower-income households. Currently, the ad hoc recommends that the measure amend the city zoning code to provide affordable housing for working and middle-class Costa Mesa families, seniors, and individuals. When I read this, I'm just fixated on the words working and middle class. However, for last week's city council meeting, the staff report identified that 48%, and I repeat, 48% or almost half of Costa Mesa's households fall into the low, very low, and extremely low income categories, or below 80% AMI. As a result, most of the lower income households cannot reasonably afford to buy or rent most housing in Costa Mesa. And from my standpoint, I really appreciate that the city highlighted this fact in the staff report, because this is really where the need is. There really needs to be a specific language that states that the zoning code will prioritize affordable housing for lower income households. And we need to also ensure that Measure Y should be amended to exempt the development of affordable housing for lower income households. There was also a comment regarding constraints to affordable housing or housing development. While I believe Measure Y is a constraint to housing development, I don't believe that inclusionary housing will be a constraint. I suggest that we look at our neighboring city of Irvine as a successful model of inclusionary housing. The ad hoc also recommended that developers pay impact fees to improve traffic, parks, and open space. Because this is a potential constraint to the development of affordable housing, I suggest that these fees be decreased or waived for nonprofit developers who only propose to develop 100% of their units to be affordable for very low and extremely low income households. Overall, this passage of the proposed ballot measure can be a powerful tool to encourage development, but more importantly, it will show that the city welcomes and encourages responsible residential development that reflects our community needs and concerns. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is
Thank you.
Tim O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. Tim O'Brien with Legacy Partners, and I'm calling to speak in support of this item. I think that Mayor Pro Tem Mar framed this discussion really well in last week's study session, that in effect, the city should view the planning of the housing for future generations in Costa Mesa as the moral imperative. And I think it's also important to point out, you know, the elephant in the room to those critics of this item, that the city, right, wrong, or indifferent, has a practical and legal obligation to the state of California to plan for that housing now. So considering that, I think that the ad hoc committee, city staff, and city council should be commended for doing so on a community inclusive basis and without impairing or impacting the city's single family neighborhoods, also focusing on the corridors which deserve enhancement. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Cassius Rutherford, please.
Commissioner Rutherford, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, council members. I just wanted to call in and also lend my voice in support of this. I'm really excited that this is the kind of initiative that's being put forward for working families in our community. We're in a severe housing shortage, and it's the kind of solution to the scale of the problem. And, you know, it's part of the whole reason I got involved in politics and in local politics was, you know, just learning that, you know, in vast swaths of the city, in most of the city, it's literally illegal to build mixed use housing or multifamily housing, you know, without kind of major zone changes or a whole, you know, going through a whole election process. And I think in that way, Measure Y has disenfranchised renters in Costa Mesa. There's really, I understand it was well-intentioned, but I mean, there's really no other way to put it. Renters have been disenfranchised when there's a policy in place that says it's illegal to build apartments or mixed use or kind of cool products that we know can be nice and improve neighborhoods and communities. And as was already mentioned, I think it's important to note this is, a planning document. It literally says it's the first step in a community visioning process, section 4 of the proposed text. So I think that's important to note. And I think it's widely, I want to be clear that it's widely agreed upon that the greatest driver of the rent spike is the lack of supply in what is a high demand area. There's a quantity of human need that does not correspond to the quantity of housing that was planned for by many years ago by a previous generation of political leaders, one of whom we heard tonight comment. This is causing the high prices. And not only that, but our city has a jobs housing imbalance with a higher daytime population due to the volume of jobs and economic activity here. So where do all those jobs sleep at night? It's part of the reason why the state has assigned Orange County cities such a high RHNA number. I also know there's a lot of fear mongering about market rate housing. So while my time might run out, I just wanted to speak to that because I've heard it here tonight. And part of the reason I live here, I want to raise my son here. This is a nice place. One might call it a luxury location. People from across the nation want to live here for good schools, good climate. So, if you build anything in a place like this, someone might call it luxury housing, right? Any housing built in a luxury location could be considered luxury housing. And then lastly, I just wanted to say, I think the map leaves out some key corridors like Baker Street, Bristol Street, Red Hill, 17th Street on the east side. So it was such an opportunity to, vision and plan for these corridors. I would just ask that the council consider including those as you look to move this forward. But again, I'm excited about this. I think there's a great need for this. So it's just a matter of, as others have mentioned, let's do as much as we can if you're going to put something.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's all good. Who's next?
Jennifer Ward, please.
Ms. Ward, you have the floor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Ward. I'm the Senior Vice President of Advocacy for the Orange County Business Council. And we represent about 200 members, primarily Orange County's largest employers, advocating for issues that impact economic growth, workforce development, and quality of life. And housing is one of the Business Council's top priorities because we continue to hear from our major employers here in Orange County that the inability for their employees to find a place to live that's sustainable from a financial and from a commute standpoint is one of their number one challenges. And because of this, we as a business association have invested a lot of time and resources in studying the housing issue in Orange County. And I won't try to repeat what was just so eloquently described by the commissioner prior to me, but we have done a lot of work and research on the fact that the housing supply and lack of supply is the source of all of these other challenges we've heard from tonight. Rental prices skyrocketing, lack of affordable housing, homelessness, et cetera. And the primary way to have success in addressing that lack of supply is to add all types of housing to our stock, not just affordable housing, not just market rate housing, workforce housing as well. It's a diverse need. So, we're very pleased to see the city of Costa Mesa taking a step in the right direction by looking at this ballot measure, which would draw back some of the detrimental effects that Measure Y has had on housing development. As you've heard, it's a constraint to new housing and to addressing that supply problem. And we've also done a lot of research on how underutilized retail and commercial areas are a huge opportunity for redevelopment of more housing. But again, don't want to see a positive step forward be paired with a step backward in terms of adding back new barriers to the addition of new housing supply via inclusionary zoning or other kinds of mandates that, really just can add cost to the already thin margins of building home. And like was already said, we're definitely happy to meet with city staff and engage the development community and the Costa Mesa community to express more of why we have that opinion and that position. But want to see the conversation around progress towards addressing that housing and supply issue that has already started tonight and via this measure continue. And I'm happy to participate in that. And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Rob Dixon, please.
Mr. Dixon.
Good evening again. So of course we need to identify areas appropriate for higher density development. Like we have 125 dwelling units per acre in the North Costa Mesa specific plan. Clearly we need additional affordable and workforce housing. But this is a comprehensive discussion the entire city needs to have. We have over 42,000 housing units, and overwhelming 400 and something comments were received during the entire general plan update process, 112,000 residents. They weren't voting or commenting on this proposal. That's like 1% of the housing units and even lower of the residents. We've heard from less than 30 people tonight, and it's after 11 p.m. 1 week after a study session, no public meetings, no workshops on the actual proposal tonight, and you're bringing it to a vote? The council is purportedly acting in the public's interest, but is effectively excluding the council from this critically important process? I oppose Measure Y as necessary and restrictive. I think the council is the planning agency, but the people of Costa Mesa, whose quality of life and property rights are at stake, mandated by a 70-30 majority that they should have the power to decide major development issues. Put it on a ballot to repeal Y, but this process is awful. This proposal places the entire public process after this staff-initiated process. That's backwards. The public, at least those that signed up for city alerts or follow certain council members in social media, have had less than a week to look at this proposal. We heard tonight that it has not been made available in Spanish. This proposal would change land use plans adopted after years of meetings, including multiple citizen and stakeholder committees, not general plan update discussions. These changes will impact our commercial industrial areas, employers and service providers and tax generators. I haven't heard from any of them tonight. We're supposed to trust a council that's going to rush through such a major decision and has the vote on the same night that hundreds, if not thousands, of engaged residents are watching Stone Soul at Fairview Park. In less than a week with zero public input. The ad hoc committee of staff is attempting to sell this on the promise of abundant, affordable housing for working and middle-class families. After voting on an affordable housing tonight that cost over $500,000 a unit, and we heard that the average is actually $1 million. That's $4.7 billion to build the affordable housing called for in the RENA allocations. Entitling, financing, I know about this, and building 88 units took an incredible effort. Congratulations. Just imagine 4,704. Clearly, we're dealing with ideology, not reality. Be honest with people. Don't sell them a bill of goods. It's very clear that you guys are trying to rush this through without significant public input. I urge you to receive and file and start a realistic public process to engage the community in its own future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Hansberg.
Ms. Hansberg.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. I'm Elizabeth Hansberg with People for Housing. Wow, you have some brilliant minds in your city. I'm really impressed. We are a housing advocacy organization, and we have heard from folks that would like to, quote, take Measure Y and dump it, all the way to folks who are really struggling to make rent and honestly don't have time for the level of, in-depth engagement, and revised versions because their rents are being raised now, and the feeling and pressure of the emergency when others are calling for, to delay it or to push it off. It honestly sounds somewhat tone deaf, especially when a lot of those folks themselves have secure housing for themselves. I think you need to move this forward. I think you need to add more opportunity corridors. I'm familiar with Costa Mesa. It sounds like your residents have identified already at least 3 to 5 other streets that could be added in. That is making room for supply. That's what we're doing. We're opening up new opportunities to build additional housing. Because as you know, this measure is a barrier to both subsidized affordable housing and to unsubsidized housing. And so creating more spaces that are opportunities for new housing is absolutely the critical piece. And I just wanted to speak to the, one of the council persons sort of, I think, insinuated that there was sort of some backroom deal or some back, conversation by the fact that your public information officer drafted some talking points. The reason that your public information officer drafted some talking points is just because this is really hard stuff. You have a lot of people who, have lived in their homes a long time and they're afraid of change. And you have a lot of people who are really in desperate situations, living in overcrowded conditions. And you're trying to weigh and balance the needs of everybody, right? And there's what we would love to do, which is to take Measure Y and dump it. And then there's what's politically feasible to strike a balance to create the housing that we need so that everyone can stay in our community. So it's not a backroom deal. This is really, really hard stuff. And that, as leaders, you're charged with trying to balance all these needs. And so to insinuate that there's some kind of undercurrent of conspiracy is just false. This issue is a really hard issue. So I commend you. I ask you to move it forward. I ask you to add places along your other areas, including the Fairview Developmental Center, because I think that is what's going to do the most good in the quickest amount of time. Thank you.
That's 3 minutes. Thanks.
Next speaker is Boris Greasley.
Mr. Greasley.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. Boris Greasley, resident of District 5 here in Costa Mesa. I'm speaking in support of the proposed ballot initiative and would like to thank the ad hoc committee and staff for tremendous work developing an initiative that proposes to tackle our housing crisis head on. Asking future projects to include affordable housing units and to pay impact fees to improve our parks are great community benefits. But why stop there? If this initiative wants to tackle the housing crisis holistically, we should also look at workforce housing development opportunities. Why not add incentives for developers to hire local residents on these projects? Proven models, have shown how it can mitigate traffic issues while also keeping city tax dollars locally and creating a future pipeline of workers to meet our housing demand. This initiative should be about making development work for local residents. Let's take this chance to create economic, community, and workforce development opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kathy Esfahani, please.
Ms. Esfahani, you have the floor.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great, thanks. I'm with the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. Many speakers have spoken very movingly tonight about the need for affordable housing. Measure Y is not about empowering residents, as has been suggested. Instead, it's about stopping development, and it has stopped development. We must amend Measure Y, and I agree with Elizabeth Hansford that the council, the ad hoc committee, and staff are to be commended for the work they've done in bringing this forward, because it is a difficult topic and it is a challenge, but it has to be done for the good of our city, and particularly for the good of those people who live and work in the city and cannot afford decent housing here. I can support, and I do support the proposed amendment. I also can support the suggestions that other speakers have made about expanding some of the additional or adding areas along certain other corridors, which could be exempted from Measure Y, and add the housing that we need. But I think it's important that that this amendment be accompanied by an inclusionary housing ordinance, and specifically one that prioritizes the need for low, very low, and extremely low housing. because that sort of housing will not get built without an inclusionary ordinance. I'm convinced of that. The needs of these folks have been the priority of our coalition since we formed in 2006. And some people have suggested that the ordinance or Measure Y shouldn't be amended until an inclusionary ordinance is in place. I don't agree. I trust this council will come forward with an inclusionary housing ordinance that will prioritize the needs of the lower income households that need this housing most. So I urge the council to put this measure on the ballot, amend Measure Y, and also act very quickly to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening. When you look at the name of the proposed ballot measure, you might think, hey, this is okay. But when you read the language of the measure itself, you realize the name is just misleading political puffery. There are a lot of promises in the staff report. We see that the ad hoc committee latched onto the concept of visioning. It says there's a need for affordable housing. Well, many of us, along with the state, told you that. And then you threw in warm fuzzies about protecting open space and making developers pay fees. But let's compare that language with what is in the initiative. Let's start with visioning. Nowhere is visioning mentioned. It's just an empty promise. Moving to affordable housing, Section 3 attempts to clarify the exemption for affordable housing. It doesn't require that developers include affordable housing in new projects. Section 4 is a new section that would require deed restrictions on projects that developers want to qualify for the exemption, but doesn't provide the language. It could be meaningless. The last line in Section 4 is interesting, but zoning already precludes this. It seems to be more fluff to fool the public into thinking that somehow single-family homes will not be impacted by denying the citizens the right to vote on large projects. Where is the language about protecting open space? Not there. Developers paying fees. Well, developers already pay fees and you aren't going to waive them, except that you are. Section Program 2L of the new housing element. There's a map that shows the areas where you are denying residents the right to vote, but no depictions of what possible projects will look like. Will they be 7 stories, 12, 25, or more? We recognize there is a need for more housing, particularly workforce and senior housing. Many of us know that means densification. I'm good with that as long as it comes with the right planning. The committee says the city has old codes that need to be updated. Combine that with visioning and I might support it, but none of that visioning or planning is in the ballot measure. You're rushing to get this on the ballot. There have been statements that it's because you're scared the state will say the city's out of compliance and will fine it. Yet the state of California will be giving cities who submit an acceptable housing element by October until fall of 2024 to conform their zoning to their housing element update. No fines, and you have time to create a better plan. I heard the claim this doesn't repeal Measure Y. Well, it does, because it guts it by denying the citizens the right to control their future by voting on large projects in the areas on your map. I suggest you junk this, take advantage of the extra time the state is giving us, engage the public in a visioning project, then put revisions to the general plan on the ballot like other cities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker is Richard Huffman.
Richard Huffman, you're the last speaker. You have the floor.
Okay, we're saving the best for last. Okay.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Huffman.
Okay. I'm open to amending Y, and I agree that we need more housing. But I never thought I would agree with Rob Dixon. This is rushed. We haven't had time to analyze the pros and cons. We just got this. I mean, and Cynthia and I have been diving into this and arguing over the language. We need a month to look this over. We need comprehensive planning of options for our corridors and commercial industrial zones. I'm a big fan of progressive urban planning. I approve of One Metro West, those types of projects. But Measure Y was my intention to engage the residents in the approval process. Growth management ordinances exist up and down the length of California for this reason. You know, one of the greatest examples of growth control is the California Coastal Act. It was passed by the citizens of California to protect our coastline from development approved by local cities up and down the coastline. What do you want to repeal that because it restricts development? So once you show some leadership and candor regarding affordable housing ordinance, I can't trust yet that we'll be addressing this in the future. We've had 4 years of what I consider a really good progressive city council, and we have not had an affordable housing ordinance. What's the delay? Well, the delay might be because we had a developer representative saying that, oh no, don't do any affordable housing ordinances. They're an impediment to development. So I think we have the cart before the horse. What are we getting by returning the power of granting entitlements to the city council? Are we getting 50 units per acre, 100 units per acre, 125 units per acre on these corridors? Just to give you an example, the west side overlays are 20 units per acre with 4-story condos up and down Placentia and sprinkled in other neighborhoods. Yes, they're fine in most cases. I like them. So are we getting form-based code methods? And are we going to get a city where the design of it is driven by the developers versus the city government itself with the help of professional urban planning? I urge that we at least delay the vote on this until you've had some more input from various communities in Costa Mesa. You're kind of springing this on us. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's up there, Mr. Huffman. I wouldn't necessarily say we served the best for last, but it's up. You're up there. I've got a question. So if you look at, now I'm on tab 2. Anybody can answer this question, the ad hoc, staff, whoever wants to have it. Okay. Tab 2, section 3 of the ordinance. Okay, as I understand the section 3, the gist is we are clarifying this provision in Measure Y that said that Measure Y does not apply to affordable housing that's required by state or federal law, and we're adding to that a council-approved development agreement as adopted by the city council, so forth and so on, which we've kind of like collapsed into this label and an inclusionary housing ordinance. All right, are you with me? So if there's a as I read this, it says the restrictions, which is the restrictions of Measure Y, whatever you want to say. The ordinance is the restrictions. They don't apply if it's qualified by the inclusionary housing ordinance. Then you flip to section 4, and you say, in all of these, this article, which the article is the one that was promulgated by Measure Y, shall not apply to any major changes in the applicable land use, and then you've got the whole listing of the 6 corridors, okay? So if the article doesn't apply in these corridors, why do you need the 3rd section? Isn't it redundant? And if it's not redundant, could someone make the argument, because then the other thing is I'd say, well, maybe there's something to it. Maybe it's not redundant. I say, well, does section 3 apply to a single family, residence, but that areas, but we established quite clearly in the answer to the questions before that that's not the case. Okay, but is Section 3 necessary if we have Section 4? What's the point?
I'll jump in, but I'll...
Please, anybody who can answer that question.
I'll let our counsel opine first.
I can tell you that you could probably eliminate it. I think there was a desire to provide some guidance about what this measure means about affordable housing, because the current exemption, as it's currently worded, doesn't provide anything at all.
But the current exemption, the current exemption is irrelevant in the corridors. Okay, so when you do statutory drafting and statutory construction, one of the primary principles of statutory drafting and construction is to avoid surplusage. And Section 3 is surplusage. There's no other way to say it. Okay, so I don't know what the thinking was, but I'm not ready to vote on this tonight if we have clear surplusage in our proposed ordinance. You can answer.
I didn't think I'd be talking about surplusage tonight, but...
Surplusage has now superseded leverage as the new word of the day. But no, but serious.
It is nearing midnight, so okay.
Yeah.
So my expectation is that if you notice Section 3 and Section 4, they both reference Section 13-200.106 of our code. And we're adding exceptions. So to my mind, Section 3 provides another exception if there's a project that provides affordable housing that may or may not be within an approved specific plan.
Okay, now you're getting someplace.
So it's another pathway. It's just another exception to our code requirements.
So you're saying basically if you have a qualified affordable housing project that is outside the corridor and also outside a single family residence, then that kicks in Section 3.
Correct.
Okay, that I now I understand why it's there. I think it's got kind of a limited thing. Okay. All right. And so the public raised a number of other corridors that they said we should suggest we look at. One of them that just kind of popped out at me when I saw this map is the Bristol corridor. I don't see the thing about it is we're so laser focused, and I'm going to use this term, and I don't mean to be pejorative. Okay, I'm just saying a little bit. I would say I'm going to say the word myopic, right, about affordable housing. Okay, but there are other challenges that we face in the city of Costa Mesa. Other than that's one, but it's not the only challenge. Our corridors, the Bristol corridor, and north of the 405 and throughout the city, have a major challenge that they're facing because as the pandemic catalyzed a different way of working, and we have many office spaces in the city of Costa Mesa that need to be reexamined, and they are going to be reexamined. I mean, I had office owners and managers that were like in a room a few weeks ago that were like just laying it on, say we are in, I can't remember the words they used, Scott, but we're at a turning point. We're in a crisis mode. It's a tsunami, I think they said, the word tsunami. And you have if you drive down Bristol, and I know we all know the city so well, if you drive down Bristol, particularly south of Sobeka, there are a number of small office complexes. Some of them are already looking to redevelop. One of them, there's a proposed cannabis site in it, which is right on the other side of the 73 freeway. But there are a number of those that are south of Sobeck and north of the 73, and then as you go further south of the 73, there's a few before you get to Acapulco and the Bridal Place. I can't remember the name of it. But there's a lot of other challenges that realtors have in these real estate owners have in these corridors that need to be addressed and can't be addressed under Measure Y. And that was really what we're talking about with Ms. Lee earlier when we're talking about on Newport. Those are businesses that are saying, I need to redo my business. I want to rethink it. Those are not people that necessarily want to put in affordable housing. You know, that's Best Western that just wants to put a third floor on Best Western, or want to do something with the lot next door that used to be the piano repair shop, you know, and they can't do it because of Measure Y. So one of the reasons I didn't like Measure Y initially was because it roped in the commercial use, and it didn't just focus on residential use, which I thought was the primary complaint of people at the time. And I think we need to be cognizant of these other corridors that are commercial corridors that do need revisioning, and will not necessarily, that revisioning may or may not include any housing or affordable housing, but just a different way to utilize their property. And they're blocked right now because of Measure Y. And it will crush that if we can't give them some relief, if we can't give them some flexibility, it will crush that sector. And it's an important sector of business owners and stakeholders, I'll use that term, stakeholders in our community that have been there for a long time. Anyway, I'm going to shut up and call on some people. I see some lights. You want to make a motion, Arliss?
Oh, yeah, I hit that button.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna move that we continue this item to the August 2nd council meeting. But of course, continue to take input tonight from fellow council members.
Second.
Okay, that sounds good. Do you want to talk about it, or?
Yeah, briefly. I mentioned earlier, you know, this is the first time that we've gotten to hear the rest of we being ad hoc have gotten to hear the rest of council's input on this particular recommendation that we've been working closely with staff on. You know, I think since really throughout the housing element process, but since our first ad hoc meeting in January, we've heard, you know, ample evidence of the challenges of housing challenges for our residents in Costa Mesa, ample evidence and feedback from our business community and health professionals about why those housing challenges are bad for Costa Mesa, whether you're housing secure or not. We have done substantial outreach and engagement in this process through the housing element. I remember our staff saying we've had turnout in response to our outreach meetings like you've never seen before in a housing element. I'm really proud of that outreach that we've done. All of that feedback we've, as the ad hoc with staff, have taken into account in crafting this recommendation. I signed an op-ed on this. I like the recommendation. I think it's a good recommendation. But we have only had really 3-4 days at most to hear input from our fellow council members or our residential community. And we've got a lot of smart people on the dais and a lot of smart people out there. And I think it's worth very little harm and a lot of value in taking the time to hear that additional input. It's important that we find a smart strategy to address the housing challenges we've been talking about. I think whatever strategy we put forward, we want it to be our best foot forward, so we can actually achieve those strategies. So that's why I'm suggesting we continue, give ourselves a little bit of time to get more input, and return to this on August 2nd.
Mayor Pro Tem, you did the second, so you want to speak on it?
Yeah, I'll support the continuance. I think there's 3 things that have come up just for staff that we need to make a little bit more clear next time around. So the area north of the 405 and the extent to which the single family neighborhood is impacted, I think we need to maybe we need to use another color other than seafoam. I'm just going to try to say seafoam as many times as I can in the next couple weeks. The definition of affordability, I guess I was a little concerned when folks were standing in here saying that it won't apply to them because we were not including people who make less than $75,000. So at the very least in the staff report, but perhaps in our definitions of affordability as well, we can be more explicit that we're being inclusive. And then, to John's point, I don't even know what word you were using, but making section 3 more clear as to whether or not it's additive to the other sections or separate and standalone, we should make sure is obvious for everyone. And then, of course we'll continue to take public input, right? I think there's a lot of, bizarre accusations floating around about a lack of transparency and not listening to people. And we're not really going to do an inclusionary housing ordinance, even though I've literally been talking about this thing for 4 years. Email me, talk to me. I'm available. I'm happy to answer any questions and explain exactly how this process went and what I'm feeling and why I support it and why I've been talking about affordable housing for 10 years. All this stuff is near and dear to my heart. So happy to have a conversation with literally anybody who asks. Thanks.
Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll support my colleagues in continuing this, and I agree based on the comment that we heard tonight, the comments, there's some areas where we can do some refinement. I still support the initiative as a whole, and I think I operate from the premise that the status quo is just unacceptable. I've heard many people, especially proponents of Measure Y, which was, I totally agree, well-intentioned, but geared more toward politics than planning. I haven't heard any real suggestions for how to make improvements. And in as much as we want to protect our neighborhoods, we also need to plan for our future. I'm a homeowner. I have invested a lot in this community, not just time and money, but real sweat here. And I've certainly benefited from the real estate market. But that benefit, I'm sad to say, I think actually may come at the expense of my children being able to live here. So that is what I think about. We need to think for our future, not just our current residents. And I have no intention, as long as I'm a resident here, of trying to make things worse. I still want to live here.
That's good. That's something we can build on. Does anybody else wish to speak on the motion? Yes, Councilmember Harper.
Well, I'm going to vote no because I want to go home, and at least it's before midnight, eh?
No on the continuance?
I'm teasing. I'll tell you, I'm just joking. Frankly, I don't. I think in some ways, let me say this right. I don't trust land developers, landowners, and the drivers of projects to create low-income housing. I just don't think that's what results. And I know that's well-intentioned by this council. I just don't think that's what ends up happening. I'm not even sure. The RENA numbers aren't driven by, people with not great intentions. So there's no denying the fact we always need more affordable housing, but as a community, we still have the right to determine how much housing we'll accept. And for me, this is about what I hear residents of my neighborhood say and what they said when they voted for Measure Y. They lost trust in the council and what the council was deciding to do. And the one thing that has concerned me as a council member, and I saw it with One Metro West, I saw the developer, the landowners, the unions, the cities and the city council that received, contributions all win in those projects. They all win. The developer gets his project, spends a lot of money to do it. The city gets money they can use in the general fund. The unions get work. Council members get contribution to campaigns. And the voter the residents don't show up for the meeting because they're home trusting council to kind of vote the way they wanted. You know, we got over 400 responses to this measure or the housing element over 18 months. And we put out a petition regarding One Metro West, and in 2 weeks we had over 500 people really challenging it. So, I mean, I'm really I appreciate what you're all trying to do. I just am trying to represent what a lot of residents here. And I want to thank, you know, Sandra Guinness and Cynthia McDonald and Rob Dixon and Suzanne Wahlberger and Mary Spadoni for speaking up. I'll probably vote no on this because I just like it to die. So, because I don't see unless there's a better direction. Hopefully, I'm hopeful it heads in a better direction than where it's at right now. So, thank you.
All right. Well, I'm going to support the motion. Oh, you want to say a few words, Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, like some in the audience that are my age, have so many mixed thoughts on all of this, honestly. Part of me understands the lack of housing stock being created and how much my generation is being trampled over by past decisions. And I look at my sister, who's, 13 and an 8th grader, and how she loves Costa Mesa, and how I don't even know how to tell her she might or live here. And I know many people on this dais who have have children feel the same way. Half of me just wants to say, like, let the state get rid of it. Then we'll have growth. Then we'll have a chance to live in a place we love. The other part of me wants to be responsible and says, let's do the best we can to have local control. And I think every spectrum point we hit, someone's always a bit uncomfortable, someone's always a bit nervous. Because what we're essentially talking about is one of the biggest impacts we'll have. We're talking about the future of Costa Mesa. And there really is no right or wrong answer when you think about a place's future. Because the future I may have is different than everyone else's. And we're trying to figure out a way to balance that. So what I'm going to do in these comments is just say this. I understand that we have to do something. And I promise I will vote on something. And I will vote on some kind of progress, because I've always told myself that it is my job to move the needle in everything I do. And it's not about getting everything you want. It's about getting what you're able to get. Or it's, having a bit of progress where you have progress. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to say four things that I would like to see come back next meeting, as we hear more public input from the public, as we hear more input from stakeholders. And one thing I'm going to challenge everyone that's been hearing this meeting is, when you come back next meeting, because we're going to come back to do this again, I want everyone to come back with a suggestion, not just saying no, not just saying yes, but maybe saying, this is good, but I want to see this. Because all those buts matter. All those buts are a bit of the future everyone has in their mind for Costa Mesa. And it's really only through hearing all those buts, to hearing all those little suggestions, that we really can start seeing a cohesive vision for Costa Mesa. So here are my buts. I want to see us explore East 17th Street, because to my knowledge, there's no single family homes on that street. It's a really cool street. I like going there to enjoy myself. But let's add that too, because Westside Costa Mesa has 4 corridors and Eastside has 1. I want to see us go on Baker Street, from Harbor Boulevard down to Mendoza Drive, because that corridor on the south side, at least, is industrial. I know because I used to work there when I was in college, and I could see us having a lot of cool things going on there. I wanted to add Bristol Street, because again, There's no single-family homes there, and we won't be mindful of the folks that bought property and the folks that invested in this community and love this community so much they buy property here. And I want to see us explore some kind of incentive for local hire, because I've always said this, and I'll always say this, and I'll always stand by this. A quarter of the kids in my high school, at Placentia High School, don't go to college, they don't go to university, they work. And I've always wanted to see my peers who have skill sets that I don't have, that can work with their hands, have jobs in Costa Mesa. So those are my 4 butts. As we come back, I want everyone to bring their butts, bring their ands, and together we will see what the vision looks like for Costa Mesa. Thank you.
So bring your butts on August 2nd. On August 2nd. Come on, somebody had to say that. So anyway, I support the motion. I think I'm like, but I wrote this thing on the sheet when former mayor and my colleague on the council for several years, Sandy Guinness, was speaking, and she asked a question. She said, "Do you not trust the voters? Do you not trust the voters?" And I interpreted her question as being, do you not trust the voters to vote on projects that are currently covered by Measure Y? And the problem with that is we have not had such a vote. We will never have such a vote. So Measure Y, what it does as a practical matter, what it has done as a practical matter to our community and will continue to do, unless it's in some form and fashion amended, is any project that qualifies for a Measure Y vote will just simply not happen. And I was about ready to kind of drill down on our director, Miss Lee, and say, oh, was it more than a dozen projects? Was it more than, how many projects have come to you and you've told them Measure Y and they've scurried out of the planning department and never to return? But the fact of the matter is, it's pure speculation. There and as time goes on, after 6 years, no one even comes to the planning department because now the development community knows Costa Mesa is closed for business. We are closed for business. And as long as we're closed for business, and look, there's some winners in that, I guess. I live on a nice street. One of my neighbors spoke tonight. Nice street. I've got a little patch of grass in the front, a little patch of grass in the back. I'm one of these single family people that are going to be protected here. And so, I don't know, am I a winner? I don't think so. Because you can't always focus. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I get it. And I'm like, I think everybody should come in and advocate for the position that they care about. But when you take a position and you take, just like when you're a coach, you can't focus on your kid. If you're on the board, you can't focus on your team. When you're on the city council, you can't just focus on your interest, or your family's interest. And it's not even in my family's interest because my kids can't afford to live in Costa Mesa. They can't even rent here. And as I said in the study session, we've got a two-income family that are master's degrees that are making good money. They can't afford to get an apartment in Costa Mesa. Not only that, there's no apartments in Costa Mesa. There's only 2.8% vacancies, as we learned in the study session. So even if they had the money, they couldn't find a place because the rent's too high and there's not enough product, So, look, I could hunker down on my beautiful street in the Balearic section of Mesa Verde and focus on, I don't want more people in Costa Mesa because it'll take me longer to get from place A to place B. But there's a lot of people that I answer to and a lot of people that probably can't even vote yet, maybe aren't even born yet, that are going to be impacted by this decision that we're going to make on August 2nd. Everybody come. Everybody come. People, single family people that want to control their turf, come. People that want to blow up Measure Y, come. People that want to nibble around the edges, come. We want to hear from you. And we will get, and I will tell you that I'm going to vote on something that's going to go on the ballot, because I do trust the voters, by the way, to answer that question. I trust the voters. The only thing here we're doing is talking about putting something on the ballot. And if the voters don't like it, that's the ultimate trust in the voters. If the voters don't like it, they'll reject it. And if they like it, they'll embrace it. And if they embrace it, then we'll move forward. And we'll do planning and zoning, and we'll take each project and we'll look at it and we'll decide. When I say we, it won't be me, it'll be many councils down the road. And they'll make decisions for which they're accountable to the voters. That's not happening now under Measure Y. It's changed completely in the last 6 years, from the way it started in 1953. And I can tell you that I probably wouldn't have my little patch in the Balearic section of Mesa Verde, because there was somebody that would have voted no. They would have said, no, no, no. Those have always been something else. We don't want those ugly houses there. We know so many of them. There's so many of them. I guarantee if we would have put it to the voters, the lima bean farmers would have lobbied and we would not have South Coast Plaza. I guarantee you that. I guarantee we would not have South Coast Plaza. We wouldn't have if we didn't have normal planning with normal planning commissioners and city council members that were accountable to their voters, voting on projects based on zoning that they put in place with their own deliberation and their own good faith and doing what's in their best interest in their heart. We would not be living in the town we're living in. And we have upset that process in the last 6 years. And it is already hurting generations. It's going to hurt generations. Something needs to be done. I don't know whether it's this that's been presented, but we'll decide something on August 2nd. So everybody bring your butts, and we'll see you on August 2nd. Call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, that's all the business that we have. Don, can you stay on for a second? Because we're adjourning the meeting for those two people, and it would be good if you were seated when we did that. Okay, we're adjourning the meeting for, in the memory and in honor of Joe St. Clair and Yvonne Dunn, who I mentioned earlier. So may they rest in peace. We're now adjourned.